Already two people here. Wow. Okay. Let's pick this up a bit. So, how is everybody? Hello, hello. Say hi. Don't be afraid. Hello. Yeah, see, unfortunately, there are so few of you, and it tells me how many of you are here, so I know if you haven't answered. How you doing? How you doing? Very nice. So I got a jar of tea here. It has ice. I hope it's not too loud when I drink it, but this is what I often drink, not constantly, but it's green tea. I don't know how many people are going to come. We already have 4 people. And yeah, I don't know if anybody here is new that wasn't here last time. Unfortunately, it's probably going to get very hot in here and you're going to see me sweat because I have to have my door closed because they're doing construction work and I want my window closed and my door closed. So yeah, it's gonna suck. But okay, so do we have any questions? This is generally like a question forum. If you guys want me to try to teach something, I can always prepare that. I don't know what really to do outside of video lessons to teach you guys. So no questions, no questions. Okay, well then I have a question for you. How is your day? Or evening, whatever time it is. Syllabic consonants. Yeah, those things. So syllabic consonants are a funny thing that aren't too difficult. The most, I don't know if it's common necessarily, but the most common one that I tend to talk about and that comes to mind would be like in mountain. So we're using a glottal stop T, and then we're not saying tain or tin or something like that. We just say the N, mountain. This is something that I know they also do in German, actually much more commonly than we do in English. But there are other cases. I noticed one the other day. I don't remember what it was, but sometimes it's with an N, sometimes it's with an M. There are some strange things that happen, but the way that I would think about syllabic consonants, it's just an extra consonant sound. That's all it is. It's nothing special. Syllabic consonant is just like a fancy word for extra consonant sound. So last time I was talking about variation and going back to the word mountain here, full pronunciation, mountain, right? Like I just said it. If we enunciate, then it's possible to say it that way. It's not ain. That's definitely not. It's just the A is silent. Spelling would be like in. So you can say mountain. You can say mount in with keeping that I, and it's not a syllabic consonant. Or you can say mountain with a syllabic consonant. So there's actually 3 ways to say that one word. The more that I explore this idea of variation, the more I'm realizing the nature of English speech, I guess you can say. Pronunciation, rhythm, everything. So there's going to be lots of good content about that coming in the future. Any other questions? We're already at 5 minutes. So how are you guys? New people or new person? I think there was 4, now there's 5. How is the new person? Don't be shy, say hi. When can we drop the T in the middle of the word? The mountain. The easy answer to that with NT. Well, okay, that's actually kind of two things. The NT is usually, that is in the context of being at the end of a word. And what will often happen, if this is a connection rule, I think I've mentioned it a couple times in some videos, but when you have NT plus vowel between two words, the T will usually disappear. Very, very common, which is why we say wanna. You're not supposed to write that. It's informal writing, but in speech, it's just a common way that we speak. So two reduces to ta, but then both of those T's in this case are actually disappearing. And this is a strange case. There's a reason why that happens, but it's based on this rule. So in the middle of a word with dropping the T sound, let's see. I talked about last time the word interesting and how that's not spelled right. Can I edit? Yeah, remove. Interesting. There we go. So there's 3 ways to say this, but one of the ways is interesting. Or when we say internet, you can say internet. It sounds like inner. That doesn't always work, unfortunately, but many times when you see NT, here, the reason why it works actually is because it's NT plus vowel, the vowel sound, but it's inside of a word. There are cases where we just don't do that for some reason, but I notice it's usually if that T is in a syllable that's not stressed. It should always work. Okay, let's say I want to, hi. Somebody who's not shy to say hi, yes. Let's say I want to say can't if I do not release the final T and stop it. Is it a glottal stop or is it just stopping the aspiration? If I do not release the final T and stop it. Well, if you don't release it and you stop it, then it would be a glottal stop. There's a difference between not saying a T, like not actually pronouncing a T, to where we would say it's dropped. There's a difference between that and a glottal stop. If you do a glottal stop, the T is still there. It's just a glottal stop T. It doesn't sound like a T sound, just like a glottal stop D doesn't sound like a D sound, but it is still present in the form of a glottal stop. Full pronunciation can't, like I just said, push out the T. You do a glottal stop, can't. It can be hard to hear, but if I were to drop the T completely, well, it would be can, which would sound a little different. But if I kept everything the same, like I was going to do a glottal stop, but then I just dropped the T completely, can't. See, it just kind of fades off. It doesn't close. And so we don't hear that stop. So that wouldn't be correct, at least not in isolation. maybe it can flow into something like that. But um, okay, good. And back to the other question, because I actually didn't finish answering that. When can we drop the T in the middle of the word? Yeah, so the main thing I was going to say about that, that's why I really tell you guys to focus on like training your ears and don't trust your eyes. Right? If you're learning a language like Spanish or even Japanese, if you're reading not the kanji, but the actual script, the um, simplified script, if you will, um, any language with a phonetic script, you can associate the symbol to the sound. And you can trust your eyes. You can use your eyes to help you reinforce the sound. But in a language like English, you need to really, really not trust your eyes at all, like ever. Because as I was saying, with mountain, with interesting, there's three different ways to say both of those. And it depends on which way it comes out. Many times there's a way to say a word that is most likely, but especially because we have reductions and this and that, like we don't always say words clearly. There's usually variation for many, many, many words. If it's a one syllable content word that's stressed, there's usually not too much variation. But once you get into two syllables, you get into reductions, you get into all kinds of things, then there's just so much variation that can happen. And that can be overwhelming, but just really focus on your ears and don't really worry too much about your eyes. Um, the base of all language acquisition, which is a fancy way to say language learning, is, in case anybody doesn't know that word, acquisition, to acquire something. The base of all language acquisition is input. That's the base of all skill acquisition, period. If you want to learn the guitar, if you want to learn how to program, you need some input first before you can output. Right? If you've never heard a word of English or Spanish or whatever, you don't know what to say. You don't know how anything sounds. You don't know how to refer to things, right? So, yes, crashing, Mr. Input, comprehensible input. I don't agree with everything Crashin says, but there's a lot of debate and disagreement in the online community. The one thing that I know from all my research of the different polyglots and my own, exploration of teaching and learning is input is the foundation, but that doesn't mean that you have to limit yourself to input before you can start the output. That's what Benny Lewis does with Speak from Day One, right? Obviously, he gets some input, but it could be as little as learning the word for I and then his name, right? He'll do that sometimes if he has to. He'll say, I, Benny. And then as he learns more and more, he starts, oh, okay, the verb to be, right? I to be Benny, or he'll learn how to conjugate it. And actually, I recently found another polyglot online that I don't know when he started his channel, but his name is Robin McPherson. I'll send you guys a link to his channel here. I've only watched a few of his things, but I mentioned him because maybe open that in a new tab. Don't leave the stream. But I saw a video from him yesterday talking about how he practices speaking by himself. And then he made another video talking about how he avoids fossilizing mistakes or making the mistakes permanent. It's really, really interesting. I already knew some of what he was saying, but he gave me some interesting little insights into other ways to look at it. So I definitely recommend his channel if you're interested in that. But yeah. Going back to what I was saying, the reason I brought that up is because the ear training, right? When can you drop the T in the middle of a word? Well, certain rules are useful, um, but it comes down to noticing. And the more exposure you have, the more you're actually paying attention. You're not just like trusting your eyes, like, oh, I know that word. It's spelled this way, so I think it sounds this way. Like really hear it, right? And train your ears to be able to hear what's actually happening, and don't trust your eyes so much. And that's going to really help you learn English a lot more easily. Really any language, but especially English. I've noticed that some words, would, should, could, sometimes have two pronunciations listed in dictionaries. Okay. My brain was trying to process that. Okay. One with a schwa and another with a high schwa. Yeah. So Merriam-Webster's has should. Yeah, I can read IPA for should. The only reason I can read IPA, by the way, is because behind the scenes, I've worked with it. I really don't care too much for the IPA, as you probably know. But does that mean that the high schwa may be neutralized to the schwa sound in an unstressed position? Good question. I haven't quite thought about that. Um, See, that's one of the great things about English, or I guess one of the bad things about English, you could say, is I'm a native speaker. I've been teaching for a while, and there are still things that I'm noticing and realizing and all this stuff. And I know a lot. Um, so there's some things that you guys have mentioned that I'm like, oh, let me think about that, and then I'll make a video or something. But um, by neutralize, I think maybe it would be better to say reduced because it's kind of what it's doing. But I guess that's just a different way to say reduced. It's a funny way to say it, unless you mean something different than reduced. But I would assume that's what you mean. Reduce is better, yeah. So that's a very good question. See, I have a problem with dictionaries, and I've been wanting to make a video about that for a while. Dictionaries are a really, really good resource, but in a language that is not phonetic, especially English, because of the history of English spelling, which is a whole other topic. Very interesting for people who like history and linguistics, but um, because of these various factors, I don't like the dictionaries because you can go to 5 different dictionaries and see 5 different IPAs. Which defeats the point of the IPA, and I'm not talking about like between British and uh, American English. Although if there's one, I think it's the Cambridge Dictionary. They have an American English entry, and it will sometimes match one of the American dictionaries, and sometimes it differs from one of the American dictionaries. So, what can you trust? Your ears. um, that's why you really want to work with the sounds, the basic sounds, and really focus on training your ears so that you can maybe go to the dictionary to double check and verify, but depending on which dictionary you use, it might not give you the right thing. Um, I think many dictionaries for American English are supposedly based on General American. That's supposed to be like the standard. And I actually, at some point, hopefully, I want to create more of like a Western American dictionary, or like I guess an English hacks dictionary that includes all my little tricks and secrets. But I don't know when or how I could do that. To answer your question, would, should, and could. So off the top of my head, I would say that this never reduces to a schwa. But let's see, if I put this in a sentence, I would go if I have time. I would go if I would go, would go, would go, would go. Yeah. In the flow of fast speech, so let's say should, because would probably contract into I'd or you'd. But if I say like I should go, um, if I say this clearly enough, enunciated enough, I should go. I should go. Okay, that's a high schwa. I should go. But if I'm saying it maybe more quickly and kind of more relaxed, I should go. I should go. In that case, I'm actually not even saying the D. Um, and that's partially because of the g sound. And that's the reason why I can do that. That's a special connection rule. Um, I should, I should go. So it's actually like I should. And again, we're back to that variation, right? That's one way you could try to write it. Yes. If I were to try to read that, um, I would want to say she because I see she. But either that or I should go. I definitely wouldn't read that as a schwa. Um, but of course, even if I drop the D in that sort of lazy way and connect with the g, I could still do a high schwa. But the schwa is possible, yes. So when you go to the dictionary, when you go to Merriam-Webster, and um, yeah, before I forget, by the way, Amit, I don't want to say your name wrong or have, Amit. I'm not sure. Um, the and to everybody, it's as I said, I'm gonna. Oh, good, thank you. I said it perfectly. I'm trying to formalize a document of how I would transcribe things for anybody who's interested. But whether or not you were to use something like that, it is always useful and good to try to sort of transcribe your own thing in a way that makes sense to you, as long as it's consistent, right? That's the thing. If I were to write, say I'm trying to write sh to show the schwa sound, but one time I write it like this, without the silent H to mark it as a schwa sound. Now it looks like ooh. So is it ooh or so you can come up with your own little way to um, sort of phonetically refer to things if you want, as long as it's consistent and it makes sense to you. That's a nice little tip that you can use if you want. But going back to the dictionaries, so if you go to Merriam-Webster and they give you the schwa sound, and then you go to another dictionary that's American English, and they give you the high schwa sound, right? Or you go to a dictionary and they give you both. How do you know which to trust? That's an actual problem because even if your ears are good, maybe sometimes you hear a high schwa, sometimes you hear a schwa. Hello, Sedent. Yes, he is here. It's okay if you're late. That's not a problem. We're just talking about how the dictionary is stupid. So, um, yeah, and that's why I mentioned this variation stuff between ear training and the variation. As long as you're aware of that, like if you have really good ears, you manage to train your ears well enough, and you're aware of all the variation, right? As you're studying, oh, okay, this can happen here, that can happen there. The full pronunciation is like this, so that's possible. It's not a lot of things that you have to memorize. That's not the point. It's little by little over time, you become more aware of things, and you just kind of get used to it, right? You say, oh, okay, this can work here, this can work there. And then your speech, you shadow things, and it's a process. It's a process. It's not something that you just get overnight. But um, because variation exists, especially in fast speech, because the dictionary will usually tell you what the full pronunciation should be. But obviously, things, if it gets reduced, then the only way you can know that is if you hear it, right, or if somebody tells you. So you really have to train your ears to rely on them instead of um, official sources like the dictionary. So good. We have 6 people. Only 6 people. I'm so sad. Tell your friends. No, no big deal. 6 people is great. This is nice and cozy, and I can answer everybody's questions in depth, right? Later, that might not be true, right? If I have lots and lots of people coming. So you guys are lucky. Enjoy the time that you have. For anybody who did not see, this is my drink. It is tea, green tea, very large container. This is what I often drink. And it's actually not as hot in here as I thought it would be. That's pretty good so far. So, any other questions? No questions. See, I feel like I'm relying on you guys, and then you guys are relying on me, right? Because I'm the teacher. I'm supposed to tell you stuff, and so we're kind of just like, what do we do? If you guys have any, I mean, questions are great. If you have any ideas for topics, because my thinking is like, okay, this is a live stream. You can have your questions answered, all that stuff. I think other teachers sometimes like they'll actually have like a live class and stuff, but uh, I'm not really sure how to do that or what I would talk about that I wouldn't just make into like a formal official video. So I don't know. You guys are the hardcore English hack supporters that are able to show up to the live stream, and your input is very valuable. So if you have any ideas, that would help a lot. But or just a question, you know. So I'm not here just talking. Could talk a little bit about pronunciation ing plus vowel. Ing plus vowel. You mean between two words? Like walking over, for example? Yes. Okay. Yeah, exactly what you said, right? I'm the one with the problem here. I don't understand. So, yeah, the ing, I've mentioned this in a couple places, and I have updated the way that I talk about the ing because something that I was previously not aware of, I am now aware of. Apparently, there are quite a few speakers who, when they say the ing, this is our first point here. When they say the ing, they actually say the second vowel like it, and they go in the back with ng. So walking would be walking, walking, which is very strange to me. Maybe I say it that way sometimes. I really don't think I use the back end. That's why I call it the back end, where you close in the g or k position. But maybe sometimes I use the second vowel. It doesn't matter as long as you hit first vowel, second vowel. That's fine. But I would do it with a normal n. If the ing is a core part of the word itself, like ring, king, sing. Of course, other words like long, it's going to be the same. You're going to go in the back. But with these ing words, where we're not adding ing like to a verb, or to words like morning or evening, those are special cases. But it's actually a core part of the word here. The way that I say this is still first vowel, e, but then we're going to go in the back, ing, ing. Other speakers apparently say with the second vowel, ring, king. Sounds a little weird to me. Maybe I say it that way sometimes. I don't know. But I definitely wouldn't say that I say it that way. So with walking, where we're adding the ing, I would write this kind of like this. We have fifth vowel plus first vowel and an N. Wa. Remember, W is silent. Second W there. Wa, keen. If you do it a different way, because someone else says it that way, you can't. That's fine. Whatever. But this is the way I teach you, and this is the way I recommend because it's easier. Going to a vowel, right? See, we needed to set that up because that's going to depend on how we move to the next vowel or the next sound in general. So if we're going from an N, then the N is just going to connect to whatever vowel. So if we say walking over, it's going to be walking over, walking over, walking over, right? We keep the same stress, but that N sounds like it moves over. If for some reason you pronounce it the way someone else does and you use a sound, then that would connect instead. Walking, go. Of course, there's no g sound there, but that sound would connect. Walking over. Yeah, that was a weird character. I don't know what that was. Before you deleted that, it looked kind of like an S set from German, but I didn't see it clearly. Anyway, so yeah, it's just consonant to vowel. General rule number one. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I have a video about that. I will try to link that when I edit this later. Ladier? Yeah, that doesn't work. The tea looks delicious. It does. It's very delicious. Sencha or something. No, I'm not fancy. I'm not fancy enough to do sencha. Notice, nice little tip here. So in Japanese, that would be sencha, right, with the ah sound. It might be a little off, but I'm saying sencha with a schwa, because usually if there's an a that's not stressed at the end of a word, we actually turned it into a schwa sound. That's part of the English accent in foreign languages. I like green tea with roasted rice. Roasted rice? I have never heard of roasted rice. Wait, have I? I've heard of toasted rice. Rice cakes, roasted rice. Interesting. Maybe I'm just like, maybe I'm not cultured enough. Sencha and roasted rice. What is this? Witchcraft. I do have one more question. I'm curious if you have any hacks on how to pronounce mouse pass. Okay, quickly. So yeah, that's the real trick. Yeah, how to pronounce them quickly. First, how do we pronounce them? Well, they're not all the same necessarily. A quick note in case you don't know. I was gonna mention a little bit about this in the TH lesson, and I decided to leave it out. No, actually, yeah, I guess I did reference it slightly. I just didn't specifically state why this was happening. In that lesson, I said how like without can also be pronounced with a voice th, without. And there are some words that do that. And sometimes when you add the S to make it plural, that might actually create the ability to switch between the THs. It's a weird, stupid thing. These are small details that you don't have to memorize. But the first word, mouths. Okay, so fully pronounced, it's a voiced TH with a Z sound. And that's because the TH is voiced, it's S into a Z. Mouths. Paths, you can also say paths, right? So it could be voiced TH with Z, voiceless TH with S. Okay, that's why I mentioned this point here, because that you could say it either way. It does not matter. Youths, same thing. You can do either one. It does not matter. And then truths. The voice one sounds a little bit weird to me, but I think both are fine. I would mouths. Yeah, I wouldn't say mouths. Maybe some people say that, but so I don't know what your initial understanding of how these are supposed to be pronounced is, if it's supposed to be voiced or voiceless, but that's the first point. Okay, I'll get to that question in a second. To answer this, how do you say these quickly? That's the trick, yeah. So mouths is going to be mouse. You just drop the th and you keep the z. Paths. Same thing. Drop the th, keep the z. If you make it a voiceless th, pass. Yeah, it would sound exactly like the word pass. Use. It's going to sound like use. Use as the verb, but use as the noun. Or let's see, there are many use. Yeah, you could use the voiced one too. There are many truce. Yeah, it's gonna sound just like truce. Or trues with a Z sound if it's voiced. Either way. So yeah, basically in most of these types of words that end with THS, you can do voiced or voiceless. And when you're saying them quickly, you basically just drop the TH. There might be sometimes, depending on what you're talking about and what words might kind of get confused, where if you're not speaking clearly, like you say pass instead of paths or whatever, then maybe it'll cause a little bit of confusion, but that would definitely be the way that we speak really quickly without thinking about it. Yeah, so you seemed very surprised. Yeah, this is real English. It's real English class. So, okay, next question. I'm going to get to you in a second, Sedent. First for Amit. See, now earlier, Amit, when I said your name, I switched between stressing the first syllable and the second syllable. And you said I said it perfectly. So now I don't know which one was perfect. um, so if you want to clarify, you can. You don't have to. But Lemmy, there we go. That's fancy. Lemmy, very nice. Okay, what is the difference between the upside down V and the ah if you shorten the ah? Okay. Everything. Everything is different. I've seen some resources where the upside down V symbol, which I will put that into the chat here. The upside down V symbol, which I guess it's like a caret. Could have just done that. It's smaller though. I've seen some resources, and some people have told me, like I post on TikTok, and I don't know if they're native speakers or not, but I say, oh yeah, the schwa sound, the upside down E, and this upside down V are the same sound. And I get some people say, no, they're not. So I don't know, but I know for a fact the way I say them, I tested this extensively with my friends and paying attention to how I speak, they're the same sound. If they're not, I don't hear a difference, so it doesn't matter. So the schwa sound and the upside down V are the same, so I just call it a schwa. Okay. The second one, the one that looks like a letter A, that's the fifth vowel ah, unless I'm confusing my IPA symbols. And that's going to be down in the back bottom here. So you say if you shorten the ah, can you give me an example of that? Because with what I'm thinking, there would be a very big difference. But I don't know if maybe you're thinking of it in like the context of like an unstressed syllable or like a particular word. So if you can give me an example of that, that would help, just to make sure that I'm addressing the proper thing here. While you do that, I'll move on to Seaton's question. So how do we exactly pronounce OU or OW diphthong? Yeah, so ow diphthong. I have watched message. Oh, YouTube features. Okay. So you transcribed it with IPA, yeah. Okay, good. Let's see if we can get on track. I have watched some video where some people tell us that the first part of this diphthong sounds more like the fourth vowel sound, as in cat. Really? Okay. I think I might know why. And I see David responded using the cat sound and ow sound a bit southern. Okay, yeah, sounds a bit southern. Let's see. Ah, cat, cow, cow. That's a cow. That's a cow. Yeah, it does sound southern. All I have to do is use my southern accent, and this, yeah. I don't know if these speakers are telling you that it's like more of an ah sound, the fourth vowel. Of course, we're still ending in the oo, or it's technically a high schwa with fully rounded lips. But you can move the starting position into ah, but that's definitely going to sound different. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, if people speak that way, people speak that way. But if you don't want that accent, or you don't want to sound that way, then you don't have to do that. Some people love the Southern accent. Me myself, I love the Southern accent. I love country music, as you probably know from my cowboy hat, which is in the background of pretty much every video. All right, put it on my headset here. It's not going to work. And I've been listening to country music since I was a kid because my grandma listens to it. And because of that, right, I don't have a Southern accent. Yes, the cowboy hat. um, and this might be a little harder to understand, but it might not be a perfect Southern accent, and there's actually a range in the Southern accent, certain different things that change, especially with the influence from French in the Bayou region, Louisiana region. I don't know. I'm not from the South. But I could do a Southern accent, probably because I've sung so many songs with a Southern accent. um, yeah, I know. Anyway, so if you're interested in music, country music is really great, but don't necessarily copy the accent. I will note this is not a good thing. It's kind of messed up, we would say, kind of wrong. The Southern accent to most Americans, at least in my experience, the Southern accent will sound uneducated. That doesn't mean it is, and a lot of people like it, but it has sort of this stereotype that, like, if you want to sound, stupid or uneducated, you talk like this, like I come from the South. Um, and that could be very offensive. If I were from the South, I would find that very offensive. So just be aware of that. There is sort of that association and stereotype within uh, the American perception of that region. Just something to be aware of. Okay, so you get a little culture in this live stream as well. But okay, so let's make sure we're not losing track here. Okay, yes. So we're at the transcription of Amit's name, and we're putting the stress on the first syllable. Oh, I see. Interesting. Wait. Hmm. So I have two questions about this transcription. Um, one, I'm actually not sure what the character after the T is. That one I'm not too familiar with. Maybe that has to do with the quality of the T. And I see the upside down V, which would be a schwa sound. So instead of Ahmet, which would be more of it's not really a fifth vowel, it's kind of in between. It would be more like Amet. Don't release the T. Oh. Yeah, okay. So is that why earlier you asked about not releasing the T, if that's a glottal stop or just stopping the aspiration? Uh-huh. That might be why. So is it a glottal stop? Because as an English speaker, I wouldn't know how to just stop the aspiration. Like that's not a concept that we have, I don't think. Like I would just do a glottal stop. Emit, emit, emit. Like that's how I would try to say it. So you see, guys, this is actually a really good example. So here we're trying to use the IPA, and I can pretty much read the IPA for the most part. I have quite a bit of familiarity with it. I don't know all the symbols. There's many, many symbols. But I'm sitting here. I can't hear. If I could just hear him say his name, which should be him. I think that's a male's name. I never want to misgender anybody. But anyway, what was I saying? I completely lost my thought. Oh yeah, if I could just hear the name, right? Especially with my ears, that we wouldn't have to go through all this, right? I'd be like, oh, how do you pronounce your name? What's going on here? And even if maybe I don't hear all the sounds in that's supposed to be in the name or in whatever word, it's still going to be infinitely better than trying to read this foreign script, right? That's why the IPA, I don't really care for the IPA very much for many reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is because you're kind of just learning a new alphabet. When it's like, okay, so now you have supposedly a phonetic way to refer to the English words. So you have like phonetic alphabet for English, but that still doesn't help your ears, right? That helps your eyes, and you can go to the dictionary if the dictionary is correct, right? You go to the dictionary and you say, okay, it's supposed to be this, and you kind of know how the sound is, and that can be useful. But at the end of the day, you're kind of just trying to go around the problem and not really solving the problem. So train your ears, focus on your ears. Okay. Anyway, and that's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. I don't know how long we're going to go today, guys. Last time was just about 2 hours. And the only reason I stopped was because the connection was getting bad. So if at any point somebody has to leave, that's fine. It's only been 46 minutes. But I don't know if I'm going to be here for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe if it gets too hot in here, I'll stop. But okay, a few more people here. That's good. Any new people want to say hi or ask a question? Don't be shy. This is the place to interact. No, nothing from anybody. You just sit here, watch me. I never answered that. Yeah, it's not Sencha. It's I think the company is Stash, but I bought this big bag of loose leaf tea, which is generally much better. And it's the what is it? Like with the cherry blossom petals, green tea with cherry blossom, and it's supposed to be like really really good for you, and it tastes amazing. So yeah. Uh, no questions, guys. Come on, we're sitting here. Okay, I'm gonna have to think of something. Ooh, notice something. Something. Okay, that's a syllabic consonant. Something should be fine. There's nobody here. Can you pronounce ow vowel again? Yeah, so the ow diphthong, ow, ow. So it's the starting position is very, very close to ah, right? Ah. But if I start there, ow, ow, it has a bit of a different sound. It's going to be a little bit behind, but we're still using more or less the front part of the tongue, right? Ah, ah, ow, ow. It's sort of like, I think I would describe it as halfway between the English fourth vowel ah and the ah sound that is in many other languages. The exact placement depends on the language, but it's sort of like halfway between those. It's more towards the front. There you go. Oi, oi, oi. In the flow of a word, especially if there's like an L after it or an R after it, it might slightly change, but it starts an O. It doesn't sound like an O because of the ending sound, which is supposed to be the second vowel. Oi, oi, or I can say oi, oi. I can get more motion into it. That's fine. Yeah, I hope that's useful. I know these diphthongs they can be stupid, difficult. Could you always pronounce a plus and then what do you mean always? Always pronounce. You mean also? Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, yeah. So in that order, diphthong, yeah, typo. Diphthong a, and then we'll do the third vowel air, 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 air. In in reality, or in isolation, if I try to pronounce them nice and clearly, that's how they sound. And maybe you can hear a clear difference there. In the flow of speech, it's especially if it's like not a stressed syllable or something, it can be harder to hear. Or if I just say these quickly, right? Again, diphthong and the monophthong, air, 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 right? That's already harder to hear. And as I said, the diphthong often, at least in the way that I speak, the diphthong can often just become the third vowel anyway. So that's why I recommend that. Any other questions or comments or funny anecdotes? I don't know. It's random. Would native speakers ever pronounce the fourth vowel as the third vowel instead in fast speech? I mean, very, very fast, like in fast rap music, etc. Yeah. So yeah, catch often becomes catch. I think. I mean, I'm not always monitoring my speech. And as you pointed out to me, I didn't know this before you pointed it out that like with the ah sound, if you pay very close attention in many videos, especially when I'm talking about the fifth vowel when I mention it, sometimes you might see me do the unmerged ah, or at least a little bit with the lips. It's not completely relaxed. And as David pointed out quite a while ago in a comment, that Western American speakers, because we have the cod-cod merger and we don't generally hear the difference, sometimes we'll actually use the unmerged one, but we won't hear it. So be aware of that. If you ever hear me use it, I do have the cod-cod merger. I just don't realize I'm saying it. Sometimes when I'm editing my videos, I'll notice that I said more like an aw sound, and I'm only aware of it because of, you know, talking about it with you guys and whatever, being an English teacher. So again, variation. But to the question itself, would we pronounce the fourth vowel as the third vowel in fast speech? So the way that I say catch, I don't think I ever say catch with the fourth vowel. Maybe I do. That I think is like a standard change, like a shift that many Western Americans have, where it's just it's not that it's not necessarily variation where like sometimes we say catch, sometimes we say catch. It's just like the way we say it is catch. And my stupid screen. I really hate Windows 10. Please pronounce thousand. I'll come back to that in a second too, because there's actually variation as always. I know I'm taking a really long time to answer this question. Fourth vowel, third vowel. Can you give any examples of that? Like specific words or whatever? Because I mean, catch to catch. I mean that seems like a good example, but especially if we're talking about like unstressed syllables. Usually with stressed syllables, things don't change that much. But yeah, I'll give you a second to try to think of some examples. I'll talk about thousand really quick. So thousand, it's a voiceless th, thou, and that's of course the ow diphthong. And the s, of course, is a z because it's English, right? Just because it's English. Thous. Now the a and d, it is not and. It is not thousand, right? With the fourth vowel. It's not thousand with the fifth vowel. It's the second vowel. Okay, so spelled with an A, but it's the I sound. Thous, stressed, thou. Thousa. And then the ND is the ND. However, you can actually do sort of a syllabic consonant. For example, instead of saying thousand, I can say thousand. I go straight from the Z to the N. I just close it into a vowel sound. And the D would probably disappear in that case. There's some other reasons for that. It's not necessarily a weird case, but I don't know if you guys hear that loud car. So there you go. Yeah, thousand. Who was that man you were talking to? Yes, I mean if the word was unstressed. Okay. So yeah, not that man, because then it's stressed, right? Who is that man? Who is that man? Who's that man? Who's that? Who's that man? Who's that man? Who's that man? Who's that man? Yeah, yeah. I mean, if I'm saying it quickly and naturally, if I say it as the third vowel, it sounds fine. Um, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I don't think it's supposed to do that. That's definitely not something that a native English speaker would be consciously aware of. I wasn't aware of that, but as I said, I'm still discovering things. So who's that? Who's that man? Who's that man? Now, of course, if it's stressed, right? If you say that, or if notice I'm saying was ze. I'm not saying the th because I'm connecting the z. Usually, when you have z plus voiced th between two words, the z will just take over, and the th will disappear because they're very similar sounds. They're very close to each other. So in fast speech, it'll just disappear. But if you were to like try to enunciate it more and actually say the th, and or add stress to it, like that man, then if you say that, that's not a word, right? Who is that man? Who is that man? It's not right. Definitely not right. So that would be a very special case, where definitely it's not stressed. And in this particular case, we're also dropping the th. Maybe there's other cases where we don't have to have a connection, but okay. Anything else? No question. You guys got to keep them coming. See, it's either like too fast or just not enough, right? It's like there's a million questions and I'm just constantly answering questions, or I answer a question and then it's like 5 minutes where I'm just talking, which is fine too. If you guys just want to see me be here and look fantastic, because I do, I guess. Watch me drink tea. That's what you're here for, right? Yeah. Just watch me drink tea. I don't know if you guys can hear me swallow. That's probably disgusting. I apologize if so. I would find that gross. Maybe I should mute my mic when I take a drink. I know, right? She's visible for anybody who is not looking at the chat. Is it okay if I dentalize? Very nice word, dentalize. Yes. Which I want to point out really quick, because earlier there was a question about like dropping T's. And I was talking about the NT plus vowel rule. Here with dentalize, we have NT plus vowel inside the word, but we're not going to drop the T. This is a case where we're not going to dentalize, although I guess that doesn't sound too bad. Probably not. Anyway, doesn't matter. That's a reference here. If you weren't here earlier, then you can watch the replay later. Is it okay if I dentalize DS and TS and pass for a native CZ? To be honest, I think this is the importance of punctuation. Having trouble following the flow here. Or maybe that's just me. Is it okay if I dentalize DS and TS and pass for a native CZ? Oh, because. Oh, yeah. Okay, interesting. I've never seen because written as BCZ. The way that we would usually write it is just BC. When we're texting each other, we'll write BC. But anyway, at least in American English, maybe British English they do different. I don't know. To be honest, I think that this dental alveolar distinction is the only thing that I struggle with. Question mark? To be honest, and a question mark. This is a fun sentence. Okay, so well, I understand. I think I understand what you're asking though. Is it okay if I dentalize DS and TS and pass? Can I pass? Okay, so if you dentalize the DS and the TS, can you pass for a native? Because that's the only with. So you're asking if you can do sort of like this particular version and still sound native, to make it easier for yourself. That's what I understand from this. Um, dentalized DS and TS. Can you give me an example of DS and TS? Um, oh, DS and TS. Yeah, I'm reading the D's and T's, right? That would probably make more sense. Unless you mean DS and TS, then tell me that. But yeah, also again, see, because the native speaker, when we read this, yeah, there you go, exactly, apostrophe. Um, I mean, it's not guaranteed that a native would write the apostrophe. We might just think like, oh, hey, they should understand. So that could partially be my fault, but usually we would write the apostrophe so that it's clear we're talking about D sounds and T sounds. That's a special use of the apostrophe. But yes, okay, so dentalized D's and T's. So like dental. Okay, so an actual D or T, like if you say I don't know, time, if instead of saying t, if you say like t and you say time, just to make sure I fully understand that. Or if it were a D, it would be dime, dime. Is that just verify that for me? It's a little bit more force. Time, time. Like so, you're basically trying to aspirate like a dental T or D. Time, dime, time, dime. Yeah. Can you pass for a native if you do that? Probably not. Honestly, probably not. Maybe you'll pass. But I don't think so. Because as I talked about in the TH lesson, we do a dental T or a dental D as a way to say the TH, and we don't realize that we're doing that, but we do. So if you try to replace actual T's and D's with the dental T, with the dental T and dental D, it's it's going to stand out to us because we would do that as a th without realizing it, when other people, like if a Spanish speaker, they use dental T and dental D in Spanish. So a Spanish speaker speaking English, if they don't change it, right, they'll say like what time, what time do you want to leave, what time. So they have that, and it's going to sound like an accent to us. So I would say no, you cannot pass if you do dental T and D for an actual T sound and D sound. If you do it for TH sound, then that's definitely going to work, and you'll sound more natural. So I believe Robert De Niro is that in Taxi Driver. Yeah. So believe it or not, this might be a sin or something. I have actually not seen Taxi Driver. I know it's a really popular movie, and I've seen, you talking to me, you talking to me. I've seen all that, right? It's cultural reference. You can't miss that. But I've actually never watched that movie, so I can't verify that. I could maybe pull it up or maybe check it later and see. I know, right? um, yeah, yeah. Haven't seen it. So I guess I have to watch it. Right, that's my homework as the teacher. I have to watch Taxi Driver. But yeah, actually, so in that famous line when he says, "You talking to me?" Right, talk, talk, talk. It Now that I think about it, I think he does say more of a dental T there. So in some dialects, like maybe like the New Yorker accent, because I think that's more of a New Yorker accent. There's quite a bit of variation in the New York area. Then yes, there are probably some speakers who do that. So if you want to sound like me, no, you're not going to pass if you do that. If you want to sound like someone just generally from America, probably not. If you want to sound, or if you don't mind, having a little bit of maybe what might sound like a New Yorker accent, I guess. You could maybe make it work. See, but then if you don't have the other features to go with that accent, it might just sound like a non-native accent, So there's lots of little variations that go to it. I would recommend staying away from it unless you specifically want to learn an accent that uses it, that does, is a native English accent. The question then becomes, right, because you're trying to dentalize the D's and T's because you struggle with it. You struggle with, which I haven't made the D and T lesson, so I mean, stick around for that. Connections is unstable again. Grr. See, I hate when it says that because then I know if I should continue talking or if you guys hear me or what. I don't know why it's unstable or what's happening. So do me a favor, guys. If it's more than just like half a second, if I freeze or something, put it in the chat so I know what's going on. Yeah, I have to talk to our internet company. Good. You can hear me. Very nice. Yeah, so I'm going to be making the T&D lesson pretty soon. I'm doing one new pronunciation lesson, meaning like the newest one in the course, not the extra practice. I'm doing a new one. I'm looking at my board here. Once a week. I just did the TH. I think I'm going to hold off on the minimal pairs because I'm supposed to do also minimal pairs between F and voiceless TH, V and voiced TH, because that's another problem, just like the V and the W. I think I'm going to hold off on that and make it part of the extra practice ones that I go and add in at some point. And just because the stops are the next group that I'm talking about. And I know a lot of you guys are waiting for the stop sounds. So, yeah. But to help you now, since you're having trouble with this, this is your teeth right here, okay, top of your mouth. This is the part right here that goes up and back, right? So this part of your mouth back here. We have a bump right here. I don't know if everybody has that bump, but in my mouth I have a bump. So there's a little bump here. So the dental, obviously you're touching the teeth in some way. That's why it's dental. The English T and D, we're going to be back here. Okay. I think I may have talked, I don't remember, but don't go too far back because then you sound like you're from India. I don't know if Siddhantas, or if you heard my Indian pronunciation last time. But if you go back, do, do, do. Okay, you don't want to do that, right? Do not pronounce your D's or your T's far back. Okay, you're not going to be back here. And I hope that's not offensive to anybody. I'm just trying a different accent so you can hear the difference. But you want your tongue, the tip is going to be a little bit flat. Okay, it's not necessarily straight up. Duh, duh, duh. You could do it that way, but that's actually a little difficult for me to do. So you don't want to go straight up like this. Don't be touching the teeth. Don't be back here. Take the tip, not the whole tip, not but just like right there, just the tip of the tip. Make it a little bit flat, either on that bump or slightly behind it. You go right in there, and then you just use the air to push it up. Duh, duh. That was quite good. Oh, thank you. But I don't pronounce it like that. Yeah, I know there's there's lots of variation in the Indian pronunciation as well for various reasons. That's how mostly. Okay, so I have a Southern Indian accent. Interesting. So I have a Southern American accent and a Southern Indian accent. Interesting. Yeah, I really like how Indian English sounds, and Indian English is one of the, like, because a lot of my students, they actually have asked me, like, how do I understand Indian English? Because like they might have a coworker that like speaks Indian English and they're like, I can't understand this person. And it's actually Scottish English is the most difficult accent for me to understand. Like half of the words it depends, but I saw this one comedy thing one time. It was intentional, so maybe that's why I didn't understand much. But I only understood like half of what they were saying, and they were speaking English. Indian English, I used to be able to not hear or understand as well, but because I watched a lot of videos from Sadhguru, I don't know if anybody knows Sadhguru. Um, Obviously, that's not what we're here for. And I always misspell his name. I forget if the H goes before or after. Um, but I've listened to a lot of his talks, and I usually watch YouTube on 2 times speed, so I can understand the Indian accent pretty well now. Just a little detail about myself there. Okay. By the way, would be the fourth vowel sound like if you were not exaggerating it or articulating it clearly. Wait. Okay, so David, by the way, what would the fourth vowel sound? Oh wait, what would my brain is not working. What would the fourth vowel sound like if you were not exaggerating? Like be like? Are we missing a word? Is that why I'm confused? If you were not exaggerating or articulating it clearly, like say if you were mumbling. So what would the fourth vowel sound like? So what would sound like if I were not saying it clearly? I believe that's the question. And this is 100% a weird question, but I'd like to find out what the threshold for what is still considered acceptable for the fourth vowel is. Yeah, that's a complicated sentence. Very good job. The first one, I think you had some mistakes and I got confused, but the second one, you handled that beautifully from a native speaker's perspective. Okay. So let's answer this really quick. Yeah, good question. Well, as I mentioned at various places here and there before, I think actually in the fourth vowel lesson, the full clear pronunciation, right? You see me opening my mouth, right? Nice and open. You can see, oh, okay, his tongue's like that, whatever. But if I say, instead of saying cat, right? If I say cat, 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 my mouth isn't even opening as much, which is fine. You do want to practice it nice and big and clear, because number one, that's just a good way to practice getting used to the sound. Number two, when you go to speak quickly, you naturally won't open as much, just like a native speaker, right? You probably do this in your native language too. If you say the nice, pure, clear sound, you're going to say like e, whatever the sound in your language is. But if you're speaking, you tend to not open your mouth as much relative to the pure, clear sound. So I think that probably happens in all languages. If I were to say cat, and actually I'm going to think of another example too, because the K is actually slightly interfering with that. We'll say cat and, I don't know, hat, the cat in the hat, right? Okay. So our just never satisfied. Connection is unstable again. Okay, well, I'll try to keep going. Hopefully this is fine. So yes, Dr. Seuss, exactly. Cat in the Hat. Very good. You got the reference. Anybody who didn't get that, go look up Dr. Seuss. It's a children's story thing. Every native speaker knows about that. Well, at least every American native speaker. So cat, 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 or hat, hat, hat. I think I'm still saying it pretty clearly there. Like I'm focusing on it. If we put this into a sentence, like that's a really nice hat. That also has the sound, right? Although hat is stressed. That is also stressed in this case. I think that the hat is great. Okay, we'll do that. Stressed unstressed that. So I think that see there's that again. It's actually kind of going even to a schwa sound. Um, but that's also that connecting to parts of a sentence. Half the time we drop it, more than half the time we drop it. That might be a special case. I think the head is great. I think the head's great. I think the head's great. Head's great. Head's great. Yeah, I mean, I'm even kind of reducing it towards an eh here because I'm not opening as much. Again, really fast, unclear speech. If you're being lazy, strange things can happen. So to answer your question, if I'm sort of mumbling, definitely not articulating, not exaggerating, and I say the fourth vowel sound, even potentially in a stressed word, it might go more towards an eh sound. So mumble, mumble. That's a good question. We're going to come back to that. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next one. I want to do this in order so I don't skip anybody. All right. I hope that answers your question. I know some of my answers are very long-winded, like the answer to your comment the other day. I think was that this morning? Or was it yesterday? I don't remember. Anyway, who cares about time, right? We're all stuck inside anyway. So, oh, so true. I was in a meeting with a Scottish guy. I couldn't understand anything. No offense. Yeah, exactly right. So, like, I mean, those Scots, man, they just bleh. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like the sound of a Scottish accent. One of my favorite accents is the Irish accent, but I cannot do an Irish accent at all. Which is funny because my ancestry, the thing that I am the most of, because I'm a big mix of things from Europe, um, is Irish, followed by French. Actually, you probably can't tell because there's not good lighting and camera quality, but I'll get a little bit of red in my beard, which is cool. So yeah, I got the Irish pride. Okay, half of what they saying. Can you reduce the of? Well, half of what they say or are saying. Half of what they're saying, maybe. Can you reduce the of to schwa here? So the of is always a schwa. I think what you mean is like to drop the F sound, like reduce it to just a schwa sound. That is something that we commonly do with the word of. We don't always do it, and sometimes it'll actually sound a little bit weird. There's certain cases we don't have to worry about that, but most of the time we do drop that the V sound, which is written as an F. But if we say in this case, half a what, perfectly fine. You don't need that extra sound at the end of. Half a what, perfectly fine. Very natural too. Does it sound natural to you in fast speech? Yes, exactly. Half of what they say, or half of what they're saying. In fact, that's the most natural way that we're going to say of in that sentence. So that's also partially because the W sound, it's going to be a lot harder to, not harder, I mean, it's not difficult, but it's going to slow us down and be relatively more difficult to say half of what. I mean, we could say what, that's okay. But why do that when we could just drop it? We usually drop it anyway. So half a what, no problem. Okay, message redacted, no problem. R sound. Okay, what about the R sound? Just like you want me to pronounce the R sound? Like I have quite a few. Well, I guess I can't say quite a few. I have, I think, what, four or five lessons? 4 lessons on the R sound. Okay, just a regular R, not a R colored vowel. Remember the R vowel or the vowel, which we most commonly think of as ER because that's one of the most common ways that it's written. And the consonant, doesn't matter if it's capitalized or not. I'll just write R. Consonant are the same sound. I'm aware of some resources that say they're not the same sound, or there's 2 different IPA symbols. But when I pronounce them, when I listen to them, they're the exact same sound. It's just the vowel is a little bit shorter. So if I were to say the sound itself, it would be er. You notice my lips are kind of coming up and out a little bit. That's not required to make the sound, but it's a very common natural thing we do. We do it with a few different sounds. I think I talked a little bit about that last time. Like the sh sound, or the high schwa, very common. But I could say without the lips, er, er, er. You actually see, you notice a little bit of movement here. That's a nice little detail that may or may not be important. But as for the length, I mean, that you'd have to put that into a word, but the sound itself is that. Okay. Now mumble or mumble. So talking about with the syllabic L, this is actually something that this is one of the details I have not formalized in my transcription, but whether or not it's a syllabic consonant, that's a really good question, because we are kind of to go straight from the consonant sound B, P, K, whatever it is, to the L. But I would probably say the way that I'm thinking about it is this is one reason why I say that this dark L is a vowel sound. It's half a vowel sound, because I lost my thought. Yeah, I mean, you could do a full L, right? A full L is always possible. Anytime you see an L, technically, the full pronunciation, if you want to speak very clearly and enunciate or exaggerate, you can always do a full L. It's not usually going to be the most natural thing, but it's always possible. That's part of the variation. So you can say mumble, mumble with, you probably can't see, but I'm bringing my tongue up. And if I do that, bull, 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 you can do sort of an overlap where cool, cool, cool. It's almost like an overlap where we're not trying to put a vowel between them. So in that case, I would describe it as a syllabic consonant. Just like with mountain, we're going from the glottal stop T straight into the N without saying the vowel in between. Mountain, mumble, or sorry, mumble, mumble with a full L. But we don't normally pronounce it that way. That's not the most natural way to say it, because it's at the end of a word. It's going to be a dark L, a half L vowel. And so it's actually like an L-colored high schwa or an L-colored schwa, depending on how you want to look at it. So I would probably say that if you, for some reason, fully pronounce and enunciate that L sound, yes, it's a syllabic consonant. Absolutely. There's nothing between, maybe super, super small, but not that would count. I don't think there's really anything between the b, p, k, whatever it is, and the L. But that's using L as a consonant. If you use L as a vowel, the dark L, then I would not call it a syllabic L. Your answers are awesome. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much. I hope that includes the last one that I just finished. So back to Mr. Kapoor. The most difficult sound for me is L vowel. That's what we were just talking about. Wait, is that L vowel? Or is that I vowel? We had this problem last time. That second vowel sound as, yeah, okay. So the I vowel, that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Yes, clear. As the sound isn't there in my language. Okay, good. Yes, fine. Especially especially, not specially. We might pronounce it as specially without the et part, but in writing, it's the word especially with an E in front of it. Specially is a different word. That means in a special way, especially the combinations like li or, wait. Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying li or L plus second vowel. Isn't it the same thing? I'm so confused. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you want to clarify L plus second vowel. Oh, so you're kind of just reiterating like li. or L plus second vowel is just two different ways to say the same thing. I assume that's what we're saying here. And that's the most difficult sound for you. Okay, so I get it. So the most difficult sound for you is the second vowel sound, especially when it comes after an L. um, that's a common problem. The second vowel sound is one of the most difficult sounds. I actually have a playlist that I created called something like the most difficult vowel sounds or most difficult sounds in English, or most problematic sounds. I don't remember, but okay, good. And it's a common problem because I don't know how many languages have or don't have that sound, but in my experience teaching English, many languages don't have that sound. So that's one of the ones that you definitely want to train your ears, train your mouth, and just really focus on trying to visualize, right? Like your tongue position between E and E, the first vowel and the third vowel, right? If you could do those pretty well, which most English learners can, you want to make sure that you're getting it in between, right? So if you say E, you can feel that. And if you can't feel your tongue, that's normal. The more you practice, the more you'll be able to feel it. I couldn't feel my tongue when I first started trying to learn Spanish pronunciation. But the more you become aware of that, and the more, especially if you can visualize what's going on in your mouth, you'll say, okay, well, if the E is here and the E is here, the E has to be between. And so first you want to find the proper height. But even then, it could be, well, there might be some other problem with your tongue. And that's where you make these little micro adjustment changes. Can you please pronounce le? Yeah. One quick second. You make those little micro adjustment changes, and that's how you do it. Training your tongue helps to train your ears, and training your ears helps to train your tongue. They help each other. Input is always the base, like I was saying towards the start of this live stream. So technically the ear training is supreme. That's like the root of all spoken language learning. Sign language, written language are a little different technically. Which, by the way, that's a whole crazy thing. I discovered a map that describes all skills. If you guys are interested in me making a video about that. It applies to language learning. I discovered it through language learning, but you can apply it to any skill, and I have successfully done that for programming, art, music, et cetera, et cetera. I did that earlier this year. It was a discovery I made, and it was magical. I only mentioned that because I was thinking ear training is the root of all spoken language, but that doesn't matter. The point is that by visualizing and making these micro adjustments, even if you can't quite hear the I sound, it's going to help train your ear. But also just because you train your ear, right? Just because you can understand something doesn't mean that you can produce it. So you do have to be able to hear it, and you still have to play with your tongue to sort of be able to find that position. I emphasize the ear training for various other reasons, but you do still have to play with the tongue. That's what you did as a baby in your native language. Or in whatever languages that you learned as a baby. That would be your native language. I don't know what I'm saying. So you played with it. You don't remember doing that, but you played with the sounds that you heard around you, and you just have to do that again. So yeah, just have fun with it. Don't feel bad about it. It is what it is. It's trial and error. If you don't get it, you try again, right? That's all it is. You got to go back to the drawing board, right? I made an idiom of the week video about that. So nice plug, right? I'm smart. Which syllable do you stress the word lukewarm? Oh yeah, you want me to say le. Sorry, I'll do that really quick because that's attached to the other one. Le. Okay. First vowel, li. Third vowel, le. Second vowel, le. Okay. Moving on. Which syllable do you stress in the word? Good question. See, I'm getting used to these types of questions, and it's like I could just say it, but then like I give you the answer, right? So I want to make you wait, keep you in suspense, right? Even though you've already been waiting as I've been explaining other things. So, lukewarm, lukewarm. That's a good question, actually. And I'm going to confess something. I have a confession to make to you guys. So whoever's here for this live stream, you get to see this confession. And if you're watching in the replay, you can just skip it. No. But first, to answer this question, lukewarm. 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 Well, you can always do a stress test. You can overemphasize the first syllable, right? You can say lukewarm. Okay, sounds a certain way. Flip it and overemphasize the second syllable. Lukewarm. Lukewarm. Neither of those sound particularly good. So what's the answer here? It's a bit lukewarm. Lukewarm. I would probably say the second syllable because it just seems like it's a little bit longer and louder, which would be the definition of stress. But my confession that I have to you guys is, which I should probably not confess this as an English teacher, but who cares? I like to tell you guys, things. When I was younger, sorry, that's the same question over. Okay, I'll come back to that. When I was younger, I could not hear stress. Obviously, as a native English speaker, like I could use stress, I could interpret someone's stress, but if you say, what is the stress in this word? I would not be able to tell you at all. Like I had no ability to do that. And the reason why I discovered that I had that problem was because I like poetry. I have a poetry book, on sale on Amazon. Ha, another plug. It's called Sophia's Dream. But anyway, I've written hundreds of poems. And back in high school, before I had written hundreds of poems, I was just in the process of writing hundreds of poems. I was experimenting with many, many, many different types and forms. And one of them, when I was in 12th grade, was we were learning Shakespeare, because that's part of our education. Unfortunately, I hate Shakespeare. And Shakespeare wrote sonnets. Yes, he wrote blue hedgehogs that run fast. No, he wrote sonnets and all this stuff, and he used what is called yes, by Sophia's Dream. Thank you. Hashtag. Yeah, very good. That's a good hashtag. We should start that. Which, by the way, you guys should follow me on Twitter if you want news updates. Not many people are following me there. I think it's at Inghacks or something like that because English Hacks was taken. I'll put a link in a second, but anyway, he writes, Shakespeare often wrote in something called iambic pentameter, which is a fancy way of saying that there's a certain meter of stress and unstressed syllable in each line. Okay. And I wanted to write that. I wanted to experiment with that. And I quickly found that I could not identify syllable stress. I was completely unable to do that. And one of my teachers, ironically, my math teacher, not my English teacher, he told me to feel my throat, and when it feels like my throat goes up, it's stressed. And I tried that, and that didn't work because apparently the way I speak, like right now, I'm feeling my throat, and this isn't really moving at all. So it wasn't until I taught myself Spanish, because Spanish has a completely different system. They are syllable stressed. Spanish is syllable timed. So it's timed based on syllable. They have their own stress rules, but the timing is based on syllables. Where English is, I can't think. Syllable stress, no. Syllable timed. What's it? Stress timed. Yes, my brain is stopping, sorry. Stress timed. English is stress timed. So English has things like reductions and we go louder and lower and all this stuff. And, Spanish has its own rules, but it doesn't really reduce things as much. It doesn't, it works on a different system. And through my exploration of Spanish, as well as starting to teach English, I started to become aware of how English stress works. So when you ask me a question like, which syllable do you stress in the word lukewarm? Many times I can tell you for sure I'm very good these days at identifying the stress and hearing the stress. Occasionally, I will have to go to the dictionary. This is one thing where the dictionary can be useful. Although I looked up a word the other day and the stress was not right. I wasn't looking it up for the stress, I was looking it up for something else, but the stress was not right based on how I say it. Um, but 99% of the time, I can now hear the stress and it's not a problem. But that's my confession to you guys. So you might look at it as something positive, like, hey, a native speaker has trouble. So if I have trouble, that's fine. I just have to keep practicing and I'll get there. And some of you might look at that as, oh wow, a native speaker has trouble. I have no hope. So don't look at that negatively. Look at that positively. And that's how I would look at it. You know, but that also shows you that you can use language, whatever kind of pattern it uses for stress, and use that as comparison, to really listen to English and try to get, how does it sound compared to your language, right? Comparison and translation can be extremely useful tools. Generally, we want to keep in English or in whatever language you're learning, but these are useful tools that you can use at the right times. Okay. Okay, I have to catch up. When I think too much before speaking, I make more mistakes. Yes. No problem. No problem. That happens to all of us. I think that happens to me in English sometimes. So that's definitely not a problem. I think you just said the fourth vowel sound in the word pronounce. So in the second syllable, like pronounce. Oh, you mean like using the fourth vowel in the diphthong ow. Pronounce. Maybe. That's a good point. It might be because it's between two ends. I don't know. It could just be a weird way that I say it. I don't know. That's interesting. I don't think it's quite the fourth vowel. I could be wrong. I don't think it's quite the fourth vowel though. I mean, I guess if you put the fourth vowel into the diphthong, sometimes it'll stand out. Like in the we were talking about earlier, it really stood out. Like if I said like cow, 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 that sounds weird. Like that's definitely not how I would normally say. I say cow, 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 cow. Very slight difference. You probably don't hear any difference. I barely hear a difference. But maybe in some words, because of proximity of other sounds, sometimes weird things happen. So I wouldn't worry about that. That's a very small detail. You don't have to worry about every little detail. Luckily, especially in language like English, you don't have to care about every little tiny detail. But it's good to notice these things, and if you are noticing details like this, that's a very good sign, because I mean your ears are working really well, or it could be that you're hearing something that actually isn't there. I don't know. Could be either way. Okay, L plus second vowel. Oh yeah, we already discussed that. Okay, you got it right. Good. And I pronounce the I as in pit sound. Re. Okay, so yeah, what helped me was sliding from E to the schwa and stopping somewhere halfway or midway. Halfway or midway, it doesn't matter, same thing, to get the lax quality right. I as in pit. E to the schwa. Interesting. P, 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 P. Yeah, I can imagine that could lead you astray, I mean, off the path, quite literally the path of the sound in the mouth. But that does sound like a good way to try to find it. I do that a lot in my classes. I have some students, especially with the schwa sound, with the vowel sound, and with the high schwa, where I might have one or two ways to try to explain it, and they still don't get it. And so I come up with all these crazy things, kind of like that. we have another connection problem apparently. But I come up with all these crazy things just like that, where it's like, oh, you start in the E sound and then kind of start moving towards the schwa sound, but keep, the front of your tongue in the front. Don't let it, don't pull into the middle. And eventually, whatever explanation I come up with or whichever way I approach it, eventually it'll work for the student. So very good example for that. Very, very, yes. I agree with that. Yes, share your secrets. Okay, I'll do that. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute if nobody has questions once I finish catching up. Ugh. So, sorry to ask the same question over and over again. Can you do it once again? Pronounce L sound with first, second, third. Okay, yeah. And also A diphthong. Of course, there'll be a replay, right? You can always go back and just like repeat that like a million times to help, increase my watch time. That'll help. No, but yeah, so we'll do first, second, third, and then with the diphthong in that order. So I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 will be the diphthong. Okay, so le, or sorry, second one, li, le, 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 lay, lay, and then all right next to each other, li, le, lay. Okay, I hope that's good. As we said, hashtag by Sophia's Dream. I completely agree with that. I endorse that statement. I think Graham's the only one who's bought copies of that book, which is sad, but that's okay. Because I mean, most of my books, actually, I think all of my other books are on language learning. It's just a random poetry book because I wrote The Logic of Prepositions, which was the first book I ever wrote and actually published. And because I learned how to do that, how to self-publish, because I'm self-published on Amazon, I was like, oh, I always wanted to write a poetry book. And so I was like, maybe nobody will buy it, but I can publish it. And so I did. And I spent like 2 weeks on the cover, like trying to figure out what exactly I wanted to do with it. But anyway, okay. Do you have a page on Instagram? I do. I have pretty much all the socials. Instagram. I have to give you guys my Twitter too. Instagram, Twitter. Okay. In fact, on my page, my channel page, I have some links to some of my socials. But let's see. I'll give you a direct link to my Instagram in case you just want that profile. On Instagram, I am Real English Hacks because it can be English hacks. So there's Real English Hacks because I am real. Twitter, which is a crazy place. Yeah, like for example, on Twitter earlier, why is this not working? Profile. Earlier, I posted or I sent out a tweet saying that, because last night I was supposed to publish the newest video, the new listening analysis lesson. And yesterday there was all this noise and construction, and I had like work and other stuff, and I didn't get to finish recording the video until like 7:30 last night. So I didn't get to finish editing it, and I'm still editing it. I'm only halfway done editing it, and it was due last night. So today I posted, oh, there's going to be a live stream, and I'm still working on listening and dictation. So if you guys want news from me, if you're like, hey, where's this video? Go to Twitter. I don't always post there, but people are going to check. Then I'll use it more. So that way you guys can get updates from me on what's happening. But another place, I'm also going to send you my Linktree, because Linktree is a place where you can put just a bunch of links. I'm also on TikTok, and actually I think that's what you really need right now, because the other things I'm not doing, like I'm not doing the podcast, I'm not doing the blog right now. It's too much. So maybe there, but TikTok, if you want to follow me on TikTok, I will post that as well. Except TikTok does not want to load. There it goes. I I'm just spending all this time to find things. Ugh. All right. So there's TikTok also. You don't use TikTok, but uh, what I do on TikTok, I'm kind of trying to do like short forms of the same things, or just like answering things in like bite size whatever. I just recently got back on there, so a lot of it is going to be the same, but there's like tongue twisters I have on there that I don't have in videos here, just like I thought of them on the spot. And so it might be a place to get extra practice, or just to see, more stuff from me. But sometimes I'll repost, take a clip from a YouTube video and put it into a TikTok video. And so you've already seen it, but it's another place where you can follow my work. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing the anecdote. Yes, about my inability to hear stress. That actually makes me feel better. By the way, dictionaries list both first and second syllable stress for newborn. Interesting. So then that is probably something that, especially if I'm having an action problem. Okay. You must hate us. Yes. Yeah, I hate you all. Why I want you all to just leave the live stream. Okay, no. No, you guys are great. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. I can't imagine answering all of this. I know, right? Like, I'm just like in track. So, like, I noticed we're putting things, but and again, I hope everybody understands. Speaking, I just leave the live stream so can follow me, but that leaves out the other people who can't understand me at this speed. I mean, what am I gonna do? Right? Oh, I'm hungry. My stomach is growling. Okay. I also have difficulty pronouncing Harry when it comes to the end of words. Dictionary of military. Which vowels use in last syllable? I think just in the our colored vowel lesson, doing extra practice for the colored vowels also. Like I'm still in process of making extra practice lessons, so don't worry about that. But in this particular case, the way that I say it would be with the third vowel, our colored, airy, which sounds nary, military. A little bit, it's not that big of a deal. I would definitely say the third vowel, not the fourth vowel. Diction, dictionary, not good. He must hate his friends with questions. Yeah, I'm asking you guys to ask questions. So, yeah, I can't hate you for that. But I hate me because then you guys ask so many questions and I can't answer them faster. See? So, your internet is not working fine. Couldn't hear anything. No. During, like, do you hear me now? Is it okay now? I might have to go, and I don't want to go through the whole. Is it your, or maybe now? I don't know if you hear me now. Are you streaming directly on YouTube? Or are you using software? Yes, I'm streaming to cause less problems, that cause fewer problems, because I'm. Which also, that's another topic, by the way. Grammar that is changing. I'm going to do some videos on that because there are some things I've noticed about English grammar of things that are supposed to be, but that are changing. And using less instead of fewer is something that is changing. Still sounds incorrect and informal, but it's very common. Anyway, go back and between okay and chopping now. It's fine. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to call my cable company, I guess. See, we had this, we moved into this place like a year ago, a little more than a year ago. They gave us this awesome price and they hooked it up and it was great. It was fast. But now that that year is over, right, then they're charging us more. It says my connection isn't stable. Yeah. And the quality is not as good. So Ugh, I don't know. We're approaching kind of not useful. It might also be a computer because it's not a bad computer. Like it's a pretty decent computer, but it's not designed for like high intensity tasks like video editing. So we need a lesson on how to talk. Yeah. Southern for no, yeah, how to talk. Talk. Yeah, where they actually pronounce it like a W. Yeah, for non. I mean, if you guys want a lesson on Southern Southern English, I think it would be useful for people to a lesson on. I mean, that's a whole different thing. Like, I'm teaching you primarily Western American with a couple of tweaks to make things easier. Uh, Southern English is a whole different thing. Like I have to make a whole another pronunciation course, you know. Not that everything is different, but there's a lot of changes, a lot of shifts that happen. But I might make a video. If people are interested, I could make a video talking about some of the big differences and just how the accent sounds. Especially if people like country music, it might help you understand better. I couldn't hear your question about airing. It's okay. Yeah, that's okay. The short version is I use the third vowel, R colored, right? Airy. So that's what I would recommend. Definitely not the fourth vowel. Diphthong is fine. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. So the other thing, when David responded, "Share your secrets." Um, I guess I can't go too much into that right now. But I can make a video about that. It's gonna seem really complicated. It's actually not. There's a lot of pieces, but once you get the pieces, it's like, wow, this is a perfect, accurate description of any skill. Like you just have to plug in the information for the skills. And I did a lot of research on that because I have many interests. For language learning, I already had all the pieces. So I'll make a video. Um, do you know some recent American movie that's good and with lots of slang the young people are using today? No, not really. Which, by the way, welcome. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so thank you for being here. Movies, I mean, slang. See, slang depends. There's different kinds of slang, right? There's ghetto slang, right? If you watch a lot of movies that are, I'm insensitive to certain words. If you watch things from like, I don't know, where you would expect hip hop to come from, we'll say that. I'm not sure how to describe that in sort of like a neutral way. You're going to hear a lot of slang that may not everybody else would use, right? If you watch a movie that's based in the South, you're going to hear some slang that maybe not everybody's going to use. So slang is partially regional. Depending on some of it is very formal. Slang is generally informal, but some of it is very informal and can sound potentially rude. But I actually don't watch a lot of movies. I've seen a lot of movies. Like I watch movies, but I don't usually watch a whole lot of movies. Like that comes out. I mostly watch science fiction, superheroes, fantasy, the Rings type stuff, Harry Potter, whatever. So other kinds of movies, I mean, like you're not going to find too much slang in a lot of that. Maybe in the superhero movies, but yeah. I don't know. I could probably. That's a good question. I could maybe do a little bit of research into maybe not recent movies, but like movies that I've seen or whatever, and try to find movies that use a lot of slang, and I can maybe make a video talking about like good resources to learn American slang. But like idioms, slang is something that, you kind of just learn over time, little by little, and you just kind of get used to it. You pick it up here, you pick it up there. The Urban Dictionary, you're probably aware, but if not, the Urban Dictionary, that's a dictionary that's useful. I guess I'm getting kind of old because there's sometimes where I'll see, acronyms online or something, and I'm like, I have no idea what that is. I go to Urban Dictionary, I'm like, oh. So yeah, I'm just an old millennial, you teaching English. So anyway, yeah. So I'll also make a video about my thingy skill map, but it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible because um, I discovered, actually, if you've read my book How to Learn a Language, in that book, when I introduced the concept, like we have the 5 skills and 2 knowledge areas in language learning. I like using funky to describe something just to get a kick out of me. Yeah, you'll you'll definitely get erection. Yeah. Groovy is like from the 70s. Some people still use it, but it's definitely from the 70s. Funky also. I think groovy is probably more common. That's one that is still relatively used more often, but definitely not everybody uses it. So that's dated. Yeah. Um, groovy always makes me think of Scooby Doo, though, because I grew up watching Scooby Doo. But yeah, in my book, I have some images that show like some trees or whatever, and it's like this is the way you naturally learned your language, with like as a baby you trained your ears, trained your mouth, and you paying attention, like words, all this stuff, and it was very organic, and you learn how to read and write later. But schools, for various reasons, they often do the opposite. No ear training, very little pronunciation, lots of reading, lots of writing, maybe some listening, not much speaking. And earlier this year, it was actually, I think, in January, I sort of, no, it wasn't in January. It was when I was going through my dark period this year, when I stopped posting on YouTube for like a month or something like that, which we won't go into that. But when I sort of came out of that, part of what got me out of that was this realization, and my brain just fixated on it. And I realized, as I was exploring it, I realized, oh, hey, like I could visually represent this with a pyramid, and I made it an upside down pyramid for a reason. It doesn't have to be upside down. And I laid out language learning onto this sort of upside down pyramid, and then I looked at other skills, and I have many interests. I know how to play the guitar a little bit, not very well. I wanted to draw when I was younger. I used to try to draw anime and stuff. And programming, I've tried to learn how to program like 3 or 4 different times. So I have many different interests, and I said, I wonder if I can map this. And so first I looked at programming, and I have some students programmers. And so I said, okay, well, if I could map this and then explain it to them in a way that they would agree with, like they say, yeah, that makes perfect sense, then I know I'm onto something, that this should apply to other skills. Yeah, I know, right? I shouldn't have mentioned that. I'll grab a guitar and like I could do that. I'm really rusty. I haven't played, like, I don't think, at all this year. But that aside, so I did some in-depth research on like programming, and I was looking at all these different things and trying to wrap my head around like what are the core fundamental units and ideas and concepts and all this stuff. And I mapped it, and I talked to 2 or 3 of my students who are programmers. One of them was like, yeah, okay, but the other 2 were like, that sounds like a perfect description of programming. And how the skill is built and all the component parts and all this stuff. So I continued, and I mapped music, art, trying to do it with some other things like Go, which is a board game I like to play. I do storytelling, like how to write a story basically, or make a story. Okay. Okay. So just a little bit hot. I'll grab the guitar in a second. Speaking of dark periods, do you have some favorite self-help books for agreements? For agreements, I think I've heard that. Psycho-cybernetics. Yeah. Psycho-cybernetics. So like ghost shell stuff. You like hook up your brain to a machine. Or Sword Art Online, where you do full dive. Um, I know Psycho and I know Cyber. But I'm actually not, I don't completely know what that is. But self-help books. Let me grab the guitar real quick because I'm just never going to grab it. Okay. So self-help books. I'm not big on self-help books. I've read some before in the past and whatever. I mean, I don't think self-help books are necessarily bad, but I don't think they're necessarily good either. It kind of depends. A lot of them I think are probably just nonsense. It's a self-help book. Oh, okay. I see. Psycho-cybernetics. Interesting. That's a really interesting name for a self-help book. I mean, that doesn't like a self-help book. That sounds like a science fiction book. But yeah. So, this is gonna be so out of tune. I need to tune this. This is my guitar. It's a relatively cheap guitar. It's nothing fancy, but it's a Oscar Schmidt. It's not a Les Paul or anything because I'm not that fancy. Maxwell Maltz. I've never heard. Things about things. Self-help books. Mine is also cheap. Yeah, I know. That's a great thing about guitars. Like, I mean, like piano, like you probably want to get something that's, I mean, if it's a keyboard, or you want to get something deep that, it has pressure and all this. Guitar, I mean, you don't want to get something too cheap, because strings are just gonna be really bad and whatever. But guitars, you can get like a cheap one, and you can still, make some really great stuff with it. And that's one thing I like about the guitars. So, see, now everybody's just answering. I'm never going to play the guitar because you guys are just asking me more questions, and that's fine with me. So, really quick about the self-help, but before I get to Ariel's question here, I will say, I don't know. I guess some of these would be classified as self-help, and some of them, I don't know if I would necessarily put them in self-help, but they probably would be there. I've read most of the books by Deepak Chopra. I don't know if you've heard of him. Deepak Chopra. He talks a lot about he used to be an actual like physician, an actual doctor. Now he's like a sort of like a spiritual guru type person, but not like a guru, but the way that we use it in the West, where he's supposedly fake, but I don't think he is. He talks a lot about the intersection between like spirituality, quantum physics, science, all this stuff, and like psychology, and especially for like Eastern spirituality, like when in the Bhagavad Gita and the Tao Te Ching and all this stuff. I really love Eastern spirituality. I've studied that since high school. It's one of my major interests. But Deepak Chopra, Eckhart Tolle. Eckhart Tolle also has a YouTube channel where he answers lots of questions and stuff. I never heard of Eckhart Tolle, I assume, since I just posted them. Yeah, a lot of my students haven't heard of Eckhart Tolle. I don't know why. He's actually not a native English speaker. I think he had the power of now. Well, not the power and now. The power of now is amazing. Yes, exactly. That was the first book I read from him. And because I've been studying the spiritual traditions since I was 14, that's when I learned Buddhism and stuff. I never heard Deepak Chopra. Yeah, I know, right? Like, come on, man. You can find him on YouTube too. He actually did some interviews with Sadhguru. I don't know if you know Sadhguru, but so Oh my God, there's just so many things going on right now. I can't keep track of everything. Also, A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle is really good. But Eckhart Tolle is one of those people like he's enlightened. I don't want the stream to a completely different place unless you want to take it there. But he's one of the few people that, based on my very deep study and reflection of the spirit traditions in my own life, I'm not enlightened. I wouldn't say so. But Eckhart Tolle, he definitely seems to be one of those few legitimate people that really is enlightened, whatever that's supposed to mean. But um, yeah, anything by Deepak Chopra, Eckhart Tolle, self-help. I don't remember what it's called right now. I think it's by Paulo Coelho or something, or however you say his name. He's a famous author. More connection problems. Okay. To Ariel's question, thank you for waiting so patiently. I know that's forever. How to find language exchange partner on italki? I think they removed that functionality, or maybe. Well, I mean, I hope they didn't remove it. I mean, I guess I'll have to check that. I don't want to check it now because that's kind of a distraction. But I guess to answer your question, let's see here. italki. And so yeah, I really hate a lot of the interface changes that they did with italki because I've been since 2015, and like a year ago or so they made a big change to the interface and all that stuff, and I absolutely hate it. It's really horrible. um let's see here. How do I find a teacher that's very prominent? Community. No language exchange partners. That is interesting. It could be that they're trying to emphasize the teachers so that they can make more money. I don't know. That would be my guess. I'll have to do some research. I can actually contact them directly too. You can contact them too if you want. You can contact support. I can contact them and see. That's really weird because I don't see it. If it's there, it is hidden, which is very unfortunate because if that's true, then I don't know if I'm going to be recommending them. Technically, I still work on the site, which I'm trying to get off of so I can do this full time. Support me on Patreon, and I can do that. But anyway, so here's the guitar. Lovely guitar, which I don't know how it's going to sound through this, and like with my positioning here, it's probably going to be all weird. And this is so out of tune, I'm sure. Yeah, this is way out of tune. Okay. My tuner. I don't even have my thumb. See, I don't have a thumbnail. I know it's weird. I was born that way. So it's on the both. It's part of a genetic condition, which is why my bone here also kind of sticks out on my wrist. It's just a weird thing. Do you say very third vowel or a? Third vowel. Very, not very. That would be weird. I don't have a thumbnail. I usually have a thumb pick that like goes on my thumb. But I also don't have to use that. I don't know where it is right now. I think it's over on the other side of the room. Is this dead? Oh, it is dead. Okay, my phone. See, so the funny thing is, I talk so much about stream born this way. Yeah, no. I can barely play the okay. Anyway, the I need my phone. The ironic thing, right? I'm always training, right? And the funny thing is that for language learning, I mean, that's my jam. I got that. For music, still have not done that. So luckily, there's a tuner on my phone that I can use to tune my guitar. So yes, we're going to do this. Of course, if anybody has any other questions or anything they want to mention, feel free. It'll just take longer for me to play the guitar, which is perfectly fine for me. I have to set this down. You can teach your tune to get some horribly sounding music. Okay, that's good. Slow that off. Good enough. It's not too far off. Come on. There we go. Guitar interlude should be coming. I know, right? Is there any stress on the first part of our colored vowel? For example, in do we stress the E? Okay, is there any stress? I'm also gonna have to go to the bathroom here in a second, guys. I apologize for that. We've been streaming for over 2 hours. Okay, let me answer this question. Then I'm gonna go to the restroom and then I'll finish tuning the guitar. Is there any stress on the first part of our colored vowel? That is a false question. And I'm not saying it that way to like say bad or anything like that. That's, in my opinion, unless I'm misunderstanding the question, that's not, in my opinion, a good way to look at it. That's like saying, see, any stress on the first part. That's because an R-colored vowel it's basically like a diphthong, right? You're taking a vowel and you're mixing with R. And that's kind of like saying, like, is there stress? Like if we say ow, like is the a stressed or is the oo stressed? Right? It's just a sound. If that syllable is stressed, then whole will be stressed. So it's the same thing with what do you say? First part of our color value. So if well, okay, so this just the ER, I would say that's not an R color vowel, it's just an This is the vowel but if we say like air, that is just one syllable, it's one sound. So how stress works, at least in English, the way that I like to describe it, I don't know if I've actually described it this way on the channel, interestingly, but it's not like it's just like boom, right, like right in the middle of the syllable or something. It's kind of like an arc, right? So if I say, I don't know, care, when the word starts, it's coming out of nothing, especially if there's nothing before it, right? If there's something before it, I mean, that'll be variable, but just for simple explanation, when I start saying the word, it's coming out of nothing. So it's going to be relatively lower, but this is the stressed word, right? So we're going to start kind of down here, and it's going to go care. It's going to kind of arc, right? So the middle of the word, doesn't matter if it's a diphthong, if it's a single vowel, it could be cat, right? Cat, cat. It's kind of like an arc going from no sound up to the full stress. And I hope that answers your question. But if you guys will excuse me for 1 second, I have to use the restroom. And yes, I'll be right back. Looks like everybody's still here. Let's see. It's like we're holding him hostage. I made him suffer so long. I feel sorry for him. Well, Thank you. Yes, that's a good way, good direction to take it. Good teachers are hard to find. That's true. Okay, so um, to finish tuning the guitar. Anybody else have any other questions? Anybody who like joins the stream, I noticed that we just got like one more person. Anybody who joins the stream is going to be like, "Oh, hey, it's a music teaching stream." Definitely not. Okay, that one. Doesn't seem right. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Is that not the right one? That's the right one. Guitar, that's what Jay Moore. Yeah. I would prefer Jay Daniel, but either way. Eh. Damn it. Oh no. Okay, that one's turned. It's good enough. Nope. You know, over the years that I've dabbled with the guitar and music in general, I have slightly gotten better at hearing things. Which goes to show that as long as you pay enough attention, eventually you will get there, even if you're not actually really trying. But it'll just take longer, like many years. Okay. This is awful. What should I do? I don't know. Oh, I could try to play the opening for IT Fire by Ed Sheeran. That's one hard one that I like try to practice all the time. That's actually probably the thing I know better than anything else. But I would need my thumb pick and my capo, which I believe are on the other side of the room. You know, because I don't put them where they belong. A smart person would. Okay. Ugh, we're getting there. I promise I'm not stalling. This is just how things are working out. Working out. See, now you guys are all like expecting something like impressive, like, oh wow, you can play guitar. But, like, I can't. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even remember which fret this goes on. Is it 5 or 6? I think it was 5. Maybe it was 6. We'll find out. So rusty. By the way, that's why I don't have my. It's a good thing I didn't cut my fingernails. I had these ones, but I was recently thinking, man, I want to back practice the guitar, so I didn't cut my fingernails. So it's a good thing. It worked out. Except this is a problem. I don't know what to do with this. Okay. Yeah, this live stream took a really weird direction. I don't know if I can do this. I might have to look it up. Yeah, that's not it. For you guys, because I don't even remember. If you want next time, I mean next time, I will prepare and we'll play some guitar for you. Still won't be good, but let's see. That's not bad. But I tried becoming a Patreon fan, but I get only 3 options. Yeah, that's about Patreon. Unfortunately, they only have the option for 3 currencies. If you don't have those currencies, I mean, obviously, most of you probably don't. I believe they have a thing through PayPal. Basically, it would be like a currency conversion, and there'll be a little fee with that. And I know I apologize; it's a stupid thing. It makes it more difficult, but I don't have any control over that. So I'm completely optional. Um, you know, I want to be able to do this more. Or you don't want to deal with PayPal and all this stuff. Completely fine. Completely fine. It is what it is. I only have like 570, I think it is, subscribers. Which is only, but I know that the amount of people that are actually going to go and support me on Patreon is like relatively low. It's going to be a small percentage of my total subscribers. So hopefully one day I'll have like 1,000 subscribers, and then I won't have like I'll have like 100 people on Patreon or something. That'll be great. Yeah, no pressure, no anything. Let's see if I can do something here. I don't know. I can't remember the Luke Combs songs. If you listen, do any of you listen to country music? Let's see. G. I know this is so horrible. I'm not even doing anything. I'm so very rusty. Anything else? Anybody else? I don't know. I'm taking song requests because I can't play songs. But English questions. That's what we're here for. Remember? I don't know. I forgot that. That's my favorite chord, so I always go to that one. It's a G. I think it's technically a G sus7, something like that. G add 7. It's a G chord. Do we always have an option to cancel it? Let's say, yeah, good question. So I'm pretty sure. So, how on Patreon, I have the option to either charge you right away or to charge you every month, which I don't actually like. I'm not the one who charges you, but I can set it up to be like an automatic charge or at the start of the month. I'm in that because you can cancel it. Like nothing's gonna keep you there. If you were to sign up now, you wouldn't be charged until it's like the end of this month, the start of next month. I forget the exact date, but it's a monthly thing. And so if you want to cancel before then, you won't charge. If you want to just pay for it for 1 month and then cancel it for some reason, whatever, you can do that too. It's not a problem. 1st of November, yeah. So it's completely up to you, but yeah, you should be able to cancel, no problem. Country roads take me home. Country roads. I love that song. From an episode of American Dad. YouTube. Look at the original. John Denver. John Denver. I would totally play it on play the song through YouTube or whatever, but that would give me a copyright claim. And you guys do not want to mess with YouTube copyright claim because it is a nightmare. John Denver. Yeah, look this guy up on YouTube. I think he's the original one who wrote Take Me Home Country Roads. Maybe it's an older song and he did a cover, but he's the one who's most famous for it. Either way. What country artist do you like? I only know about Dolly Parton. Everybody knows about Dolly Parton. And I'm sure there's a lot more. Okay, yes. There's a lot more than Dolly Parton. Not to knock Dolly Parton. I don't listen to her too much. She's not quite my generation. My grandma listened to her a lot. But I mean, she's a legend. I grew up in the 90s, so a lot of the country artists that I like are from the 90s. In fact, most of the country music that is made today, I know this is something like people get older and they're like, oh, the music these days, but no, seriously, like a lot of them, and I much prefer not like classic country, like that's too far back, but there's certain elements to country music that if they're not there, it doesn't really seem like country music. Who I'm a yay, we have a new patron. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very, very much. And I will do my best to make sure that I make quality content for you to enjoy with the hard-earned money that I will receive from you. So, as for specific artists, I like many artists. One of the biggest artists, one of my favorite artists, who is like super huge right now, and has been super huge for the last few years, because he's making actual country music, is Luke Combs. And he's a genius. He's just like I don't even know what to say about him because his music is so awesome. I mean, some of his songs are kind of like, yeah, okay, this is good, but a lot of his songs are just like, wow. Beer Never. I'm not going to capitalize properly because I'm lazy, but Beer Never Broke My Heart. Um, The Best of Me. And one more, Beautiful Crazy. Oh, and Does to Me. Yeah, those are my top four favorites. Also, I mean, we got Tim McGraw from the 90s. Brooks and Dunn, I don't think are still together, but they were a good one. Not a big fan of Kenny Chesney. Miranda Lambert. She definitely has that nice, thick Southern accent. Who else? People aren't coming to mind right now. Kane Brown. I don't listen to him for country. He's in the country genre, but a lot of his music is sort of like the newer country that doesn't really sound country. But he has really good music. You actually probably have heard of him because there's that song with Marshmello, I think, One Thing Right. That was like a really big cross genre success that I think probably went worldwide. And I really like that song too. It's a good song. But yeah, these are the people. Alan Jackson, big from the 90s. He's a legend also. There's lots and lots. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know. I'm just sitting here with a guitar. I don't know what to do. Nice and sad. Let's see. Yeah, I don't remember how to play anything. I'm just so rusty right now because I think what was it? I think it was at the end of last year I was practicing the guitar. That's like the last time I did it. And I'll go for like these long periods where like I don't do anything. And so like I can play some stuff. But I'm just so rusty that I don't remember anything right now. I never like learned it. Like I have to kind of like get into it because it's been so long since but there's that one song from because you mentioned Lady Gaga. What was that song? Born This Way. Yeah, there's that one movie with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. I don't know if you guys saw that. I don't remember the name of it right now. I think it's A Star Is Born or something. And there's a song that Bradley Cooper sings, Maybe It's Time. And I was trying to learn that song for a little while. A Star Is Born, yeah. And I was able to kind of play that song a little bit, but it's pretty fast. But let's see. I'm not going to try to play that. But let's see, I don't know. Let's see, G. Hmm. Oh, see, can't even switch chords. I'm so rusty, so horrible. Anything else, guys? I mean, we're at 2.5 hours. Keep it going. Keep going. Keep the party going. Because we're losing daylight. I don't know what time it is where you guys are. Probably super late for some of you. In which case, you should go to sleep. You must be tired. Why me? Why I'm not tired. It's only 5:30. And what, because it's 2.5 hours? I'm perfectly fine. Um, I'm a little awkward and embarrassed because I have a guitar and I can't play it at the moment. Um, but I'm not tired. 6:04 a.m. And you joined us what, like an hour and a half ago or something? So bravo. I should be giving you money. Wow. But yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, and again, I mean, Twitter. So I'm going to be doing this every week. I don't know if you guys saw my posting schedule, which I put on Patreon, but I kind of referenced it, I think, in a TH video. I do night shifts, so no issues for me. Oh, okay, cool. So you haven't even been to bed yet, then. That's fine. I used to work the night shift. I was a snowmaker. I was one of the people who made snow on like a ski resort. That was a horrible job. I hated that job. But I worked on the night shift, so I was just going up and down the on foot up and down the ski slopes all night. But what about weed? What? Okay. That's just so random. What about weed? Is it legal in Maryland? I don't know. I'm not in Maryland. I'm in California. Mm, don't know where Maryland's coming from, but that's okay. In Maryland, maybe. In California, it is. It is legal. We made it legal a while ago. Although technically, little lesson about the United States. States are allowed to make their own laws, but the federal government, right, like Washington, D.C., um, they also make laws. Whatever Washington, D.C. makes affects the entire country, and states can't choose, right? They have to follow those laws. Those are federal laws. Federal. It's a nice word for pronunciation. Has a R and an L in it. Federal. Um, so, according to the federal government, weed is not legal at all, which means that technically, in the states where it is legal, it's actually not, which is a whole big mess we have. But there are a number of states that have legalized it within the state, according to the state government. Have you ever lived outside of California? What other state would you like to live in besides California? I like Minnesota and Hawaii. Good question. Actually, I want to get the hell out of the United States, if you ask me. But there are reasons for that we don't have to go into. Have I lived outside of California? Yes, I have. I have been, when I was a kid, for 2 years, we lived in Missouri, halfway across the country. And come to India. And we'll come back to India in a second. I'll talk about that in a second. Have you lived outside of California? So I lived in Missouri for 2 years. That was horrible as a kid, but I actually like it better out there because it snows. It doesn't snow here in Southern California, and I love snow. So yeah, I that's the farthest east that I've ever been is Missouri. I lived in Arizona for a couple of years with a roommate that I knew from high school, which is also one of my roommates here. Um, and I stayed in Washington for a few months with my dad. I didn't live there, but I was there for a few months. Where else have I been? But yeah, I've most of my life I've lived in Southern California. Not always in San Diego, but primarily in San Diego or around San Diego. And what other state would you like to live in besides California? So as I said, I would prefer to actually leave the United States, which at some point I will do. But my favorite environment or what was the word? Not ecosystem, environment. So San Diego is beach. I grew up by the beach. It's okay. It's great. Everybody's like, "Oh, the beach is so awesome," and it's like, "Well, I grew up here. I don't really think so." um, and it's always perfectly, well, not perfectly warm. Sometimes it's hot time of the year. It can get cold in winter, but generally it's pretty warm. It's okay. It's not too bad. Not too hot. Not too cold. And I hate that. I really hate that. Everybody says it's paradise. San Diego is perfect. It's paradise, and I disagree. I like snow. I like rain. I like thunder and lightning. I like mountains, pine trees everywhere. Even the plains. Like as long as there's like open spaces, I'm not a huge fan of the big city. So yeah, any place. I mean, Northern California has places like that, and we do have a mountain, which is where I was a snowmaker, by LA. There's a city called Big Bear, where some of my family lives, and I've lived up there. That's in the mountain area, and I love it up there. But anywhere where there's mountains, anywhere where there's snow or whatever, I would love to live there. Lots of trees. I love trees. I love nature. So Minnesota would probably be good. Hawaii, probably not so much for me. I would like to visit Hawaii. Yes, it seems like a really awesome place, but especially with all the lava rolling down the street. um, Not a big fan of Hawaii. Okay, so so many things. My internet is back on track. Yay. Okay, Siberia. Okay, so yeah, I have to get to all this stuff. Okay, before we talk about India, I want to answer this question. What language did you try in Link? So yeah, you can see my profile if you follow my referral link to the website, which I think is in the description. It's unstable. I hope you guys hear me fine. That took a while. And so I couldn't really pay for Link. I wanted to, but I couldn't. And so I was looking for other alternatives, and I found LWP, which is short for Learning with Pets. And that is the resource that it has a very similar interface to Link. It doesn't have all the extra features, but it has the same type of reading interface, and it's completely free. You have to set up a local server on your computer, which sounds complicated, but he gives you step-by-step instructions on how to do it. It's not that big of a deal. And I've used that more than I've used Link because it's free. But Link is a fantastic resource, and I think I used it for Spanish a little bit. I use LWT a lot for Spanish because that was the first language. Aside from me trying to learn Japanese when I was younger and stuff, Spanish was the first language that I really was like trying to figure out how to learn a language and finding these resources. Using it right now. Perfect. Awesome. Yes, I love Link. I think Steve Kaufman is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Even though I disagree with some of the things he says, that's fine. What was I going to say? Yeah. I did also use Link. I don't know if it was with the same profile, but I know that I use, because I think I may have had a different profile at some point. I know I use Link for Esperanto. I was studying Esperanto for a while, which is a language that I kind of want to learn eventually, but because it's like an artificial language and English is the world language, I'm kind of like, it's interesting, but I don't know if I have enough motivation. But I was learning that for a while, and I did a lot of Link for Esperanto. And yeah, that might be it. Spanish and Esperanto mostly. But I've used LW a lot more. So, okay. What was your least favorite and your most favorite thing about living in the States? Don't hold back. Okay, so I'll come back to that. I want to make sure I don't lose other stuff. Come to India. So Seedon wants me to come to India. I would love to. I mean, obviously, I know right now there's coronavirus. So, I mean, obviously it's not going to be now. I know. But I said the name of the sickness, and I really hope that doesn't affect my YouTube algorithm because YouTube is trying to, at least they were trying to downplay videos that mentioned it. But anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to India. As I said, I've studied the spiritual traditions for a long time, on and off, not like constantly, but since I was 14. So it's been a decade and a half. And I have here, I mean, I know we're talking about India. It's like not everybody is, Hindu or whatever. or Buddhist or whatever. But, I have here, as all my books are going to fall off my shelf. I don't know if you guys can see them in the background of the video because of my videos that I make, but they're up on my shelf here. Two of the books I have up there they're not standing up, they're like flat, is the Upanishads, which on my screen that's backwards. I hope that's not backwards to you. And the Bhagavad Gita. So I know Sedent has at least heard of these, if not read them. So just because you're from India, so I'm sure everybody from India knows about these texts, even if you don't read them. Just like everybody in the Western world knows about the Bible, right? So yeah, and I've gone through and studied these things, and I mean I haven't, studied every single word or whatever, but I've learned a lot from these books. I'm really into mysticism and like I don't like literal religion. That's a whole different topic we can get into, but yeah, I've read these. Also, I have here the Tao Te Ching, which is Taoism. It's more from China, but it's very mystical as well. Haven't read them yet. Yeah, I think a lot of Indians probably haven't. I mean, I don't know, but it's. I assume it's kind of like in the West, where like a lot of Westerners haven't actually read the Bible. It's just like it's the background of our culture and whatever. But anyway, what was I talking? Oh yeah, because India, duh. So I've always wanted to go to India, and in fact, I was thinking about going to visit Sadhguru at one point, and stay in an ashram for a while. That's a whole different side to me that you guys don't even know. I'm a very multifaceted person, as you will probably learn through these live streams. But yeah, so one day, hopefully, eventually, yeah, I can go to India. I don't know when. Definitely not now because the stuff that is infecting the planet. But eventually. Okay. You'd love Europe. I probably would love Europe. I've always wanted to go to Europe as well. In fact, because I'm part Irish, I'm part French, I'm part German, part English, British. I think that's it. There might be another one like Swedish or something. I don't know, but definitely Irish, French, and German. I know those three are really big. And the British one I don't really care about because that's just English, right? I love British culture though. I love Doctor Who. If you guys don't know Doctor Who, you should look up Doctor Who. But it's in your DNA, exactly, right? And I always thought it would be cool because like I want to learn German. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Nicht sehr gut, aber ich ein bisschen. I don't know much German, but I learned a little bit of it. I want to learn more of it. And I want to learn French. I've always wanted to learn French. The only thing that I can say in French, aside from counting to like 10 or something, is je ne comprends pas le français, which apparently I say very well, and it means I don't understand French. So, yeah, I don't trust any gurus in India. Yeah, I'm going to come back to that point as well. So India, in India. Oh, okay. But yeah, I really want to go to Europe. And because like I learned Spanish, like I want to go to Spain. And I mean, a lot of people want to go to Spain, right? It's a nice country. Apparently the Spanish climate is very similar to San Diego. At least at certain times of the year. That's what I hear. I have a couple students from Spain, and who doesn't want to go to Europe, right? But I always thought it would be cool to try to find like long lost relatives because I mean my family has been in the United States for several generations. I think my mom's mom, or not my mom's mom, my grandma's mom, so my great grandma who I never met. I think she was directly from Ireland. And then my grandma's grandparents were directly from France. So, we've been here for a while, but it's not like we have, many generations back. And so I think it would be cool to like go to Germany or go to France, or Ireland, whatever, and find, distant cousins and stuff. Like that would be really, really cool. Um, so your internet. Oh yeah, we already talked about that. Siberia, Siberia. Oh, because I mentioned the snow. Siberia. I mean, I don't know much about Siberia. Like most Americans. I know there are people that live there. Uh, it doesn't seem like there's too many people that live there. I know it's a place where people live, but I mean, maybe it's more populated than I think. Um, but either way, I don't know. When Americans think of Siberia, we think of cold nothingness. Like this, like I don't know. I mean, no offense to anybody who's from Siberia, but that's just like the impression we have. Like, what's in Siberia? Nothing. Snowcats, right? So, but yeah, maybe. I mean, I do want to go to Russia. I want to learn Russian also. Um, and I've had quite a few Russian students. So maybe when I go to Russia, I can go to Siberia. Um, in India, Leh in India. So Leh is I guess a city. Um, and you love the mountains also. I know, right? It's so great. Leh in India is the place for you. Well, I think I've heard of Leh. That sounds very vaguely familiar. Um, hmm. I imagine it's maybe where there's lots of oh, I can't think of the word right now. Sadhus. Are there lots of sadhus there? I think sadhu is the word that I'm looking for. Um, okay. What is your least favorite and most favorite thing about living in California or about living in the States? Don't hold back. Okay, I am gonna hold back because number one, if I don't, we're gonna be here a really long time. um, this is one of my hot button topics, you could say, and that's mostly about the bad stuff. We'll do it this way. Okay, so I have not lived outside of the United States yet, unfortunately. So with that, I technically can't compare outside of what I've seen on TV, what I've heard from other people. Like one of my Spanish partners was from Mexico, so I've never been to Mexico, but she's told me a lot about this and that, the good, the bad, and stuff. So I have certain impressions, but I've never been to places outside the U.S., so I don't have a fair comparison in many ways. Um, the favorite thing about living in the United States, my favorite thing. It's a good question. I never really thought about that. It's always good to take stock of the positives and not just focus on the negatives. Uh, well, it is a free country, um, technically. Technically. So that's good. We, our culture, I think our culture is really great, but it's also really bad in many ways. And there are parts of our culture that I like how this, of course, is a blanket statement. It's not every person will fall into this, obviously, but as a culture overall, we're generally very independent. We're very generally very what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. Individualistic, I guess. Now, American culture takes individualism to an extreme, I think, and to a very unhealthy extreme. Um, and in fact, I've never been to Europe. Maybe I'm wrong. I've talked to some Europeans, and some of them say, "Yeah, well, things aren't perfect here." I know, but in many ways, especially with the situations that we have now in the United States, I look to Europe, especially Western Europe. I mean, I don't know too much about Eastern Europe, but Germany, France, in particular, in the UK also. I look to Europe as a direction that the United States needs to go. Not completely in every way, but especially like with healthcare. Like we don't have healthcare, basically. It's a horrible problem. Like people are getting sick with the virus and they're going bankrupt because they can't pay their medical bills. Yeah, it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. And our government is giving us almost no assistance. I don't know if you guys are following that, but we've gotten like one check. Everybody got one check for $1,200, and then that's it. Like we haven't had seen any more money. Um, People are barely getting unemployment. It's a big mess. Anyway, that's a whole other topic. But um, my favorite thing, I guess, would be, and I'm sure other places have this. I don't know. I haven't been to other places, but the ability to just do what you want, as I say, like to be free. For you're not killing anybody, you're not hurting anybody. Do what you want. I know some places you can't do that. Many places you can. It's not like the United States is the only free country, like many Americans think apparently. But yeah, I love that. The thing that would be my least favorite thing about the United States. That's a very long list. It's a great country, founded on really great principles and ideals, but we are in a very bad place, unfortunately. And we have this image that is a little outdated, that is still being projected to the world, that like we're the good and just leaders of the world, we're the superpower, we're the good guys, and this is where truth, freedom, and justice and the American way and all this stuff. And in theory, yes. I don't think the world needs any superpowers. I think that the world needs to collaborate, and we need to get over a lot of our differences. That's again a whole nother topic. But yeah, this turned into a political live stream. Let's get more people on here. um, but we have a lot of corruption. Our Congress, almost everybody in Congress, not everybody, but almost everybody is bought by the wealthy. This country is pretty much run by the wealthy. We don't really have much of a democracy at this point. Technically, it still exists, but it's very much in danger. It's very, very much in danger. And of course, we are apparently this close to a civil war, like we had, back in the 1800s over slavery. We're this close again. And it's a mess. It's a really big mess. This is something that I follow. I'm interested in it. It's one of my interests. So I'm maybe a little more informed than the average person, but there's a lot here that, as I said, like we would be here for a long time. I could just rant and rant and rant and rant and rant, and we don't need to do that. I have thought about maybe starting another YouTube channel at some point talking about this type of stuff, but I don't know, probably not. So my least favorite thing right now is that we have a lot of problems, and most people either don't care, think that they can't do anything, and so they don't care, or they just embrace the system because they think, well, it's better than everything else or whatever. And it's, yeah, um, we have a lot of problems, a lot of good things, and a lot of problems. Okay, just like everywhere, right? I haven't read them. Yeah, there's Bhagavad Gita in your DNA. Okay. So I don't trust any gurus, and we're going to switch topics again. I don't trust any gurus in India, no offense, but most of them are fake. For some reason, Americans like Indian gurus a lot. Yes. So I want to address that really quick because I completely agree with you. 100, 1,000, 1,000,000%. I am very, 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 very skeptical of anybody claiming to be enlightened. In fact, that's one thing that Sadhguru says. Like, if somebody says they're enlightened, they're lying to you. But it's a tricky topic, right? Because you are, you're trying to learn from, or you're, for whatever reason, attracted to, not, physically attracted, but, for whatever reason, you're drawn to, this wise person, a seemingly wise person. And it's very easy for human beings to sort of just be tricked because how our belief systems work, how the psychology of belief systems work. That's something that I've studied a lot. And it could be a real problem, right? You get the formation of cults and all these other kind of crazy things. And that is definitely something that you need to be careful about. And because of that, especially given my background of studying these things, right? Like as I said, I've been studying these texts like this and contemplating them, and other things, East and West, but especially Eastern. Um, I've I've been exploring this for a long time, and I've had my own insights. Um, and I have certain criteria. Like, I mean, like I'm not an enlightened person. I'm nothing special. When it comes to these types of matters and like mysticism and thinking about like what is the nature of reality and all this stuff, like this is stuff that I've thought about a lot, and this is stuff that maybe I know more about than the average person. And so when I find somebody online or whatever, and they say oh like people are following them and asking for advice and like oh this and that whatever, and they seem to be a spiritual leader. um, I If I'm interested, 'cause most of them I don't even care, but if I'm interested for some reason, because I'm trying to answer my own questions, I'm trying to deepen my understanding of these texts and experiences that I have had. When I find people like that, I listen to them a lot, but I listen to them very critically. So when I first found Sadhguru, I probably listened to, I don't even know, 15, 20 hours of him on YouTube, just different topics, different things, different whatever. And at this point, I've listened to more than that. But I was very, very critical listening for certain things, because there's certain things I look for that tell me they either know what they're talking about or they don't. Um, And so I don't just jump right in and say like, oh yeah, this person, they're so cool, they're an enlightened person, like whatever. I have certain criteria. And if at the end of the day I'm wrong and they're just some fake person, or I'm just a crazy person, then fine. Like we all have to make our own decisions. But I'm very critical about that. So I agree with you. Most gurus in India, most spiritual people, like spiritual leaders or whatever, anywhere in the world, but especially in India, where there's a big back history and culture of people um, taking on roles like that. Um, it's something you have to be very careful about. But Sadhguru, Eckhart Tolle, um, I guess you could put Deepak Chopra in line with that, but he's always been a little bit more on the science than the spirituality. Um, these types of people, they passed my tests. We'll say that. um, okay, enough about that. Did you already watch the German series Dark? No. I don't know that much about German things. When I was trying to learn German, I was doing first I did a 3-month mission. That was actually before I knew how to learn a language. I didn't mention that last time. I actually, when I moved to Arizona, before I taught myself Spanish, I was trying to learn German. And I was just doing not a mission as in like a speaking mission, but because I didn't know what to do. I said, I want to stick with this for 3 months and just see what happens. Like, what do I learn? Um, and I knew some music and that was pretty much it. And then the next time I studied German, which was a couple years ago, I did another. It was going to be about 2 months. There were reasons why I stopped it and I didn't go back to it. We don't have to talk about that. It doesn't really matter. But during that period, I found some more resources. But I never really found much for like TV shows and stuff because I didn't really know where to look. So I don't really know much about German movies, German TV. I know a lot of German music. I love German music, especially Silbermond. They're like one of my favorite bands ever. I love their style of music. Um, Not so much. I probably can't say their name right. Rammstein. Um, not a fan of them. They were really big here when I was in high school, but they're a little too hard for me. Too heavy. Um, so no, I have not seen Dark, but maybe I can check that somewhere. Guru means teacher, and as a good teacher, hard to find, like your English guru. um, I'm not sure how to feel about that though, especially with what you said before. So, I mean, if we're going from the literal definition of guru meaning teacher, then yeah, okay, sure, I guess. But Yeah, I mean, we're on the same wavelength. That's fine. I know what you mean. And you are a great guru. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Le Ladakh. Yeah, I've definitely heard of that. Le Ladakh. I've heard. I've only heard of it. I don't really know anything about it, but I've definitely heard that. Oh my God, that sounds atrocious. Yeah, I think that was back when I was talking about the medical bills. Yeah, I know it's horrible. That's just the medical bills from the virus. Like that's not even our normal healthcare costs. It's we have a broken system, very broken system. Anyway, do you like Donald Trump? There's a D at the end of Donald. That's probably a typo. That's fine. We don't always pronounce that D, so I just want to make sure. But yes or no answer only. No. Yeah, because otherwise I'm probably going to go off on a whole big thing. That's all I really have to say is no. I think that he has done a couple things that are good, which I know a lot of people are going to hate me for that. Like there was what was it, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, um, which he stopped, and that was good. But most of what he does, I think, or does and has done, I think, is just absolute nonsense and ridiculous. And he's one of the worst presidents we've ever had. But I wasn't a big fan of Obama either. I voted for Obama the first time. That was the first time I was able to vote ever. I did not vote for him the second time. And I did not vote for Donald Trump, nor did I vote for Hillary Clinton because I could not have either vote on my conscience. As much as I hate Donald Trump, if you ask me between the two, I would probably vote for Donald Trump if I had to. That's how much I dislike Hillary Clinton. But enough about politics. I know you said yes or no answer only, and then I gave you all that. So, what is your of life coaches? Speaking of fake gurus, etc. That's a fantastic question. Actually, I have this. Why I have had a student who is a life coach. Actually, she's from Poland. Um, and she came to me because she was moving to the United States. Actually, she lives around where I live. She's just like 20, 30 miles away. She moved to California. But she was a life coach in Polish. And actually, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, like with like the Bhagavad Gita and stuff, she was actually really into that too. And so we just kind of clicked immediately. And she wanted to improve her English because she was moving from Poland to here. So, what do I think of life coaches? Like if you were to ask me before I met her, I would probably say like it seems weird and like a bunch of nonsense and whatever. I do think that like young people, like if you're under the age of 30, like probably even more than that, like if you're under say 40 or 50, but if you're definitely under the age of 30 and you're a life coach, it's like I don't know. You probably need a little more experience. But knowing her and knowing the work that she does, I think that if it can be very scammy, right? Anybody can say, "Oh, yeah, I'm a life coach." They go get a certification or whatever they need to do, and so I'm a life coach, and maybe they just really don't know what they're talking about. But I think that there are people who, maybe they're good at helping people figure out how to plan things and helping people figure out how to budget things, and giving somebody some just like a sounding board or like a mirror, like feedback, almost like not necessarily like a therapist because they're not therapists, right? But sort of like sort of like in between a friend and a therapist, where like they have a little more knowledge maybe of that type of stuff if they've learned that stuff. Like this student of mine, like she studied psychology and she had all this information that she knew, and so with like the right person doing it, I think could be very useful. But a lot of people who say they're life coaches, probably not. Like, I mean, you really have to look into the person. Um, but yeah. Okay. Yes, he speaks well. I have no idea what we're talking about at this point. Okay. So I speak well or someone else speaks well? Josh, the English guru. Yes, I'm the guru. Bow to me and I will play single strings on my guitar because that's all I know how to do. with my magical powers. Um, okay, I'm just gonna move on from that because I don't remember what that was in reference to. Maybe that was when I was speaking German. I don't know. Do you meditate? Oh, about facts in life. I speak well about facts in life. Is that what it is? I'm so lost now. Okay, it doesn't really matter. But we still have 6 people with us. That's nice. Wow, 3 hours. Ah. um, do you meditate? That's also an excellent question. Do you want the short answer or the long answer? Things are very rarely like super simple with me, unfortunately. Just kind of how my brain works. I'll give you the short answer first. Then you can tell me if you want the long answer. The short answer, okay. The short answer, not right now. I have at various points experimented, yes, but not right now. It is something that I want to make into a normal thing because I think there's a lot of value. Like science has, I think, pretty much established that. But even before science, like I was already a fan of that. I was drawn towards that. So, okay. Have you ever shoot? So, have you ever, with the past perfect or with the present perfect, we want the past participle, which is the fancy, stupid grammar way of saying instead of shot or instead of shoot, have you ever shot? Just got to be technically accurate there. That's okay though. Very nice. Have you ever shot a pistol? Does anyone in your close circle of friends or relatives own? Does anyone own? Yeah. Um, I know it seems like it should be an S. A weapon. Favorite cannabis strain. Again with the weed. Okay, so have I ever shot a pistol? No, not a live pistol. Um, I have had experience with a pistol that was not a real pistol. It was a training pistol. But that's part of an entirely different story that I don't want to talk about right now. Sounds so bad. It's really not. But no, yeah. But so a lot of people, I think, like a lot of people who aren't American, like they probably think like, oh, all Americans have guns and all Americans, this and that, whatever. And of course, we don't. There are a lot. I think compared to many countries, yes, there are a lot of people who own guns. Some people own a lot of guns. Um, I'm not a very big fan of guns. Never really have been. I don't think they're inherently bad or anything. Um, but I haven't really done much with them. I have played, what is that? Paintball, right? That was fun. Although that also hurt when I got shot. That wasn't fun. But special live stream all about the stories you don't want to talk about. I know, right? Like, but see, those are the stories that I want to talk about. So, like, if we put them onto a live stream, I'm just gonna be really depressed afterwards, and like, that would just not be good. I wouldn't be healthy. Uh, so, does anyone in your close circle of friends own a weapon? If by weapon you mean any type of weapon, excluding basic things like knives or whatever, then technically yes. If you mean a I know that's related to the live stream about stories I don't want to talk about, but because I was just talking about weapons, you say we will support you. It's like okay, I guess we're gonna get in a fight now. If you mean like guns and stuff, I don't think so. Maybe some relatives that I don't particularly know very well, like distant relatives or whatever. I'm sure there's some, but I don't really have any close relatives or friends um, that own firearms. My roommate has a really really cool thing, which is actually he has they're like these arrows like that you would put in like a crossbow. Um, but then it's like this slingshot weapon thing, and so like you shoot the arrows from the slingshot, and it has like a thing to put the arrow through, so it's not just a slingshot, it's actually designed to shoot arrows. and that thing went straight through a sheet of metal. I'm not joking. It went straight through metal when we tested it, and it was so cool. But that thing will definitely, like, probably kill you. So if you count that, then yes. And when I was in high school, my group of friends and I, my close circle of friends, we liked to spar, either with no weapons, where we weren't like actually fighting, trying to hit each other, but we would try to get the heart, right? So if you hit the heart, they would be dead. And so, we'd fight like that. Or we had these wooden weapons, like we had a wooden staff, a couple wooden swords, which we broke. um, and if, like, say if the weapon hit here, it's like, oh, you don't have your fingers anymore, you can't use your fingers. Or if they cut here, like, you can't use your arm. So it was, like that. And then eventually the way you win is you get everybody in the heart. Obviously you're not trying to stab them, but um, you just kind of weaken their limbs until they can't defend themselves, and then you tap their heart and they're dead. We like to do that a lot. So if you count that, then yes. um, and favorite cannabis strain? None. I actually don't smoke weed. I know, I'm from California. Don't smoke weed. I don't like it. It puts me to sleep. I know there's different strains, they have different effects, but pretty much all the strains that I've tried, they put me to sleep like that. Like, I cannot stay awake. Um, and I don't like how I feel. Like, I'm just like, my consciousness is just swirling in and out. And I'm just like, I probably sound like, to somebody who smokes weed, I probably just sound like, what a noob, like what a loser. I don't really care. I don't like how it affects me. Um, and I just don't care to smoke it, or eat it or anything. But I have on several occasions experimented with it because my roommate used to smoke. He quit recently. Um, and my uncle, like pretty much all my relatives, with my uncle, my aunt, my uncle, my cousins, they all smoke weed. Um, so I have tried it, and I've tried several different kinds. Um, but I don't usually smoke it because I don't like it. Okay. Oh, Sadhguru speaks well. Ah, yes, okay. About facts and life. Got it. Yes, okay, makes sense. Yes. Yeah, some of the things, see, that's the thing, like, even like Sadhguru, like, I'm pretty sure he's enlightened, and I think a lot of what he says is like on point and really good advice, and I think I've learned a lot from him. But some of the things he says, I'm kind of like, hmm, you're kind of throwing me off here. Like, I'm not sure about this. So I don't listen to everything he says. Like that, I think that's also healthy. Like, anybody that you look up to, whether like spiritually or like even as a teacher, like me. I mean, obviously, I want you guys to be able to trust me and listen to what I say. Uh, but there might be some things I say that you disagree with, and maybe you're wrong. I mean, I'm the teacher, but maybe I'm wrong. That's possible. um, it's always possible for somebody to be wrong. And when I'm listening to people or looking for answers for stuff, especially complex things about life and reality, um, you always want to question things and whatever. So I don't listen to every little detail of um, what people say, what Sadhguru says. Um, we need a special. Oh yeah, where did that? Death, death, death. Yeah. Um, I guess we're all gonna get in a fight now. I mean, not with each other. You guys are my posse. That's a nice English word, posse. See, we're turning this into a learning experience. You're my posse, right? Which is like my special group, and we're gonna. I don't know who we're gonna attack. Um, a tree. I don't know. We could attack a tree. Poor tree. I don't know why, but that'd probably be better than attacking a person because that's not legal. um, yeah, this live stream is going in really weird directions. Maybe it's like the longer you do a live stream, the weirder things get. We'll find out. It's been over 3 hours. Anybody who's been here for like the entire time or most of the time, like, I thank you very much. This is a good ride, good run. Okay, pistol or weapon? Charlie never got a line from a movie of a blank guy. Yeah, I don't know the reference. Hmm, interesting. And then I don't smoke either. Oh, well, good. um, don't do drugs, kids. Um, actually, my position on drugs is a little more nuanced than that. But in general, don't do drugs, kids. We'll just leave it at that. What would be the difference between clique and posse? Yeah, clique and posse. It's a good question. They're both relatively uncommon words. Relatively. Um, clique is used, I think, much more in the context of high school. Um, it doesn't have to be, but I think that's definitely the most common context. You have like the jocks, the nerd. Jocks are like sports people. In case you don't know that word, jocks, nerds, right? All the smart people. I would be in the nerd group. Um, the goths, right, with all the face paint and all the emo, whatever. Uh, the cheerleaders, right? Popular kids, all this stuff, right? Okay. High school was not generally a good time for me, so we could go back there if you want. I don't mind, but we'll avoid that for the time being. Um, so clique is much more used in that type of context, and you have all these different groups, and they're called the different cliques: the cool kids, the uncool kids, the whatever kids. Um, and a posse, that when I use posse, what comes to mind is I want to think two things come to mind. Either gang, not in like a hardcore gang sense, but in the sense because gang is like another type of word here that we could use. But in the sense of like West Side Story, the musical, like, um, or it like in westerns, like you have like the sheriff and the good guys, right? That's like one group, and then you have you know the bad guys, right? The guys who are robbing the bank or, stealing the horses, right? And they round up their posse and they go rob a bank, you know. Um, so they basically mean kind of like the same thing. They're both words for group, um, but they're not quite used in the same places, you know. And Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. I get this, so the quote. Um, yeah, man. Like as I said, I've watched movies. I've seen a lot of movies in my life, but I'm not a big movie person. And this is the second time. Oh no, earlier was Robert De Niro, and that was Al Pacino. Um, I don't know. I haven't seen that movie either. I've heard of that movie. I've seen part of that movie, but I haven't watched that movie. So I know. I don't know, you guys are you're all English learners, and you're like, we've seen these movies. You're the teacher. Why haven't you seen these movies? You're the native speaker. um, okay, thank you. You are the one who has been speaking for 3 hours. We are just watching and typing and listening. Yes, and I appreciate you watching and typing and listening. Thank you very much. But yeah, speaking of speaking for 3 hours, I'm thirsty. So, which by the way, I mean, if you guys are obviously anybody can leave at any time. We're at 6 people right now. But if people are like, hey, you need to stop talking, teacher, because you've talked for like a bajillion hours and we're tired of hearing your voice, and then everybody says, yeah, then we can leave. I don't want to be annoying you guys, but again, like 3.5 hours, I'm still completely fine to go. As long as we have things to talk about and you guys are entertained, I'm perfectly fine continuing. This is my day off. I take Thursdays and Sundays off of work. So um, there are things that I could do, like finish editing the listening analysis video, but I'm perfectly fine doing this. So I did not put enough sugar in that. That's okay. What is your full time job? Teaching English. I'm not joking either. That is my full time job. Um, I tell you guys, I'm not looking for students because I'm not looking for students. I have all the students I need. Um, But plus, as I said before, like I don't want to make an exception for you guys because um, then it's like, well, I have to make exceptions for everybody, you know. So usually get my students from italki, um, and but I usually don't need students. Like I work with certain students for a certain period of time. Um, Sometimes they come and go, whatever, but it's not often that I need to actually like find new students. So yeah, but yeah, I teach English, um, which I never thought would be my full time job. Honestly, like I really didn't. Um, I just like languages, and as I said last time, I found italki, and I was like, oh, because that was that time I mentioned earlier where I was like completely dirt poor. Yeah, that's when I found italki, and I was like, I had a part time job, um, delivering sandwiches on a bike in the desert. It was not fun. I hated that job. Um, and since I found italki for Spanish, and I was like, oh, hey, I could be an informal tutor without needing any certification, I started teaching English. And eventually that became enough to be my full time job. And I got certified and all this great stuff. And so here we are. So that's what I do. Um, but yeah. What's your view of Australians? With the you ask, no offense to anybody else, I love everybody here, but Ariel asks the best questions. And they're the most random questions. Like I want to know where this came, like I don't know, I assume you're not Australian because like why would you be here? But like if you're not Australian, I don't know why you're asking that. Like I guess maybe because like oh yeah, you're an American speaker, so it's a relevant question. It's a fine question, but it's just like it's so out of nowhere. um, what's my view of Australians? I don't particularly have a view of Australians. I mean, it's not like I think, oh, Australians, all those Australians are, great or horrible or whatever. I've seen some Australian shows. I don't particularly remember the names of any of them, but I've seen some. And I like. I've never been to Australia, but I from what I've heard, I've met a couple Australians. They seem like nice people. um, I love the accent. In fact, one of the biggest country stars in modern times is Keith Urban. Tie this back into the country music. Keith Urban, and he is from Australia because I need to turn on a light. Um, Country music, American country music, apparently is really, really big in Australia. I don't know if everybody listens to it, but one second. Oh, that's much better. Much better. And so he wanted to he loved country music. He wanted to come to the States and become a country star, and he did. Um, and when he sings, like when you watch him in interviews, excuse me, he has an Australian accent, but when he sings country music, he doesn't have an Australian accent. Crazy stuff. They have the Outback. So I don't know. Australians are cool. Yeah. Steve Irwin. Love Steve Irwin. Right. Respect, peace to Steve Irwin. I don't know if you guys know Steve Irwin, but he was the crocodile hunter, and unfortunately he died. But yeah, and I can kind of do an Australian accent, but not really. Not really. Which, by the way, if you guys want to hear my accents, I could do that too. I don't do very many, but I could do some accents. I've always wanted to know your zodiac sign. Which, by the way, about the Australians, since I don't really have much of an answer for that, if you want to be a little more specific, like what about Australians, you can ask that as well. That's fine. But I've always wanted to know your zodiac sign. I'm thinking either Gemini, Libra, or Pisces, but I suck at guessing. Yeah, you suck at guessing. um, so, what would I be? I don't know if I want to tell you. Well, I'll tell you. My birthday is in September. So, Taurus, no. Who knows their zodiac? Yes, there we go. Virgo. I am a Virgo, yes. Um, as far as astrology and zodiac stuff go, I mean, for a lot of people, it's just like a curiosity. Like it's an interesting little thing. Most people don't take it seriously and whatever. Some people do. I knew it. Of course, that's why you guessed. Yes, very good guess. It's so accurate. um, but that's a whole other topic. We could talk a little about Carl Jung and because in astrology, right, uh, a big part of the idea is like the position of the planets at a certain time like affect everything, and everything is interconnected. Everything is absolutely interconnected, not necessarily in the way of astrology per se, but all of existence is just one big thing. That's a whole other topic we can get into, but everything is stardust, to put it simply, right? And so the possibility that, if Mars was at a particular point in, the solar system, the day I was born, that's going to have some effect on my life. I don't necessarily believe that, but theoretically, who knows? Um, I'm generally pretty grounded in science, but I'm not a material. If you know what that means, materialist in English. Um, I have a very similar word in other languages. So the traditional scientific perspective is if we can't measure it, then it either doesn't exist or it doesn't matter. And I completely disagree with that. So, oh, desde México, or desde, yeah, I don't speak Spanish. De México. Ustedes de México. Si habla español, si no lo sabes. Okay, no, muy bien. Okay. I don't want to skip the line here. I'll come back to Mexico. Okay. But yeah, so zodiac sign astrology, cool. What's your zodiac sign? I mean, it's not fair to ask somebody and then not. I mean, come on, come on. That's rude. You got to tell me your zodiac sign. Um, I don't care that much, but I feel that's fair. um, and then yeah. Okay. So now we're to Mexico. Which, by the way, why do you want to know my zodiac? Like, is that just a interest of yours, or is that something like? Because I was just saying like, oh, I'm don't put a lot of stock in that. Maybe you do. I don't know if that's offensive. Sorry. I mean, I would be curious to know why you're mentioning that. But is that M Taurus? Technically, it's not correct. So it's I'm. Um, I know why you're putting M, but a native, I don't think, maybe in text chat, I've never seen it, but I don't think a native would do that. A native, American native anyway. Which, by the way, Cedant, I don't know if I asked this before. Maybe I did. I don't remember. What is your native language? Because I know many people from India, like they're native English speakers, but they speak Indian English, right? And so I don't want to like say like, oh, natives don't do that, because like, well, technically maybe you are a native speaker. You're just you're trying to maybe sound more American or whatever. Hindi, yeah, that's right. I remember now. Hindi. Okay, so um, yeah, because I know there's like Hindi. I can't even think of any other of the other ones right now, but I know there's many languages. Urdu, right? Many languages in India, um, and so there's many different accents, many different backgrounds. Or some people like they grew up bilingual or trilingual. Some grew up learning one and then learn English later. So yeah, okay. I am Taurus. Yes, and you can contract I'm. Right? That's perfectly fine. That's the way that we'll usually do it. Um, but anyway, okay. So I don't want to ignore Ariel here. I'm from Mexico. Okay, California used to be part of Mexico. That is true. So maybe our grand. Oh, that's a common mistake. I'm going to fix that for you in a second. Fathers fought each other in war, maybe. Probably not, because my family comes from the East Coast. The only reason why I'm here, why I was born here, is because my grandma, after my mom and my uncle were born, when they were still quite young, she left the rest of her family for various reasons and came all the way to California. Um, that's the only reason I'm here. So, well, the only reason why I was born here, I grew up here. So, yeah. But it's interesting mention. Now, the common mistake, especially for Spanish speakers that I know, since I know some Spanish, it's not grand, because we do say grandfather, grandmother, right? Meaning the mother or father of your mother or father, right? Okay, so grand is like it's related to great, right? Or grande in Spanish. However, once you go past grandfather and grandmother, or even grand uncle, grand aunt, that's another relationship, we don't keep adding grand, we start adding great, because great and grand are related. But that's just what we do in English. Why? Because it's English. Sorry. So we'll say our great grandfathers. And you can just keep adding greats. Great. It doesn't matter. But then grandfather or grandmother. So just remember that. Good. Blah, 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 blah. I love astrology. Oh, okay. I find moon signs, emotions more accurate than sun signs. Horoscope signs equal to ego. I'm Taurus as well, but my moon is Aquarius, but earth signs represent. Okay. Yeah, so I you're talking a little bit outside of my field of knowledge, which is fine. I mean, I know that moon signs, sun signs, I've heard of that. I don't really specifically know exactly what all that refers to. That's fine. So, see, you know something in English that a native speaker doesn't. See, there you go. Good job. um, but so you're Taurus. Moon is Aquarius. I don't know what my moon is. I didn't even know I had a moon. I'm gonna say my moon is Sailor Moon. Yeah, I know. Which you guys don't even know that why I'm saying that. Because it sounds so strange, right? Like, why would I say that? Anybody who doesn't know, Sailor Moon is an old anime. But I haven't published a video yet. I've been slowly trying to work on the logic of the preposition to video, and there's a little funny part that I put at the beginning of that I think you guys are gonna like. And I make a Sailor Moon reference in some part of the video. So I think you guys will enjoy that little bit. But that's why I mentioned Sailor Moon. So yes, Earth signs. Yay. It is interesting though, because I think like as I said, I'm not super big on astrology. Like I don't really care. Like if it exists, if it works, if it whatever, like that's fine. Uh, I don't necessarily doubt that it's possible. I just don't care enough, and I don't particularly believe it. But when you look at like the description of a Virgo, I'm just like, yeah, that's me. So that I always found interesting. It's like, yeah, that describes me. So it's interesting. And actually, my roommate, one of my roommates, so here's an interesting little story. And seeing how we're at over 3.5 hours into the live stream, I don't think anybody is going to watch the replay this far in. So you guys are probably going to be the only people that ever know this about me online. It sounds like something. Oh, what is it? What is it? But I completely forgot what I was going to say now. I lost my thought. Oh yeah, I was thinking earth signs. Virgo. Oh yeah, my roommate. So my roommate, he. I'll come back and try to read that. My katakana recognition isn't that fast. He was born. I always forget if it's the 21st or the 22nd, but August. I think it's August 22nd. I know like 6 people who have birthdays in August, and I forget exactly when everybody is, but we're 2 weeks apart. He was born 2 weeks before me. Now the interesting thing is, I was born 2 weeks late. 2 weeks late. Now that might just seem like a weird coincidence, but number one, not only was I born 2 weeks late, it's not just like, oh, yay, I came out 2 weeks late. I did not want to be born, apparently, because like I don't want to get graphic or anything, but they had to give a C-section. C section. I think this is how we spell it. It should be with the C. That's how I always thought it's spelled. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. But this where like instead of normal birth, you have to cut open and take the baby out. Okay, so they had to do that, and because I didn't want to come out, and I was purple. I was not breathing. I was literally purple, right? Because I didn't have like I was in there too long. And they smacked me. I cried. Okay, I'm here. Obviously, everything's fine. But if I would have been born on time, like if everything would have gone correctly, if I would have not wanted to not be born, apparently, we probably would have been born on like maybe even the same day. And him and I, we have some differences. We definitely have some differences, especially these days. But I met him in high school, and like we're like this, like we're practically the same person. Like we've had similar backstories in many ways, both into philosophy and the spiritual traditions and mysticism and politics and all this kind of stuff. So it's really really interesting, right? It's just like we would have been born on pretty much the same day, but I was late, so I'm a Virgo, he's a Leo, and it's interesting that we're so similar. I don't really particularly believe in reincarnation in the traditional sense. That's a whole nother topic, reincarnation. We can talk about that later if you want. But in the stereotypical traditional sense, I don't really think that that's how it works. But when I was in high school, I was reading this thing on reincarnation that said that like one soul could split into two and be reborn in two different bodies. And I always thought like that's kind of like him and I. It's just like we're so similar that it's like we were actually like the same soul and we just like split off, which probably sounds really weird. um, and then yeah, I don't know. And then it's like because he's Leo and because I'm Virgo and because we have that distance, it's like okay, yeah, there's some things we disagree on. There's some things we see differently. A couple things we even see opposite to each other. But a lot of it we're on the same page. I just always thought that was interesting. So anyway, Virgos are mad perfectionists. Yeah, nice slang by the way. That is so true, and I hate it. I've come a long way in not being a perfectionist, but it's like it's always there. It's like my default mode. Um, but I have mixed personality traits. I don't know why. Um, and it's like some things I'm a perfectionist with, but some things like I just don't care. Like in well, not just high school, and like all of school. School was super easy for me. I'm not trying to brag or anything. It was just easy. And that's partially because our education system sucks. Like you guys probably had a better education than I did. I'm just saying. But anyway, back to the problems with America, right? But yeah, school is easy. And wow, what was I talking about? I don't even remember. It's been too long, guys. Live stream has to end. I can't think straight anymore. um, yeah, perfectionist. That's right. When I was in high school, like I didn't care to get A's. I really didn't. Like it was not important to me. I would usually get A's anyway, because I guess I'm smart. I don't know. I never thought I was smart, but people would say I'm smart. Um, so I would get A's. Sometimes I get B's. I wouldn't care. Sometimes I get C's. I don't care. Sometimes I got F's. That was usually when the homework was required and I didn't do the homework because I was lazy. So definitely not a perfectionist in that sense. Some things I just like I don't care about. I'm lazy, whatever. But other things, yeah. Um, and especially with language learning, being a perfectionist really sucks because there's like I know I just have to go and make mistakes and speak and all this stuff, but it's just like it's so annoying when you keep making the same mistake and it's just like oh. So I feel your pain. I know what that's like. Yes, we we love them. Yes. That was the next comment. I know that sounds like it's coming out of nowhere. It's in the chat. Actually, I'm working and watching the video at the same time. Oh, I see. I see. definitely appreciate that. But, sir, you should be working. I don't want to get you fired, because then you can't pay Patreon. No, that's cool. See, that's why I'm typing quickly. I see. That's why you're just writing M. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, sure. That's fine. That's fine. Can't miss this live session. Yeah, I mean, I know it's time difference. It's time difference, and I mean, now you have to work. You woke up super early, and now well, actually, no, you didn't wake up super early because you work the night shift. You're still working, isn't it like 8 a.m. there already? Shouldn't you be sleeping? And then a message retracted. I don't know what that was. Okay. Yes, great great grandparents. See, I remember that. Okay, now for the katakana. So there's a couple characters in katakana. I didn't practice the katakana as much. I kind of got lazy because how I learned hiragana is I used the brute force method. Partially because I didn't really know how to learn languages, but I think with scripts, when you're learning written scripts, in general, brute force can be a good technique. For many things, brute force is not a good technique for learning. Um, so what I did with the hiragana is I wrote every single character 50 times. 50, well, that's 10, but 50, 50, not 15, 50. Um, and that was like I was super excited. I was like, oh yeah, I'm learning Japanese finally in college, and learning all this cool stuff, even though I already taught myself half of it. But I didn't, I was trying to teach myself how to write, but I kind of didn't get too far with it. And so when I was taking it in college, and I finally like had to really learn it to be able to read the words in the textbook and stuff, I wrote every single character 50 times. With the katakana, by the time I finished all the characters in hiragana, and I got to katakana, my enthusiasm was starting to disappear a little bit because I was getting tired of writing the same character over and over and over again. And so I didn't put as much effort into learning the katakana. So to this day, even though I have like almost no contact with Japanese, I like never read Japanese, you can show me pretty much any hiragana and I can probably recognize it instantly. Katakana, not quite as solid. But I think this should be Sera. And then I always confuse ma and mu. And then that one at the end, I always confuse. I think there's sol, n, and there's another one. Because they're not distinct enough. This is the same thing written in hiragana. Sera. Sera. That reminds me of Spanish. Moon. Okay, so it is an M. Sera moon. Oh, Sailor Moon. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Um, Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon. Yeah. Very good. Yeah. See. Anyway, hiragana is much easier to read. I also think that hiragana, it's the characters. I mean, some of them look kind of similar, but the characters are more distinct. They're more consistently distinct from each other. And so it's usually easier to remember which is which. Where with the katakana, like they have the one where it's like a line and a line, but then there's like two lines and a line, and there's two lines and a line going this way, and it's like I think it's like she and su or something like that, and it's just like why would you guys use symbols that look so similar to represent different sounds? It's really confusing. So yeah, I hate that. But that's okay. Blah. Okay, Google Rising Zodiac calendar, then put your info. Let's find out. Also, common mistake. Yeah, let's find out what it says. It's pretty fun to read that kind of stuff when it's high. A little more natural way when you're high. It's using one to refer to like just any individual is sort of an older thing in English that we do still use, but it sounds more formal. It's much more common to say you, And it's what we call the general you. So I'm not saying you, I'm just saying like someone, anyone. So to read that kind of stuff when you're high, that would be the more natural way to say it. You don't smoke, but maybe you will find it very funny. Uh, yeah, found is a different verb. The past tense of find is found. But that's a common mistake Spanish speakers make. I don't know why. It's very interesting. It's Portuguese speakers too. But yeah, find is the verb. Um, one of the interesting things is um, the way that my brain works. Like I think a lot like a stoner. I really do. And it's always funny because like my roommate, like as I said, he used to smoke until like recently, and he would come up with like all these like like when he's high or whatever, like he'd say these funny things or whatever, and like I don't smoke, and I would say things that are like even crazier than him. It's just I don't know. I can't think of examples because I'm really horrible thinking of specific details on the spot, but you'll probably like if we talk about like the nature of reality or just certain weird things, like you'll see what I mean. But plus, you guys want to see a magic trick? So I wear glasses, right? Now I'm gonna take my glasses off, and do I look Asian? Like my eyes. I know that that might seem kind of racist or whatever. The only reason I'm asking, number one, because it's been confirmed. Like I've talked to Asian people, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you look Asian when you're with your glasses on." Um, but when I was in high school, I didn't have glasses. Well, for half of high school, I didn't have glasses. I was supposed to, but I didn't. And so constantly, constantly in high school, people would ask me two questions all the time. They would ask me either A, uh, are you a stoner? Or B, are you Asian? All the time. And I would always laugh because I'm not a stoner, nor am I Asian. Like maybe I'm part Asian. One, I do have, I know that it doesn't count because it's so small, but I do have one ancestor who is Native American, like back somewhere. I don't know where, but apparently I think it was like my great grandparent, something, I don't know, was with a Native American. I don't know. But I do supposedly have Native American in me. I haven't got that confirmed, but that's what I've been told. But I learned that there's a small percentage of people who are not Asian. Could be Hispanic people, African American, whatever, white people, but especially white people, there's a small percentage that actually have the same type of eye structure that many Asians have, and it's a genetic variant. So apparently, I had that. I don't know. It's interesting. Um, I thought you had Asian roots. Oh, interesting. I know you would think, right, with the Buddhism and the spiritual texts and the Japanese, right? You would think. I have been very much influenced by Asian thought, Asian culture, but as far as I know, I'm not Asian. Um, okay, so we're gonna. Oh yeah, and the Bruce Lee poster. Yeah, I'm definitely not Chinese American. Yeah, like anyway. Okay, going back. So rising zodiac calculator. Yeah, let's. There's so many things we're getting. Okay, so rising zodiac calculator. Rising zodiac calculator. And before I jump into that, okay, do you have any thoughts on OCD? Not really. I actually think that maybe, I mean, I wouldn't diagnose myself, but I think in a way, like I kind of might have OCD because I have this I don't want to say, I don't know. It's like it's compulsory, but it's not compulsory. Like it's not a huge thing. It's not like, where I have to like touch stuff or, do things like that. But when I fidget, in case you don't know that word, it's like, where you're kind of uncomfortably shifting and moving. Like maybe if you're doing this, like you're fidgeting your thumbs. Um, when I fidget, one thing I commonly do is I'll take my thumb and there's the line of your finger here, and I'll go up and across, and then I'll go over and up and across, over and up. And I'll do that for a while, and then I'll go diagonal, 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 diagonal. And I have to keep it even. So it's like this way, this way, this way, this way, diagonal, diagonal, diagonal. And then I have to go up, over, up, over. And I do that when I fidget. Also, when I'm eating, when I was in third grade, we learned about Martin Luther King Jr. and how like everybody's supposed to be equal. And I remember having a thought. I was eating pizza one night after learning about Martin Luther King. And I had the thought, everything has to be equal. So it makes sense that, I ended up studying Taoism, yin yang, right? And since that time, when I was 8 years old, I'm not always consciously aware of it, but when I take a bite of something, I'll chew it on the right. The next bite I take will be about the same size, and I'll chew it on the left. And if that bite wasn't the same size, then I'll adjust appropriately. It's super weird, but I do that. So if you want to call that OCD, I guess I have it. It's kind of annoying, but I don't really have any thoughts on it. We stand your cat in the back. What? Cat? Is there a cat? Cat. Did the cat come in? The door is partially open. I guess she did come in. I didn't even notice her. Okay, I'm going to get back to that rising zodiac calculator. I just want to make sure I don't ignore people before I do that. I thought you had Asian roots. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, the Bruce Lee. I mean, you can see the Bruce Lee right there. Yeah, my brain doesn't work that way. You don't look Asian, and I have a Chinese gay friend. You have the looks of a musician called Moby. I know all bald white guys just look the same, right? It's racist. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I'll have to check. Maybe I look like Moby. I've seen him a number of times. I never thought he looked like me, but maybe he does. Okay. Anyway, so this rising zodiac calculator, I have this here, and we're gonna put this in astrology library. Okay, and okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna say September, and I don't know if I can share my screen with you guys. That's an option. I can pop out the chat. That's nice to know. But okay, here, and we're gonna go here. Exact birth time. I don't know my exact birth time. That might be a problem. I think it was like around 3 a.m. So I'm just gonna put 3 a.m. And birth city, Chula Vista, California. Please select a birth time. I did. Oh, I need the minute. Okay, I'm gonna put 0 minute. How about that? Okay. That's also OCD. Well, I guess I have OCD. Yay me. You can read a description of your own rising sign here. What is a rising sign? Okay, I'm going to read my description. Okay, and I'm going to pop out the chat here so I can actually see if you guys say stuff. I'm so hungry. At some point, I'm going to have to go so I can eat, but I'm not quite there yet. Okay, and make sure everything's good here. Yeah. All right, so ascendant in the signs, interpretations. Seriously, earlier it was music, now it's like astrology. Like anybody who randomly joins this live stream is just, like different people are going to get different impressions. It's going to be so funny. Okay. So the ascendant in the signs is interchangeably called the rising. Is this my explanation? Oh, okay, I see. That's about the rising. Okay. So if I go to Virgo, okay. Let's see what this says. People with Virgo rising tend to be wait, why is it Virgo rising? Is there Virgo falling? Is that just Virgo? I guess so. I mean, I'm just gonna read it then. Okay, people with Virgo rising tend to be practical, analytical, discriminating, fastidious. Fastidious, that's a fun word. Careful, exacting, attentive to details, methodical, quiet, unassuming, shy, critical, thoughtful, and somewhat self-centered. Uh, that's why you wanted me to read this, to admit that I'm self-centered. Somewhat self-centered. I would agree with that. Okay. Yeah, all that sounds, I mean, that's very vague and broad. But for the most part, see, that's why I say I have conflicting personality traits because attentive to details, it's like, yes, depending on what we're talking about. Like if it's language learning, um, I'm generally very attentive to details. But when we get into some of the details of grammar, even then, like I just don't care. Like I like the big, broad grammar points that give me the most bang for my buck, right? The most benefit. So there's some things sometimes when I like detailed, pay attention to details, and sometimes when I really have to just focus in on little tiny and just get it just right. But a lot of other times, like I just don't care. Um, Virgo is your sun sign. You can have a different rising ascendant sign. You can be Virgo with Aries, right? Then how do I know? How am I supposed to know? Okay, let's see. The ascendant in the signs is interchangeably called the rising sun. The rising sun colors your entire persona, endowing you with your own personal style. The rising sign is found on the cusp of the first half. All the stuff I don't understand. The rising stuff is supposed to be the way people see you, how you present to the world your exterior. Oh, okay. Well then how do I know? Like it's not telling me. Like I did I click the wrong link? Like what's going on here? The calculator was supposed to tell you. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Yeah, because wait. Oh. I see what happened. Okay. Let's try this again. It's not a user friendly website. See rising sign. Ascendant in Cancer. That doesn't sound healthy. Okay. So let's read this. So this is how I present to other people. Okay, let's see. I may not even be aware of this because generally like in many ways I am like completely aloof. Like sometimes I don't even know how I feel about stuff. Or what I think about things. So let's see what this says. How do people see me apparently, or how do I present myself? People with Cancer rising tend to be less vital than average. So is that be less vital or appear less vital to others? Like, am I actually less vital? This is confusing. I'll keep going until I see someone respond there. Sympathetic, compassionate, passive, nurturing, receptive, protective, retentive, changeable, psychic. Ooh, I'm psychic. Sentimental, tenacious, timid, quiet, sensitive, acquisitive. Like wait, oh no, never mind. That's acquire. I confuse words. I was going to say like I acquire languages, but no, it's acquisitive. Pack rat. Pack rat. Okay. And moody. You appear less vital. Okay, so this is okay. So I vital than average. I appear sympathetic. I appear compassionate. So does this mean that I am not those things, or that I appear that way and I might still be some of those things? Because if I only appear to be sympathetic and compassionate, that means that I'm not sympathetic, compassionate. Hmm. It's so confusing. Okay, I'll continue reading. Just like the crab Cancer represents, okay, just like the crab Cancer represents, you may have the habit of looking ahead and behind you at the same time, not fully wanting to face the future head on and always worrying about the past and what might be sneaking up on you from behind, causing you great worry. Oh my God, that is me. You exhibit these qualities in situations and environments where you wear your social mask. Oh, yeah, the many masks of God. Anyway, um, mhm, okay, okay. You go through your life in a curious sideways motion. My God. That is like the best line to describe my entire life. You go through life in a curious sideways motion. Oh. How many cups does it take to change a light bulb? I don't know. Since I know that you're from Mexico, I think this is going to be funny. They don't. They arrest the bulb for being broken, beat the room for being. Oh God. Oh God. On live stream. Uh, you guys can read it. I'm not going to read it, but yes. um, you're going to put me into the crosshairs of the woke. They arrest the bulb. Yeah, that is funny though. Um, but funny in a sad way because of truth. Um, okay, back to this. Go through life in a curious sideways motion, never going simply directly forward. You are sensitive and you retreat into your shell when you feel threatened. Your feelings can be easily hurt, even when no slight was meant, and you can take things much too personally. You enjoy travel, but you absolutely need to know what you have, or that you have a home base waiting for you to come back to. Security is everything. Security is everything for you in life. Physical security can. I'm not even going to continue reading this because I'm just like, see, this is why I don't put a lot into astrology because I'm a Virgo, right? And when I'm reading the Virgo stuff, I'm like, yep, 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 yep. Now I'm reading this Cancer stuff, and I'm like, yep, 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 yep. I was like, it's not just like an outward appearance. Like I would agree that this is me. Like maybe not completely, but most of it. Like that line, you go through life in a curious sideways motion, never going simply directly forward. That's me. That's my entire life. um, this is ridiculous. So it's like if I'm reading two completely different descriptions that are supposed to represent two different things, but I'm like, yeah, they both accurately represent me. S- Something has to be off here, right? Like, I'll read. Okay, well, definitely not. Leo doesn't match me. um, not Libra. Secretive, deep withdrawn. So Scorpio, secretive, deep withdrawn, mysterious, regenerate or degenerate, reserved, hard to understand, courageous, willful, persistent, stubborn in thought, creative, self-reliant, self-controlled, except perhaps with the passions, and silent. I would generally agree with that as a self-description as for Scorpio. Um, exactly. That's why I don't do that. Any description. Yeah. And it's weird because it's not like they're using. I mean, it is in a way vague, but they're not like using, like if one is hard to understand and another is easy to understand, obviously those aren't the same thing. Um, so I don't know. That's one reason why I just don't pay much attention to it because um, like sometimes things can be so vague uh, that it's like, oh, it seems like it could apply to me because it's like, oh, I identify with that. But it's like, well, many people would identify with that. And I'm not saying it's wrong or inaccurate necessarily. I'm just saying like it doesn't seem solid enough for me to give it my time and attention because it just seems too bleh. So people are into that, and that's perfectly fine. Like I'm not saying oh it's bad or stupid or whatever. And as I said, maybe it's right. I don't know. I just don't really care. Um, so anyway, so moving on. Anybody else? We've sort of left English. No other English questions this week. I mean, that's fine. We don't have to talk about English necessarily. I mean, worst case scenario, you guys get good listening practice. listening to a native speaker. But yeah, 4 hours, Jesus. I was gonna mention something. Oh yeah, related to all this astrology stuff. Why did you start the channel? How much do you charge in Italki? I know you're um, things. Okay, I guess I'll answer that first. Why did you start the channel? Well, you can watch the channel trailer, and I kind of address that for the most part. I've never been a part of any live video for so long. You're welcome. Or thank you. Either way. You're welcome and thank you. um, First, I'll answer how much I charge on italki, because that's a shorter answer. It depends on the class. When I started teaching on italki, I started really, really low because I had no experience or history or anything. I started at like $5 an hour. So too bad you guys didn't know me then or find me then because really cheap English lessons. um, but I think I teach a class which is called something like it's for like upper intermediate. I don't teach beginners, but it's upper intermediate to advanced, and that I charge I think 1850 per hour. Uh, I have a trial lesson that italki offers the ability to offer, and I think I charge $10 or $12 for that. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Actually, I can look it up because I have the internet, computer that I'm currently streaming on. If you need knowledge, the internet has the answers. Um, let's see. So, what do I charge? As I said, though, I'm not looking for students. But I suppose for future reference, if maybe some weird thing happens and you eventually ever become my student, who knows? But if you're curious, my lessons. Okay, so I have informal tutoring, $16 an hour, which is basically just conversation practice. Um, American English ear training and pronunciation, that used to be 1850. I recently raised it to 35 because I got tired of students who would take the class and like they wouldn't do the homework. Um, it's like they want to improve their pronunciation, their accent, but like they weren't willing to put in all the work for it. And so because that's very frustrating for me because it's like you come to class and then it's like the thing that we were supposed to have done isn't done, and like that I just feel bad because it's like you're wasting your money and time by not doing the work that you were supposed to do. So I don't want to deal with I want people to be able to like I, I want people to be able to afford my classes, but because I love pronunciation and I love teaching it so much, and it requires a lot of focus and effort, um, I only want students who are going to actually like take it seriously enough to pay that amount because that's the only way I could think to solve that problem. Um, the intermediate to advanced English is 1850. I have a placement test, A2 to C2, which is upper beginner to just to see your level. It doesn't apply to absolute beginners. That's $9, and then the trial lesson is $10 for 30 minutes. So there you go. Why did I start the channel? I'll try to keep that brief. There are a couple reasons. One reason I have not mentioned on YouTube because it's not particularly important for the channel itself. But as I mentioned, I have many interests. Right, you guys, guitar case is still here. Art, guitar, programming, all this stuff, and that's a whole other long story that we can get into maybe some other time because we've already been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. But my goal is to build up a number of different income streams. some passive, some active, and to be able to do the things that I really want to do, um, which include teaching, which include, making music, which include, making art and all this stuff, and not be limited to, one particular income source, or, having a boss or this, that. Like, I just want to have diverse income sources where I can just do the things that I want to do, and live off of that. And so I'm in the process of making that. Like, I have my books for sale on Amazon, most of which are related to English, but that gets me a little bit of money every month. Patreon is helping. I have a few patrons. Thank you very much, Steven, for helping with that. Um, and then once I get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and 4,000 hours of watch time, that's the minimum requirement to start monetizing on YouTube, and where I could put ads and stuff. And I don't like ads. I don't want to make you guys watch ads, so I'm just going to put them at the beginning and end. I'm probably not going to have any middle ads because that's annoying. Um, but that's another income stream. And once I build up enough income to not have to teach English directly every day, and I can focus more on this and making videos, I can reach more people. I can help more people, right? So it's going to be one more income stream that will help me. That's one reason. That's part of it. But the much bigger reason why I started the channel is because the way that languages are taught in schools, I've mentioned this a number of times on the channel, in various places, but this is one thing that really bothers me a lot. It's the way that skills actually in general are taught in schools is just god awful. And as someone who has many interests and who has, been in and out of like trying to learn music and trying to learn art and trying to learn programming and trying to learn languages and all this stuff, it would have been really, really nice if, when I was younger, because it's not necessarily that I needed to focus on one thing. That's a whole different conversation we can have. I'm not even talking about that. But for any particular skill, right? If you want to learn the guitar, like English, whatever, it doesn't matter. If you go to a guitar class, you expect to learn the guitar. If you go to an English class, you expect to learn English. And all too often what happens, some subjects are a little better than others. Some are a little more hands-on than others. Some teachers are better than others. And language teaching has gotten better over the last, say, 10, 20 years, based on my research. But especially because I took a Portuguese class a couple years ago. I dropped out halfway through because I was like, I could have already taught, like, it was like 2.5 months. I was like, I could have already taught myself the entire semester worth of material in this amount of time. And that's not just because I know what I'm doing. Like, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, schools don't know how to teach skills. Most schools. If you go to a special school, like you go to a music academy or whatever, there's still probably going to be a lot of theory, but you're going to get a lot of practice, right? Or if you go to, there's this one, I think it's Middlebury College in the United States. It's a language learning school, and that's actually a good school because while you're going there, whatever language you pick, like say it's like French, you are only allowed to speak French. You're not, if you call home, you can't call home and speak English. You can't do anything. If anybody catches you speaking anything other than French, they will report you and you will potentially get expelled. Like, you have to speak that language. That's part of their method, and it works, right? And that's because there's a difference between knowledge and skills. Knowledge is important and useful, but schools, it's a lot easier to grade knowledge than to teach and grade skills, right? Especially at the beginner level, because beginners make a lot of mistakes. That's a natural part of the process. And it's a lot easier to say, yes, this grammar is correct. Yes, this word is correct, than to listen to someone speak and give a good estimate. Plus, you have like 30 people. You have to sit with them and say, okay, this person, come into my office, talk about this topic. Okay, next person, come into my office. It takes like, a whole 1 to 2 hours, 3 hours to check all the students. So anyway, inefficient methods, inefficient ways of teaching. Many of my students and many of you guys who are subscribed to my channel, like you guys tell me, I love the way that you explain things. And, oh, I was trying to understand this for so long. And the way that you explain it is just like, oh, now it makes sense, after all this time. And so maybe I have a special thing with that. I don't know. Um, but it's just like a lot of the way that I see, because I don't pay too much attention to other teachers, but sometimes, I'll see this or that, or a student will send me a video about, from some other teacher. Um, and I'll see the way they explain things. And I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong, but I wouldn't explain it that way. Or occasionally I'll be like, yeah, that's not right. At least not the way that I speak. And especially in English, where we were talking about variation in pronunciation, you guys have these questions like, oh, how do you say this? How do you say that? How do you say that? And the easy answer is, well, it's like this, right? But then you go out in the real world and you hear something else, and it's like, well, hey, what's going on, right? That's why I want to talk to you guys about variation and stuff. And I have all these ideas about like how things are connected, the logic of prepositions, the logic of articles, being able to feel the prepositions instead of trying to memorize a bunch of rules, right? That's the traditional way. Um, and this ties into the thing that I was talking about before with the pyramid that maps any skill. Um, but anyway, the biggest reason I started the channel, aside from a potential income source, is because yeah, there's a cat. I just like I hate the way that English is taught. Some places do it well. There are great teachers out there, but my experience of how languages are taught in general, I hate the way that it's taught, and especially because they don't need you go to an English class, they're not going to give you pronunciation, and if they do, it's like, oh, this is the sound. Like they don't train your ear, they don't make sure you can pronounce it, right? Um, and that's the base of language, in my opinion. You don't need to learn pronunciation in ear training, but it helps everything else. And if you don't start there, it makes everything else more difficult. So yeah. Anyway, I think you get what I'm saying. It's just I hate the way that things are taught. Um, okay, where were we? 4 hours. That's a record. Yes, and now it's almost 4.5 hours. Um, is it open for everyone? We find you on italki? No, as I said, I'm not accepting students. I'm not accepting students. I mean, who knows? Maybe at some point in the future, I might be like, "Hey, I need a new student." I don't know. Probably not. As I said, I feel like if I open that up to, one of you guys, then I need to open that up to all of you guys. And I'm trying to shift away from active direct teaching and move more towards YouTube and this other stuff. So plus I can only take on so many students at a time. That's why I'm not looking for new students right now. Um, so I'm trying to think of ways that we can do like this live stream stuff where it's more interactive with you guys. Like maybe something with like Zoom or something where, one person comes in, you can actually talk to me. I can actually give you feedback on how you sound. I'm not sure how that would work or how to set that up or whatever, but I've been trying to think of something like that so that it's not just me talking and you guys typing. Um, it becomes more like if you were in a class with me. And that way I can directly help you. But um, I have only watched like 3 of your videos, but because of this live stream, I will start watching your content. Oh, cool. Thank you very much. So it's a good thing I did the live stream then. So I'm glad you like the content. Yeah, which by the way, right now for anybody who doesn't know, I may have mentioned this in a video sometime, but my goal right now with the channel, the reason why I'm making the types of videos that I'm making is primarily because I'm trying to build out the core of my channel. That's my strategy. So I'm building the pronunciation course. I'm trying to build the preposition course, which those videos they're so stupid and take me forever. I hate them. But that's something I want to build out. I'm trying to build the like how to learn a language course, roughly based on my book, How to Learn a Language. And then, of course, I'm doing like listening analysis, idioms of the week. And you probably notice if you watch the idiom of the week videos, I'm kind of trying to approach it in a way that like brings in like, oh, the logic of prepositions or Let's look at, like, why does this phrase exist in the mind of a native speaker? What is it connected to and other things? And trying to give you guys that type of perspective instead of just like, oh, this is this idiom, this is what it means, and blah, you know? Um, so the idiom of the week, technically that's kind of part of the core, but it's a little more on the side. Um, I want to do a whole beginners course. That's also going to be part of the channel, but that's sort of a second stage thing. Because I've been trying to create like a revolutionary beginners course that is like nothing like anybody has ever seen before, um, using my techniques and techniques that I've learned from other people. Um, but I don't have time for that right now. But then I have tons and tons and tons and tons, like literally hundreds of other video ideas that are either based around that core content and refers back to it, or that is about something completely different, like some grammar topic or whatever. And once I get the core of the channel built out, then I can start, when I make, oh, this other pronunciation lesson, I can refer back to, link to, oh, there's this, if you want the lesson about this sound, here's the link, you can go watch that sound, right? So that way the core stuff is there and I can just build on the core. So the stuff that I'm posting now, in 1 year from now, 2 years from now, eventually that'll change. I'll be done with the pronunciation course, hopefully. And I'll still be making pronunciation videos, but they won't be like that, where it's like, oh, this is how you do the TH sound, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, if you were teaching beginners, meaning someone who doesn't know anything about English, where would you start? I'm going to come back to that. That's why I called you a guru. Well, thank you. I still don't think that's the best word, but again, I know what you mean. And I appreciate it. Art is very Cancer rising. See, I know the context, but that does not sound like a healthy sentence. um, but yeah, and I mean, well, one of the things I was going to mention earlier, really quick, the Myers-Briggs personality test. I'm sure if you're into astrology, you probably have heard that or taken that. I have sort of a similar problem with that, but um, every time I take the test, I always score with the same personality type, which is IN. Not on my chat. It happens all the time in Skype. INTP. If you don't know what that means, you can look it up. It's Myers-Briggs. Myers-Briggs. Might be an S at the end of Briggs. I don't know, Briggs, whatever. Personality test. It's a fun little psychology thing. I always get the same result, which, by the way, I'm like 99% introverted. So why am I doing this live stream? I don't know. But I am very, very introverted, which is so ironic since I like languages. But I read the descriptions of all the other personality types. There's like 16 personality types in this thing. And I very strongly identify with like two of the other personality types. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. Like 100% or almost 100%. And so again, it's like, well, some of it's kind of vague. Maybe it could apply to more than one person. But as I said, like I have conflicting personality traits. And so it's weird. It's like maybe like there were two souls that reincarnated into one body, right? Instead of one soul reincarnated into two bodies. Who knows? I don't know. But I think that explains why I have all these different interests and stuff, or part of the reason why. But anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna come back to the beginner question, but I'm gonna come back to that. Is there a book about common English mistakes made by Spanish speakers? If there is, there probably is. I mean, these days you can find pretty much everything. I'm not aware of that. No. I will tell you in the future, definitely after I get all the core stuff and all the beginner course at some point on this channel. One thing I want to do is actually make special videos addressing native speakers of certain languages and common mistakes that they make in English and stuff. Um, and I would start with Spanish. That's my strongest language. But in the future, I do want to continue, learning languages and this and that, whatever. And so, as I learn Spanish, as I learn more German, more Japanese, I start learning Russian, whatever. I'll be able to make actually like maybe even like mini courses of like, most common Spanish speaker mistakes or whatever. Um, I am aware of quite a few common Spanish speaker mistakes, not off the top of my head, usually when I see them. But of course, there's like, um, what was I going to say? See, there's Spanish speakers learning English have certain common mistakes, and English speakers learning Spanish have certain common mistakes. And the ones that are coming to my mind right now are problems for English speakers because we have like you have por and para, you have ser and estar, and we don't know when to use which one. We really don't. Like there's these rules, but then it's like, well, in this case, not really. And so it's like, oh my God. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe look on Amazon. There might be something. You, I know Benny Lewis has a series. It's for English learners learning other languages. I don't know if he did the same series of like other speakers learning English. But I think he has one of those. You might want to look him up on Amazon, Benny Lewis, like Spanish or something, and see if maybe that because he might have some of those common mistakes in there. I don't know. We will not skip any ads so that we can support you more. That is greatly appreciated. My understanding is the more of the ad that you watch, the like I don't want to say the more money I get. That sounds weird, but like if you immediately skip the ad, then it's not going to give me as much of a percentage, which I don't get a whole lot of it anyway. It's like YouTube takes most of it. But you don't have to do that. I mean, I totally understand that. There's some people that I follow, and because I want to support them, like sometimes I'll kind of sit through the ad, but I mean, it depends. Sometimes I'll just skip the ad. You guys don't have to. You can skip the ad if you want. That's fine. But yeah, I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. The way languages are taughty. I don't think that's even a word. Typo. The way that languages are taught in the traditional classroom setting is a crime against humanity. That is a very strong statement. But I kind of want to agree with you. Like, I mean, especially when you're paying someone. I mean, like if you're going to school and like it's like public education or something, you're learning a language. It's like okay, whatever. But like if you're paying someone money to teach you and they don't, they're using these horrible methods, then whatever. That's one reason why I think one-on-one classes or one-on-one input, even if it's like with an exchange partner, is just so much better because you get direct feedback. Like the person is focused on you, right? Where you go to a classroom and the biggest obstacle in a classroom is that there's so many people. That's one reason why certain methods are used. And I've been trying to think of ways to address that problem in a classroom. And I have some ideas about that, but we'll put that to the side if you guys want to. I mean, that's about language teaching, not language learning. So I don't know if you're interested in that. Still, it's just something I've been developing. I don't have a lot of solid stuff there. But can you show us your cat? It's a little late now. I don't know where she went. She'll probably be back in. She spends most of the time with me. We have two cats. But if she comes back in, just mention in the chat. And yeah, she's not in here. I'll grab her. I know, but that's funny. Everybody wants to see the cat. Like whenever I'm in class and like, cause I teach on Skype, and the cat walks in, every one of my students are always like, "Oh, it's a cat." I'm like, yeah, they've seen the cat like 10 times, and it's like, yeah, it's the same cat. Um, we want to know your cat's life story. Yes, I think I do. I think I just read that, but I wasn't paying attention to what I read. So if I repeated that, I'm sorry. We want to know your cat's life story. Uh, so it's actually not my cat. It's my roommate's cat. My other roommate. I have two roommates. I think when because her and I moved into another apartment like 4 years. God, it's been so long. 4 years ago, yeah, almost 5 years ago. Jesus. Um, when I came back down here because I was living up in the mountains by Los Angeles. And I think at the time the cats were two because she has two of them. They're sisters. Um, so I've known them for most of their life, but I don't know their whole life story. All I can say is the one that you saw is the long hair, fatter cat. um, and she always wants attention constantly. Um, and she's really funny. The other cat is they're sisters, but the other cat is short hair, also black. They're both completely black. Well, in the sun, they're a little bit brown, but they're black. And that one, she likes me, but it took her like a year to get comfortable with me. She's kind of a scaredy cat. She likes to hide in the closet. So there you go. Like AJ Hogue. You know, that guy, you will be more successful than him. I hope so. Nothing against AJ Hogue. I heard about him a while ago, and I did a little research on him. He has some really good techniques. He really does. There's something about him. I don't know if it's how he presents himself. Um, I don't know the guy. I really don't. But there's something about him. Like when I see him talking, I don't like him. I don't know why. I don't like him. I was really biased. Like you should meet someone, talk to someone before you make any judgments. But that's just my impression. Like I don't know what it is. Nothing against the guy. I don't know. Um, but yeah, if we're talking about AJ Ho compared to like traditional classes and techniques and stuff, he definitely has an edge, and he definitely is much more in the right direction. Um, I don't know everything he does, but what I've seen that he talks about and stuff, it's definitely not traditional. And I do like that. It's just something about him. I'm just kind of like, eh. So I don't like him either. No offense. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, but that's okay. Some people just don't like people. There's probably people who see my videos and they're like, that guy. That guy's ugly. I don't like him. Screw that guy. That's fine. People don't like different people's personalities. No big deal. Whatever. No hard feelings, AJ. I know you'll probably never hear this or see this, but if you do for some reason, and at the 4 hour and 38 minute mark of a live stream, um, no hard feelings. Okay. Did I catch up? I think I caught up. Oh, I still have that beginner thing to address. A lot of the famous English coaches here on YouTube are so fake. It's as if the actual person got lost in the brand and business of it all. I don't even think of them as real human beings. Yeah, I wouldn't know too much about that because, as I said, I try not to pay too much attention to them. When I first started the channel, I did do some research on some other channels just because I wanted to see like how many subscribers people would have might have and how long they've had their channel and um, just because like if I'm going to make an English teaching YouTube channel, it's like if there's 100 people learning English on YouTube, it's not a whole lot of point there. So I know of like Rachel's English. I know of I think English with Lucy. I think she's British or something. I don't know. And then there's like the Ingvid, I think something. I don't remember. It might have actually been Ariel. There was somebody who commented. I don't remember who. Asking about like the Cot merger, and they sent me some links in one of the comments for me to check, and they were like English teachers, and some of them I had seen before. So yeah, I don't try to pay too much attention to them, but so I wouldn't really know if they're like fake or whatever because I don't watch much of their content. But yeah, if I mean if that's what it is, then I mean that's unfortunate. Um, yeah. Anyway, he definitely has a big audience. Yeah, he does. AJ Hogue. He definitely has a big audience. I was actually surprised about how big of an audience he has because I was like, as I said, like I mean, he has some good ideas and he's not traditional. You know, he's approaching it in a different way, and that's good. But when I saw like how popular he was, I was like, okay, I don't get it. um, but who knows? Maybe I'll have 1 million subscribers one day, and then somebody else will be sitting there saying, I don't know why that guy's so popular. Who knows? Um, that would be great. Tell all your friends. Okay, I'm gonna address this thing now. Now that we're almost at 5 hours. If you were teaching beginners, meaning someone who doesn't know anything about English, where would you start? Um, so off the top of my head, this isn't fresh in my mind, but I literally spent several months. This was a couple years ago when I started trying to put together a beginner course. Um, I spent several months intensively focused on this and like what would be best and this and that and whatever. So I can't give you all the details because I'd have to go back and look at my notes and whatever. But based on what I remember, so as I mentioned earlier, like when I'm learning a language, when I'm looking at grammar, I am mostly concerned not with the details, but with the big things, the keys. I actually wrote an article on italki quite a few years ago talking about this. And um, okay, I'll come back to that in a second. What was I saying? Distractions. um, I lost the exact thing because now I'm thinking about AJ Hogue. Damn it. um, anyway, beginner course. So, I try to focus on the big things, right? So, a good example of that is uh, what in English, it's not the same structure in all languages, but it's what in English we call modal verbs. And I don't know if any of you know Tim Ferriss. Um, I did mention him. Sometimes I misspell his name because I don't really know how to spell his last name. But I mentioned him in the I think the Fluent in 3 Months video. Um, and he's a super smart guy, likes to learn lots of things. He wrote a whole book about it. And languages in particular, he's also a polyglot. He's not as well known of a polyglot, but he's a polyglot. And because he's known for just general skills. Um, he has a special tool that he uses for languages called the deconstruction dozen. And it's a set of particular sentences like, I have the apple, or like, I have the apple is red. I give the apple to John, he gives it to her. And it tests certain things like pronouns, adjective to noun order, verb conjugation, modals, right? I can eat the apple or whatever it is. And it's just this like 12 sentences, and he has that translated into the language. And that tells him a lot about the language just from those 12 sentences. These are the types of things. This is one reason why I call the channel English Hacks, because I mean, if you guys think that I'm giving you guys, which I mean, I don't know if you think I'm giving you guys hacks necessarily, but if you guys think I'm giving you hacks now, like the beginner course stuff, that's where the real hacks come in. And it's like, what are the most important elements? How can you get a feel for the language overall without getting caught in all the little details? And he'll actually decide not to learn a language based on the results of the translations, because he has certain things like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. But so it's things like that. So for example, I was actually creating something that I call the English Blueprint, which would be, it was originally intended to be a precursor to the beginner course, but it got kind of big and I wasn't sure exactly what to do with it. Like maybe it would become part of the beginner course. But in the blueprint, I was talking about things, I was really emphasizing you know, it's stuff that you get taught in classes, but not in the same way. So, for example, the switching of word order in questions, right? Like, he is tall. Is he tall? Okay. You learn that, and then you kind of move on. You don't practice it. If I were to make a beginner course, whether that's in like book form with audio, which was my original idea, or making YouTube videos, which I think is a much better idea, um, it would include a lot of listen and repeat. Like, I have my book about the black cat and the Tom's Horrible Day. And that whole book it's based on the audio. Like, you don't need the text. The text is just there to kind of help you if you need it. But it's all based around the audio. And right, it's like, okay, exercise one, change the sentence into a question. But you have like 3 seconds to answer, right? So, and I think AJ does some stuff with this too. But it's so you'll see like the cat is black, right? Or the cat's black, and you have 3 seconds to change that into a question. Because one of the biggest problems that intermediate learners have, especially if they haven't practiced speaking very much yet, is they can't produce a language quickly, and this forces you to just try to produce a language quickly, even if you make mistakes. And then you hear the answer, and then you go to the next question, right? And there's change it into a question. There's answer the question, given certain prompts, yes, no, whatever. And I would take elements of that and put that into to a beginner course. So it's like, okay, he is tall, right? You guys change that into a question. So you're not just learning, oh, this is the structure. Because I have so many students who are at the intermediate level, especially the lower intermediate level, that not necessarily all at the same time, but like historically, I've had these students where like maybe like they know the grammar. They're like, okay, yeah, like I know there's this thing that happens. But then when they're speaking, and when I even point it out to them that like they made a mistake, like I'll write what they said, they won't be able to fix it. So it's like knowledge in the back of their brain somehow that they can't even access. Um, and so you need to actually practice that straight from day one. You need to immediately start saying, okay, this is the statement, this is the negative, this is the question. So he is tall, he is not tall, is he tall? And I'm not saying it would be exactly like that, like that exact sentence. That's just an example. One thing that I would also do, I think that it is much better to start teaching third person continuous tense before anything else. You might find that interesting. Third person continuous tense before anything else. And the reason why, now this isn't necessarily the best thing to do. There is no best thing. It depends on you. It depends on your goals and whatever. But if I'm making sort of a generalized thing that I can hand to somebody that I think would work best for the average person, without taking into context any specific goals, what I think would be best in English, at least, is right when you're saying, if you're talking about yourself, okay, we have to be and we have regular verbs. So with to be, right, I am a teacher. Great. Okay. Which of course is usually contracted. We're not going to worry too much, which I also would emphasize contractions very early on, not necessarily from day one, but very early on, because they're so common and necessary for natural speech. But that's another detail. So I say I am a teacher. Okay. So you have one version of to be. Now we know that to be is one of the most irregular verbs, probably the most irregular verb in English. So it changes all the time, almost all the time. Now, I am, okay, and then if you say you are, okay, you are a teacher. Now, if you're not in an actual conversation, that is not spelled right. You get what I mean. In an actual conversation, if you're saying I and you, and you're actually like you're trying to say like speak from day one, Benny Lewis's approach, this is useful. Are you talking about transitive and intransitive verbs? No. That's verbs that need an object and verbs that don't need an object. That's something else. I'm just talking about very bare basics right here. So we have to be, and then we have other verbs. So other verbs are anything that's not to be, right? Because to be is a stative verb. I think become is also a stative verb, but most verbs are not stative, right? They're actions. So like go, come, eat, see, sleep, wonder, right? Um, and the pattern is slightly different. Like the changes between question and statement are the same, but there's special considerations with to be. We'll get to this. Okay. Remember, I'm trying to think of this from the perspective of if somebody knew nothing about English or even anything about languages, right? They don't know any grammar. They don't know what a verb is, right? They don't know any of that. Which I would also teach them a couple of key basic terms like verb, noun, adjective, because those are useful terms to know. Most grammar terms are not useful to know, and you don't have to learn them, like transitive and intransitive verbs. There's a time where that might be useful, but in general, you do not have to know what that is. um, and if you do, you can learn it later. Anyway, if you say I'm a teacher, you are a teacher, or you are a student, whatever, that's good for conversation. And if you're taking a conversation-based approach, that's good. I think if you're taking a course where you have like a video or a book where there's dialogues and they're using I am and you are, you're adding extra variation, M and R, right? It's bad enough that we're saying I and you. Okay, those are two different things. But then M and R. So we have to memorize these two special forms of the verb to be, right? And then they don't even look like to be. True, but unfortunately, I started on a wrong foot and started learning grammar from the book. Yeah, many people did. That's one of the failures of traditional classes too. But that's how I started actually. Before I knew how to learn a language, I went to grammar books. I went to, I didn't know what I was doing. People think, how do you learn a language? You learn the grammar. Well, technically not. It's not quite so simple. So that's why if you have somebody who right, like a guru, I'm the guru, right? But if you have somebody guiding you, who can tell you what's the most important information that you need to know right now, right? The sort of the 80-20. Because you can figure that stuff out, but it's really hard to do. And that's actually when I was talking about my skill map, the upside down pyramid skill map that maps any skill. Part of that is to identify what is the 80-20, what is the most important thing, so that anybody, because I want to write a book about that. I want to take my results, apply them to myself, build the skills, write a book about it, and then basically it would be a rough blueprint for anybody who wants to learn any of the skills that I learned or how to apply it to any other skill that I don't know. That's the ultimate goal with that. But back to English. If you're taking a textbook course, or you're in a class, or you're watching a YouTube video and you're learning I am, you are, whatever. He is, right? They are, we are. So you are, we are, they are, that's the same. That's not too bad. And you might say, well, this is pretty simple, but you don't want to add in too much variation at the very, very, very beginning, right? You want your brain to be able to hold on to something. And so we have this problem where there's M, R, is. You go to other verbs and it's a little bit better, right? This is why the simple present tense, especially of regular verbs not to be, is commonly taught very early, which it is an early topic, but I think it should be a little bit later than it's usually taught. So with regular verbs, right, you say like, okay, I go, you go. This is very slow. I don't know why. I go, you go, he goes, and we go, they go. And that's a lot easier than to be, right? So you kind of learn the basics of to be. Okay, yeah, it's this verb, it changes. But then these verbs, oh, they're very nice. You just add an S or an ES if it's he or she. But then, of course, he or she doesn't come up as much, right? Because you also have I and you and we and they. And so you don't get as much practice with the S. And so a common problem that lasts into the intermediate stage, sometimes occasionally up into towards the advanced stage almost, is not using that third person S. It's one of the most common English mistakes. And I want to fix that very early to where it's not a mistake. I don't know if that's possible. There's research that says that native speaking children follow that same pattern when they're learning English. But I think that we can fix that as adults. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But anyway, that's another point. But the problem comes when we start introducing questions and negatives. Okay, negatives aren't too much of a problem, but if we say, okay, I am a teacher, this becomes, am I a teacher? Right? So we're switching the subject and the verb. Okay. We say, you are, let's say, a student. You are a student. Are you a student? Okay. Which, by the way, I would also include, not in necessarily direct ways, but I would include pronunciation training, ear training, intonation, right? So when it's a question, it's like, are you a student? And make sure, like, they're getting that intonation, not just like, are you a student? Um, so this doesn't seem too difficult, but again, we still have the two. And then you say, okay, he is a student. Is he a student? Um, Now this is just to be without any other verb, and that's not too difficult. When you add in, when you start talking about other verbs, okay, so we said I go, but this becomes do I go, right? And it's the same thing. You go, do you go? He goes, does he go? So now that third person change is on do instead of does. So for someone who is completely new to English, number one, if you look at to be, okay, you're just switching the order. That's not too bad. That's okay, fine, whatever. But now when you're looking at regular verbs, not only does this do just magically appear, but when it's in the third person, this magical S that appeared in the third person now moves on to the do and becomes does, and the go goes back to go. So now you're adding a lot more complexity than you need to. Okay. So for all of these reasons, I think that it is best to start a concentrated period for, say, 1 to 2 weeks or so. And it depends on exactly what you're doing and what the frequency is. I have many different types of homework exercises, or exercises that would be in videos based on like listening and listening and repeating and filling in the blank and all these different things. Some of them are traditional exercises, some of them are not. Reverse translations. So where I would start, given all this information, in terms of grammar, which the alphabet is also important. If your script is different, if you're a Japanese speaker and you're learning English, you got to learn the alphabet. But also, we know that the script is not phonetic. So that's something that I'm still trying to figure out. I have some ideas for that. But the emphasis would be less on the visual script and more on the listening. The visual script and learning to read would be sort of like a background passive thing, where the listening would be emphasized. But this is what I would do, right? If we go to the continuous tense, I say, I am going, well, let's say walking. I am walking. Okay. And the question, am I walking? You are walking, are you walking? So we want to take away the variation of the do problem, right? Where it's do I go, or does he go, or that third person S, that's different from all the other forms. I go, you go, we go, they go. So let's just put that aside. Then we want to take out the variation of I am and you are, because now we have two different forms of to be plus is. That's three different forms of to be. Get rid of I am and you are. Okay, we're left with the one. This is my ring finger, not my middle finger. So we have is. Okay, and so you start, right? We're like, okay, of course we have things like he is tall, just statements without any other verb. So that technically that would be the very first part, right? Just like he, she, and it is something. And you start learning basic adjectives, you start learning basic nouns. He is a teacher, he is tall, whatever. Okay. But when you start bringing in other verbs, probably like lesson 2, lesson 3, maybe, I forget exactly how I planned it out. But very quickly, you don't move to regular verbs yet. You stay in the third person. Okay. They don't know I am, they don't know you are. All they know is he is, she is, it is. Um, and after you learn the basics of he is tall, he is a teacher, you move to he is walking. Right? So now we're introducing other verbs. But notice, you're already used to the structure, right? He is tall, he is walking. He is a teacher, he is walking. Okay, we have to add a for teacher, but whatever. Now you can start to use other verbs and start to actually use the language without worrying about a lot of grammar and changes and stuff, right? So you say, you just add a couple other words, right? He is walking home. He is walking to work. He is walking to school. Whatever it is. These are just examples. Again, I don't remember the details of everything I planned. And now you can start using the language with very little variability causing a problem, right? So you don't have to think, oh, he am. No, he is, right? You don't get it confused. There was another thing. Yeah. And then, of course, you learn the question form, right? Is he walking? Okay, so now you're asking questions about things that are going on. And I think this is super important because the simple present tense is used to describe things that are generally true. It has a couple other uses. You can use it for the future, you can use it for whatever, but the basic meaning is for things that are generally true, right? So when we say he is tall, that is the simple present tense, right? Okay, it's using different. It's not using to be; it's using go. Now, one of the reasons why this is so useful and important is because this structure of switching the in the statement or putting the negative right after the main verb, right? I am not tall. I am not walking, or you know what I mean with the placement. It's not the main verb, but you know what I mean. Learning that basic structure, statement, negative, question, it permeates, meaning it goes through it's throughout the entire language, right? If you talk about would, same structure, should, same structure, may, same structure, might, same structure, can, same structure. Okay, I can go. Can I go? I cannot go. I would go. Would I go? I would not go. Right. Once you get that basic structure, like the rhythm of the grammar, right? This is the most essential basic rhythm of English grammar. Once you get that in your head and you're able to use that pretty well with a limited number of words, you have just unlocked a huge part of the language. In fact, you've just unlocked the entire language almost. There's still a lot of words you don't know. There's still a lot of concepts you don't know. But now when you go and learn can, which is also something I would teach very early, and you're taught that, oh, it follows the same pattern, you can use can now because you already know the structure. You don't have to think, how do I make a question? You just make it into a question. It'll take a little bit of practice, but basically break down the barrier, get this basic rhythm of grammar into your brain so that everything else you learn becomes so much easier. And then, right, so modal verbs would be something very early on. Not all modal verbs, but can, have to, technically as a modal verb, it's might as well be in the same group. Past tense would come pretty quickly. Of course, the simple present, but the modal verbs unlock a lot more of the language. Between this basic structure and modals, if you learn those two things first in English, you will probably be like 3 years ahead of anybody who takes classes. Just with that, even only having a few words, you're so ahead of everybody else. The last thing I would add here, right after you learn this basic structure using just the third person continuous tense, now you can go in and I never decided which one would be better. This is a point I never figured out. Oh, there's the cat. Either A, you start doing the same thing with you are and I am. So you start applying what you know to be able to talk to yourself. And you don't have to actually talk to somebody. You can imagine in your head, you're talking to someone, say like, oh, I'm walking to the store, or you are talking to someone or whatever it is, whatever. That's one way to go. And if you want to take more of a speaking early approach, you can use this as a primer and then jump in with that. Or what I think might be possibly a little bit better is to start looking at the simple present of other verbs, right? Because in this structure, I am walking, or no, I'm walking, sorry, he is walking, is he walking, he is not walking. You learn some verbs from that, right? And you already know you already know the structure. So now in that process, you learn some verbs. Now what you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, he walks, still third person, still just third person. No I, no you. He walks, whatever. Okay, he walks, he goes, he sees. You're learning with that S. So we're getting early reinforcement on that S, which doesn't get enough reinforcement early on. So that solved that problem. That should solve that problem. Then when you start learning that question form. Now, here's one of the brilliant tricks. This magical do, right? He walks, does he walk? Or with I, right? I walk, do I walk? So the do instead of does. This is like a magical do. Like, where did it come from? Why is it there? Right? Why does this have to be complicated? Well, it's not. It's actually not, because actually in modern English, in Shakespeare's time, I think it was Shakespeare's time. If not Shakespeare's time, then it was Middle English, because Shakespeare is actually modern English, by the way. It's very early modern English, but it's modern English. But 400, 500 years ago, we couldn't say I walk. We would have to say I do walk, right? If I remember correctly, maybe I'm not right on that point. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's true. But either way, that doesn't matter. When we say I walk, we'll keep it consistent. We'll say he walks. When we say he walks, the do is there, but we don't say it. And we know the do is there because if we choose to emphasize or clarify, we will either say he walks and put extra stress on walk more than normal, or we'll say he does walk, and the does magically appears. It's already there, we just don't normally say it, right? And notice it's already does, not do, if it's third person. So that is one point that I would actually teach to beginners. I don't think any English teacher ever teaches that. Maybe they do, I don't know. If you learn the basic structure with the continuous tense, and then I say, okay, this is third person simple present, and this is why do appears in the question and in the negative. You'll understand it, no problem. And now instead of trying to remember, oh yeah, I have to add do for the question and the negative, you just have to remember, oh, I have to leave out do for the statement, the positive statement. And I think that's a lot easier to do. And then from there, it's details. But basically, from what I remember, that's what I would do. Simple present or present continuous third person only. With basic word order, questions, negatives, positive statements, and then move into the simple present, and then move into modals, past tense, start can. Can opens up so many more possibilities. I was so glad when I learned can in Japanese because I was like, oh my God, I can say so many more things. It was amazing. So, and the same thing in Spanish. I was like, oh yeah, there's this verb poder, and it doesn't work exactly the same as can because it's actually a verb in Spanish. It's kind of annoying sometimes, but I can say so much more because now instead of saying I go, I can say I can go. And it's more expression. Okay. Have you read something? Sorry, this was a while ago. I apologize. It took so long to get to this, but have you read something written by Stephen Krashen? Yeah. Yeah. Someone mentioned Krashen earlier. I haven't read anything. Steve Kaufman. If you know Steve Kaufman, he's what I call the input guy. Lots of reading, lots of listening. He's like a lot. Steve Kaufman has interviewed him on his YouTube channel several times, and I am aware of maybe not all of Krashen's ideas, but I know comprehensible input and this and that, whatever. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think that he has made a lot of really great contributions to the field of language learning. And I generally feel positively towards him. I think he's a pretty smart guy. Is there any reason why you mentioned Krashen such a, that's a common mistake. Yes, such a brilliant. If there's no noun, right, such, well, actually, so hold on. Yeah, it's not noun. Like if brilliant were a noun, brilliance, such brilliance, right? But if it's such, and then yeah, it could be adjective, it could be noun. I forget the exact rule here. See, I don't care about the details. It's you don't always have to know all the details of stuff. I'll have to maybe look that up. But yes, a brilliant answer. Because it would be such. Oh, that's why. Because answer is countable. It would be such an answer. But because you're saying brilliant, we don't need the an. We just say a. Yes. So it depends on if it's countable or not. That's the rule. It really does make a lot of sense. I'm mind blown. Do does thing. By the way, I is aren't I used instead of am I not? Oh God. Well, I'm glad you like the answer. But why? Well, it's actually a false question. I assume that you have only heard aren't I? Otherwise, you probably wouldn't answer this question. um, or maybe you've just heard it a whole lot more. Oh, bye, student. Took a second to get to you. Sorry. Bye. Thank you for watching. Well, we're down to 2 people. I guess we should go soon. God, this has been a long time. Uh, but yeah, we'll finish up here. Aren't I is not proper grammar. We do say am I not. It's not as common. It's the proper way to say it. And I think this is, I mentioned several hours ago that there are things that are changing in English, certain grammar points that are changing. And what I've actually noticed is that, because language is always evolving and changing, and what I've noticed is that as things change, when things first start changing, they're improper, they're slang, they're informal, right? And then over time, given it 50 years, 100 years, give it enough time, it starts to become the way that people speak. And it starts to sound less informal and more normal. And then the old way to speak either just doesn't sound right or it sounds formal. Um, and I'm aware of several things that are in that process of changing. This, I think, is one of those things. Am I not is something that we use. It does sound a little bit more formal. It definitely sounds more correct. But aren't I doesn't sound incorrect, at least to me. It sounds perfectly fine. So either one is fine. But aren't I is probably much more common because that's how it's changing. Probably for the same reason people say ain't. Ain't still sounds informal. But right, I ain't, you ain't, he ain't, right? It can apply to any person. As a question, ain't I, ain't you, ain't he? And it's a similar type of change, but that still sounds informal. So yeah, I don't know. It's just something that was wrong that changed. That's all. So it's just like, for example, prepositions, right? As I see, we only have 3 people here at the moment. But as all 3 of you probably know, you are, according to grammar, according to official proper English grammar, you are not supposed to put a preposition at the end of the sentence. And you probably weren't paying attention, but if you go back and watch this live stream, you'll probably see dozens, countless dozens of, I guess dozens can't be countless, but you'll see dozens of examples where I put the preposition at the end. Right now, it won't always go at the end. You can't just put it at the end because you want to put it at the end necessarily. Like I said, at the end, I didn't say the end at, right? That doesn't make sense. But this is something actually in the past, like 400 years ago, people used to put prepositions at the end of sentences all the time. People also used to use double negatives, just like Spanish does, and I think German too. I'm not sure. The Latin languages tend to use double negatives. And what happened is this guy, this stupid guy, he made everything more difficult for you guys. This stupid guy, uh, back in the during the history of English, Latin was often seen as a more sophisticated, refined language. Um, and this one guy, we didn't have a whole lot of like spelling rules or like formalized, grammar stuff and whatever. But he thought that it's better to use Latin as a base because Latin is a strong, good, pure language, and it will help to improve English if we borrow some of its stuff. Um, and I don't know if Latin uses double negatives. Maybe he had. Oh yeah, that's right. I think Latin does have double negatives. But in English, for many hundreds of years, the English mind says two negatives make a positive. And so he, in his book that he wrote or whatever, he said, okay, we can't say, um, what is it like? I don't see nothing. That's not right. That's two negatives. That means you see something. So you have to see I don't. You have to say I don't see anything. Right. That's why that change happened. And then with the Latin influence, aren't I? What? I forgot. See, it's been too long. It's been way too long. Oh, prepositions. That's right. With the Latin influence, so in Latin and in the Latin languages like Spanish, you can't put a preposition at the end, right? So when you say, I don't know, let's see, I don't know, like who are you speaking to, right? In Spanish, that would be a quién estás hablando. So to whom are you speaking? Whom, by the way, is something that is still used in English, but most Americans don't use it, and you do not have to use it either. I completely recommend that you do not use whom ever. It's not needed. Just drop it. Okay, I'll come to that in a second. But he said that because Latin doesn't use prepositions at the end of a sentence, that English shouldn't do that either. And so for several hundred years, there was this strong rule in English grammar that you cannot put the preposition at the end of a sentence. Well, then phrasal verbs developed. And obviously, it's very common to have prepositions at the end of a sentence with phrasal verbs because it might just be the last word, right? Um, like the car blew up. Okay, where are we going to put the up? The car up blew? No, that doesn't make any sense. And so from that, I think, I'm not completely sure if that happened first, but either way, over time, it started shifting to where now we're putting prepositions at the end. Now, some people today will tell you, do not put a preposition at the end of a sentence. Native speakers, some native speakers will correct other native speakers, right? We call them grammar Nazis. And they will say, don't put a preposition at the end of a sentence. You can't do that. Well, guess what? Everybody does it. So nobody likes you, go away. So yes, you can put prepositions at the end of a sentence. And in fact, Winston Churchill said, not putting a preposition at the end of a sentence is something up with which I will not put. So he was using this to illustrate or to show, to demonstrate how ridiculous this rule is. Because we would say, I will not putting a preposition at the end of a sentence is something that I will not put up with. But that puts a preposition at the end of a sentence. So you'd have to completely rearrange the way that we speak in order to follow that rule. Nobody's going to do that. So there are a number of rules that you were probably taught, like whom and putting prepositions at the end. Ignore them completely. You don't even have to worry. They're not informal. Just completely ignore them. People don't speak that way. Most people don't speak that way anymore. I read like 7 or 9 books. That sounds like me. Instead of 7 or 8, 7 or 9. Just skip a number. I read like 7 or 9 books about language learning, but I wasn't happy enough with my findings. I know. Then I read Principles of Practice in Second Language Acquisition by him, and everything clicked. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't actually, as I said, I haven't actually read any of his books. See, because like the comprehensive input thing, I think no, we don't. We don't use whom. Like you will hear it. Some people will use it. Some people will use it, especially in a formal setting. But most people, Like I never use whom. Never. In any situation, right? Unless I'm trying to sound fancy or I don't know, if I'm literally translating from Spanish, right? Like, ¿a quién estás hablando? You know, to whom are you speaking? Whatever. Um, but yeah, we don't use whom. You can to whom it may concern. Yes, so that is a very old phrase. One of the things about things that change, like grammar that changes and stuff, there may be old phrases that are set phrases, especially if they're used in formal situations, and most especially if they're used in formal writing primarily. Those take the longest to change because they're set phrases, they're formal, and they're usually in writing. That is one of those cases. That is one place where if you want to sound super, super polite and you want to just show the utmost respect, the highest respect that you possibly can, this is the nicest way that you can word the start of a letter, right? Um, but again, we're talking about writing, not speech. And even in writing, like I never write who, never. Um, it's not something that's like informal to drop whom. It's just for most people, the way that most people speak in writing, or yes, speak in writing, the way that most people speak and the way that most people write, 99% of the time, with the exception of rare cases like this, we do not use whom. In fact, I don't know why it's still taught. It doesn't make any sense to me. In British English, maybe. British English has some slightly different things going on. Like they use the present perfect a lot more than we do. That's another topic for another time. um, but I think whom is much more commonly used in British English. In American English, no. Okay. Um, as for crashing, I was saying with comprehensive input, I think comprehensive input generally it's a good idea. Generally, it makes sense. There's research behind it. Is it the only way? Right? Like, do you have to have comprehensive input? And or is it necessarily the best option? No. I would say no. Maybe I'm wrong. I would say no. It depends on your goals. Everything depends on your goals. Everything. Your goals, your situation, right? Like some people can afford to pay for, like Link or whatever. But if you're, dirt poor from some country, like you're the bottom of the bottom in your country, and your country's money isn't worth much, and like you barely have internet, you can't pay for Link, like I mean, or whatever it is, whatever program you want to get. So depending on your situation, financial situation, whatever situation you have, and your goals, you have to take all of these things into consideration for what is best. Like if you're going to go to Japan in 3 months, right, or 6 months even, you have some time to study some grammar, study some words and stuff. But if you're going to be expected to speak, like let's say you're going to be expected to give a presentation in Japanese in 6 months and you speak no Japanese, that's a very difficult thing to do. Possible, I would say, possible with the right techniques. It's a very difficult thing to do. Comprehensible input is not part of that equation. You have to jump right over that. Okay. It's like jumping into the deep end of the pool. Comprehensible input is the shallow end of the pool where you're kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm floating. It's okay. It's okay. You go deeper and deeper and deeper. That doesn't fit that situation. So, you need not worry about British English. That is true. You need not worry about British English at all. That phrasing is a little fancy. You need not. Yes. Much more everyday to say you don't have to. I think you maybe phrased it that way on purpose, but just in case. Yeah. I just started to use whom correctly a couple weeks ago after so many years. Oh my God. Well, sorry. um, here's the thing. This is another point. This is a point of naturalness. Okay. There's a difference, as you probably know, between correctness and naturalness. Usually the two will match, right? Grammar is generally a description of the meaning that is created by word order and all these different things. So a lot of the time they'll match, but there are details that, especially if something is changing or has changed, that it might be still formally correct technically, but it's not how we speak, right? So if you want to just use whom, you can. As I said, there are speakers who still use it. It does exist. If you want to do it because now you can correctly do it, you put in the work, you don't want to change it, there's no problem with that. You won't necessarily sound completely natural all the time, but there are speakers who use it. Okay, so technically it's okay. Maybe a little more natural. You want to sound more like me, more like whatever, average person. Then I would switch that back to who. um, but this is a stupid problem because going the other way, right? I think this is harder for you because in Spanish, right? Like as I said, ¿a quién estás hablando? That didn't come out. ¿A quién estás hablando? Or de quién, right? Who are you talking about? ¿De quién estás hablando? Of whom are you speaking? To whom are you speaking? Right? In Spanish, you have quién, which is who, and you have quién, which is whom in English, right? We get this change in English. In Spanish, you don't. I have to remember that the preposition goes before, and I have to use that structure. That's my difficulty because I want to put the preposition at the end. And that was a very difficult thing for me to figure out how to do in Spanish. It might seem very easy, especially to a Spanish speaker, but because we don't speak that way anymore, we put the preposition at the end usually. It, it was difficult. But for you to learn who or whom, by the way, the reason this exists, it's really stupid. You know how we have he, him, his, she, her, hers, my, or me, my, mine, I, right? These different forms. So these there's different forms of pronouns and stuff in many languages, including Spanish. But specific forms, right? Like notice him ends with an M. To whom, right? I give it to him. Whom or to whom do I give it, right? So it's to with the M. This is actually a feature of English that is called cases, grammatical cases. And this is something that English does not have anymore. Okay? German has it, Russian has it, a number of languages have it. English does not. We dropped the case system. Okay? But there are some remnants or leftovers. Him is a good example. In fact, did you know that him, the word him, that specific word with that specific meaning, has existed since Old English, which is, I don't even know, like over 2,000 years old or something like that. It's very old, very, very old. Nobody speaks Old English anymore. Nobody speaks Middle English anymore. But that word has existed through all of English's history, from old all the way to modern. And we still have it now. It's a strong word. But whom, right? That him is used for the indirect object. I give it to him. It's the same thing with whom. To whom do I give it? That's why it's M at the end, right? When we say I give it to her, there's no M there. Doesn't have to always be M, but we see between him and whom, there's this nice match. But because English doesn't have cases anymore, whom is something that is completely disappearing, at least from modern English. There are some people who still use it, but it is disappearing and it is almost completely gone. Almost, not quite. With the exception, again, of certain phrases like to whom it may concern. So it's interesting. And there might be things in your native language that like you think of like, oh, that sounds really formal. That sounds really dated, right? And it's like a snapshot of where your language is at this point in time, right? Because 100 years from now or 200 years from now, that thing that to you sounded kind of formal or dated, like it's from a couple hundred years ago, nobody's even going to remember it. Like 200 years from now, nobody's going to remember whom, at least in American English. If British people are still using it, maybe it'll hang around, but it's probably just going to completely disappear. Just like many other things have completely disappeared. So now I feel like I'm just rambling about history and and words. uh, Jesus, 5.5 hours, guys. There's only a review now, but it's been 5.5 hours. uh, and Davin has been here pretty much the entire time. Like, do you even have like places to be? I mean, I appreciate it, but what about Shal? Oh my God, Shal. Oh God, that's breathtaking. Breathtaking. What's the 5.5 hours? I see we have a new person. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for joining. But what are we referring to? Is this the time, or is that the thingy there? Because a lot of people like that. Or is it me? Is it my lovely, beautiful face? Probably not. Anyway, if you want to respond to that, you can. You don't have to. But what about shall? We'll move on for the moment. Oof, shall. What about shall? The short, easy answer: ignore it. And I'm not just saying that because it's easier for me, but you can ignore it. You never have to use it. Okay, it is something that exists. Um, it is something that is still used in certain forms, but it is not something that is required to use. There is never a case, anytime where in the past you would have to use it because it would mean a particular thing. In modern English, in everyday speech, there are ways that we have to say those things that are different. So shall is something that you actually don't have to learn. You should probably learn it to understand it when you hear it, because you will hear it sometimes. But shall is kind of going the way of whom. Shall is a little stronger. It's still a little more living, but it's fading. It's disappearing, especially with the original use of shall. At least as far as I know, the original use. It used to be the first person form of will. So instead of saying I will go, right, you say he'll go, he will go, but I shall go. It was just a conjugation of the future tense. And I think it had some other uses that we still have today, but nobody uses it that way. The only time that people use it that way, maybe in British English, maybe in American English, the only time that you're going to say like, oh, I shall do it tomorrow, or I shall see you tomorrow, or whatever it is, it's because we want to sound fancy. We want to have a particular feeling, especially if you're like role playing, you're at Comic-Con, you're dressed up as an elf or something, then it's going to be much more common. Oh, I shall see you tomorrow, my brethren, whatever. There are some uses of shall that we still use. You don't have to, like, shall we go? And that sounds kind of formal, sounds polite. Again, we're probably going to use that to sound more fancy. But in formal situations, it is relatively common. Or if, especially a man talking to a woman, right? It's like maybe first date, second date, or, it wants to, sound kind of, like, I don't know, fancy, I guess, right? Like, oh, shall we go, my lady? Shall we go, my dear? Whatever. I don't know. I'm an introvert. I don't know how those things work. So, yeah, and I think there's a couple other uses of shall that maybe we still use here and there. But as I said, the short answer, you can ignore it. You can just completely ignore it. You definitely don't have to use it yourself. Okay, you already said my name a couple of times, and I don't know yours yet. With whom? With whom do I have the pleasure of writing? The pleasure of writing. I was gonna say speaking because that's usually what happens. But yes, this is writing. Um, yeah. So of course I wouldn't do it that way, but that's fine. Um, well, my name is Josh, which you should know if you watch my videos because at the start of almost every single video I say, "Hi, I'm Josh, your American English guide." That's like my catchphrase. Um, but no, yeah, Josh, Josh, or as the Mexican lunch lady at my high school liked to call me, Joshua. Yeah. It's cool. I'm fine with it. I'm Joshua. Um, I've also been called, I think my brother's ex-girlfriend called me Heshua. But yeah, my full name is Joshua, but I definitely don't use that. Yes. And which, by the way, Ariel, I don't know if you get this because since you're from Mexico, maybe people don't say this, but which I guess it's actually Ariel, right? Um, which sounds a lot better. But Ariel in English, I always think of the Little Mermaid. So your name reminds me of the Little Mermaid. I just hear it in my head, under the sea. So no offense, but um, another thing I don't hear native speakers use are the future perfect. Ah, yeah, at least during this 5 hour live stream or 5 hour stream. I put the word live in there because I can do that. You haven't used them. Are they worth mastering? They're worth knowing. They're definitely worth knowing. So the thing about the perfect continuous tenses, even past, present, um, the present perfect continuous is probably the most common of the three, but very often the meaning between the perfect continuous and the perfect is so close that they mean the same thing, or they basically mean the same thing. Not always, not always. It's a very difficult thing to grasp and even to teach. Very difficult to teach. Um, so the future perfect continuous, I definitely wouldn't worry too much about. Whatever. The future perfect. Future perfect has a specific use. And if we want to say something that the future perfect uh, shows, if that makes sense, right? Like, because right, like if I want to say I go instead of I can go, I would say I go, right? So if we want to say if we want to express the particular idea that the future perfect expresses, I don't think in many cases we have other ways to express that without using the future perfect. Sometimes, yes, there's other ways to say it. You don't always have to use the future perfect. Um, but so it's used. But you're right, native speakers don't use them very much. The reason for the future perfect, I think, is because the times when we would need to say it, sometimes, as I said, sometimes you can, there are other ways to say it, but the times when we would have to say it, like the time to express that idea, is relatively uncommon compared to anything else that you would say in your daily life, right? Um, but it depends on what you're talking about. It is useful. Future perfect, maybe not the continuous, but the future perfect, yes. Like I don't know. Yeah, see, I'm trying to think of a case where like I would have to use it that would make sense to use it instead of just trying to use it because it works. Um, hmm. I can't think of a good example right now. But I don't know. Let's say, okay, if I continue this live stream for 12 hours, then I will have been live streaming. Oh, that's present, future, continuous. Um, I could also say I will have live streamed. That's okay, yeah. But I will have been live streaming for 17 hours. Okay. Why would I say that? I don't have a reason to say that, right? Um, so it's just it doesn't often come up. Um, sorry, Josh, I won't read it now. Good, yes. Um, yes, you pronounced correctly. Only rich people here watch Disney movies. In my whole life, only three people have made comments regarding the mermaid. Interesting. Okay. So that tells me you have some rich friends. um, interesting. Yeah. I think my Spanish partner mentioned that to me once. She's from Mexico City. I think she mentioned something about that. That only rich people watch Disney movies. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, and Seedon asked about the cat earlier. The cat's right there. I was going to bring the cat, and I just remembered, and Seedon's gone. Failure. The whole live stream is a failure, just because of that. Okay, I will have known. I I will have known more about English by the time this live stream ends. No, that does not work. Know is a difficult verb. It doesn't always work the way other verbs work because if you say I will have known, if you're talking about increasing knowledge, that's not going to work. If you talk about knowing someone, like knowing who they are or being friends with them for a certain period of time, then yes, like I will have known him for 5 years next month. Okay. But if you're talking about increasing what you know, that use of know sounds like you no longer know it. Like I will have known more. Like I don't know, it sounds weird. It just sounds really, really weird. Yeah. Anyway, but the idea of what you're trying to communicate is correct. Yes, you will know more. That's what we would say. Like, I will know more. See, even if that's grammatically correct, we would just say, I will know more. Okay. Um, by the way, does more rhyme with? Uh, funny that you should ask. So some people, I think some people, maybe British English, I don't know, say tour. Um, but if you remember from the R colored lesson, one of the R colored lessons, the second word is tour with an ooh, tour. The first word, M-O-R-E, is pronounced exactly the same. It doesn't rhyme. It's the same sound, same exact word pronunciation. In fact, I don't know why, because I guess there are some people who spell their last name M-O-R-E. M-O-O-R-E is much more common, but almost every time I like go to the doctor or go wherever and they need like my name, right, first last name, um, right, I say more, and they're like, they'll either say M-O-O or they'll say double O or they'll say, can you spell that? Because they want to make sure they get the proper spelling. Um, so yeah, but they're pronounced exactly the same, and that's an R colored O, by the way. Yeah, R colored O. Okay, well, it has been almost 6 hours. Maybe we can go to 6 hours, push it to 6 hours, but I don't know. We got any more questions? We got anything else? Anybody want to say hi or I don't know, whatever? I can bring back the guitar that I can't play. There's not much point in that. So anybody who is here now who was not here earlier and saw the guitar, do not get excited because um, I cannot play it. Why do I have it? That's a good question. I ask myself that every time I open the case. Anything else? Nothing else? We're gonna play us out on a ballad here. Oh, that sounds horrible. I don't even remember my chord transitions, man. What about playing a Mexican song? Definitely not gonna play any Mexican songs because I don't know any Mexican songs. Frijolero, frijolero, So maybe this is just sounds similar, but frijole is bean, right? Frijolero, that would be someone who makes beans. The bean maker. Um, anyway, let's see. Oh, someone who eats beans. Oh, say close enough. See, you never know. You never know with these. Could be someone who eats, someone who makes, someone who does. Who knows what the verb is? Um, okay. Yeah, I definitely can't play that. I love Spanish music though, um, and not necessarily classical Spanish guitar, although that can be kind of cool too. But um, I have a lot of favorite Spanish music. I listen to Spanish music even today quite frequently. Listen, okay, I'll look it up. um, but yeah, Shakira. I love Shakira. If anybody doesn't, well, everybody should know Shakira because she also sings in English and she's like so super famous. But anybody who doesn't know Shakira needs to go look her up because even if you don't understand her, her music is gold, especially early Shakira. Later Shakira, it kind of depends. Some of it's good, but early Shakira, perfect. Um, La Quinta Estación. I'm really sad why I can't think of the name right now. Come on, come on, Camilo. Is it Camilo? Camila? I always forget if it's O or A at the end. Anyway, I'm really sad um I can't think of his name either. Wow, I can't think of anything in Spanish right now. But I'm sad that the band broke up. Technically, Samo left the band. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So anything else? I don't know. I'm gonna try to push this to 6 hours just because that's a benchmark. But no, not Camila Cabello. Camila, yeah, that's it. Um, I always think Camilo. Anyway, but yeah, I don't really listen to Camila Cabello. um, or of course, Luis Fonsi. Um, that Havana song is good though. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like in English, I mean, I like songs that like have a good like they're meaningless songs, but they have a good beat. Like they could be enjoyable. But for the most part, like usually if I'm gonna listen to English music, like that's one reason I like country, um, because not always, but a lot of the time there's something there, right? Like there's actually meaning in the song. Um, when I'm listening to music in foreign languages, I'm a little more open to just kind of like listening to whatever, even if it doesn't have a lot of meaning. But because I understand more Spanish than other languages, I usually kind of want like a little more meaning, which is one reason I don't like later Shakira as much because I think she kind of moved more towards like a lot of pop and like pointlessness. But Alejandro, yeah, Lady Laga. There we go. Instead of Gaga, Lady Laga. Okay. Um, so we have three people, and there's two people in the chat. Who is the mysterious third person? Is that the person who commented earlier? Julie, are you still here? Or Yuli, maybe it's pronounced. I don't know. Who is the third person? The mysterious watcher. You don't have to reveal yourself. That's fine, but you should do it anyway. Nobody. Nobody. You want to see the cat? I'm not going to get up and go get the cat unless somebody says yes. So I am thirsty. I haven't drinking my tea. Notice native speaker mistake. I haven't drinking my tea. That's also something that is starting to change, and native speakers don't know what to do with it because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be I haven't drunken my tea. but that doesn't sound right. There's some verbs that are irregular that when we use them in the third form like that, the perfect form or the past participle, none of them sound right. And drink is one of those verbs. I could say haven't drinking, haven't drunken, haven't dranken. All of them sound wrong to me. So that's something that's changing in English, and we're not sure where that's going to go. Um, the only Spanish I understand is the few phrases you hear during Resident Evil 4, like detrás de ti. I don't think there's supposed to be an E at the end of the last word, because that would be imbecile. um, and technically in writing, there should be an accent on the E, imbécil. But yes, of course, I'm not going to judge you based on your Spanish since you don't even really know Spanish. um, but yeah, detrás de ti, imbécil. And this joke won't land well if you haven't played it. It did not land well because I haven't played it. Ha! Funny. I was too busy correcting your Spanish, which I feel I can do because I may not be a native speaker and I may not be a super advanced, perfect, amazing speaker that's like a native. But it's a lot of skulls. But um, not only did I teach myself most of what I know, but I didn't complete it. But I went back to the community college for a while because I wanted to get more degrees because I like learning stuff. And there was a degree which is a degree in Spanish, and there were a couple options. And the one that I wanted to get was Spanish for bilinguals. Um, and it's so funny because to get that degree, there's level 1 and level 2 of a class called Spanish. It's actually called Spanish for bilinguals, like the class, not the degree. And it's actually made for native speakers. It's designed for native speakers of Spanish who because very commonly here in the States, like you'll have like a second generation, third generation Mexican person who, like, yeah, they know how to speak Spanish because their family speaks it, or maybe they don't actually know how to speak it very well because it's, they're like third, fourth generation and it's kind of disappearing. And so they're going to school, they're learning Spanish, they have Spanish speaking friends and they're reviving it in themselves. So whether they know it very well or they've always been speaking it, here, because they went through the English school system, they didn't learn, like, oh, how do you write proper stress marks on words and how do you spell things properly, and so they'll write like vaca with a B and a K instead of a V and a C, which I know is the thing that a lot of natives do incorrectly anyway because they're lazy or whatever. But so the class is actually designed more for native Spanish speakers to learn these things that they didn't learn before and to sort of get a deeper understanding of, the phonetics of the language and all those details. And I already taught myself all that. I learned maybe like 2 things in that whole class. And I was the top of the class. I had the highest grade in the whole class for the whole semester. um, Against native speakers. There was me and one other person in that class who was not another native mistake, who were not a native speaker. And the other person was from Brazil. Yeah, she was actually from Brazil in the United States getting her green card, but she also spoke Spanish. And so we were the only non-native speakers. Everybody else was a native speaker. And I had the highest grade in the class. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily correct a native's Spanish because I don't like correcting native English speakers' English. I think it's kind of rude. But I feel qualified to comment on Spanish mistakes, even if you don't actually speak Spanish. I just feel, to be correct, I should probably say that there's supposed to be an accent on the E and not an E at the end. So, anyway, 3.5 minutes until 6 hours. I feel like we're counting down to midnight, like it's New Year's or something. I mean, at this point, you guys could just leave. I'll just let the stream go for 4 minutes. Hashtag Virgo. Now you're just trying to say something. We have nothing left. Nothing to say. No questions, no anything. I've answered all the questions because I am the best English teacher. I need to drink some of this tea. I'm so thirsty. Okay. So, I guess that's it. I'm just gonna play us out. Play us out. English in context. Play us out. What does that mean? That means, well, I'm not actually going to play music because I can't. But if I could play music, that would mean that I was going to play music to end the live stream, to play us out. Right? It's like blow out a candle, but with music. Thank you so much for the amazing 6 hours of English learning, guitar playing, and, well, I would say non-guitar playing, but okay. And stories you don't want to talk about. Yeah. It's going to be a recurring thing. See, this is how we build community, right? You guys know there's things I don't want to talk about, and you're going to bring them up, and that's okay. It's a thing now. But no, a lot of the things I've mentioned, it's not necessarily that I don't want to talk about them. It's just that either they seem wildly inappropriate, or not wildly inappropriate, just like inappropriate for an English live stream, or it's just like too big, long, and complicated. And I guess in 6 hours we had plenty of time. But I wanted to get to more pertinent things, questions people had and whatnot, so we didn't go in those directions. La la la. So did you know that I can keep my fingers here? I'm gonna do this easy way. I'm gonna put my capo on. I'm gonna go down a few frets. I'm gonna go here. And I can keep fingers here. And I can go here for a G. Sounds nice. Go here for over here for a D. Now we're experiencing connection issues right at the last minute. Come on. And see, I can't think right now. G, E minor, D. What's the other one? I can't think of the other one right now. Oh my God. Was it? Oh, this one. Yeah, C. Duh. It's because I learned C the other way. This is a different way to do C. So that's so horrible. See, so that just goes to prove you actually don't need to have really any skill at all to play the guitar. Because I'm playing so horribly. I don't even have my calluses on my fingers anymore. That hurts. But there you go. It doesn't take a lot to start a skill, including speaking English. Remember, frijolero, I will. I'm going to look that up. And if you are not tired yet, try to visit Benito Mason's website. She's like the crash of your pen. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thank you as well. Thank you for sticking around. I don't know how long you've been here, but a while. So thank you as well. Thank everybody, the 3 people who are left here, and whoever's watching on the live stream after 6 hours, which is nobody. So yeah, I'm going to see you guys later. Right? Don't forget to watch Taxi Driver. Yeah, I'll watch Taxi Driver. Oh. I probably won't watch it, but if I remember and I'm bored, I will. I got videos to make. Come on. But yeah, I'll try to guys later. Ending.